सपनों की सड़क
PMGSY, connecting rural habitations.
इस जीवन में इस गांव में कभी सड़क भी आएगी ये सोचा नहीं था। भाई ने ये सपना भी पूरा कर दिया है।
जब इस गांव में रोड पहुंच गई है तो इसके आने से हमें घर पे ही रोजगार मिल गया।
पहले जब कोई रास्ता नहीं था तो एम्बुलेंस कहाँ से आती थी, अब जो बन गई तो घर घर एम्बुलेंस आ जाती है। कोई डॉक्टर बुलाना चाहे तो भी आ जाता है।
अब रोड आने से बहुत सारी हमारे लिए सुविधाएं हैं।
आज वो सपने पूरे कल थे जिनसे अनजान हुए, आज वो सपने पूरे कल थे जिनसे अनजान। आज मिली हम सबको एक नई पहचान। PMGSY सपनों की सड़क।
हमारी जिंदगी तो बोझा ढोने में ही गुजर गई। कोई बीमार हो, फसल बाजार ले जानी हो, 7-8 किलोमीटर रोजाना पैदल चलना पड़ता।
करते थे पहले भी हम कड़ी मेहनत और तपस्या, थी रोजगार की चिंता और शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य समस्या। सपनों की सड़क जो आई सपनों में आई जाओ, आज मिली हम सबको एक नई पहचान।
PMGSY के अंतर्गत उत्तराखंड में वर्ष 2000 से अप्रैल 2022 तक कुल 2781 स्वीकृत योजनाओं पर 7908 करोड़ की धनराशि व्यय करते हुए स्वीकृत 20,374 किलोमीटर सड़कों के लक्ष्य के सापेक्ष 18,628 किलोमीटर सड़कों का निर्माण किया गया है। पूर्व की 1,867 असंयोजित बसावटों में से 97% 12 मासी सड़कों से जुड़कर सभी सुविधाएं प्राप्त कर रही है। शेष को सितंबर 2022 तक जोड़े जाने का लक्ष्य है।
PMGSY सपनों की सड़क।
PMGSY, connecting rural habitations.
इस जीवन में इस गांव में कभी सड़क भी आएगी ये सोचा नहीं था, पर PMGSY ने ये सपना भी पूरा कर दिया है।
जब इस गांव में रोड पहुंच गई है तो इसके आने से हमें घर पे ही रोजगार मिल गया।
पहले जब कोई रास्ता नहीं था तो एम्बुलेंस कहाँ से आती थी, अब जो बन गई तो घर घर एम्बुलेंस आ जाती है। कोई डॉक्टर बुलाना चाहे तो भी आ जाता है।
अब रोड आने से बहुत सारी हमारे लिए सुविधाएं हैं।
हुए आज वो सपने पूरे कल थे जिनसे अनजान हुए, आज वो सपने पूरे कल थे जिनसे अनजान। आज मिली हम सबको एक नई पहचान। PMGSY सपनों की सड़क।
हमारी जिंदगी तो बोझा ढोने में ही गुजर गई। कोई बीमार हो, फसल बाजार ले जानी हो, 7-8 किलोमीटर रोजाना पैदल चलना पड़ता।
करते थे पहले भी हम कड़ी मेहनत और तपस्या, थी रोजगार की चिंता और शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य समस्या। सपनों की सड़क जो आई सपनों में आई जाओ, आज मिली हम सबको एक नई पहचान।
PMGSY के अंतर्गत उत्तराखंड में वर्ष 2000 से अप्रैल 2022 तक कुल 2781 स्वीकृत योजनाओं पर 7,908 करोड़ की धनराशि व्यय करते हुए स्वीकृत 20,374 किलोमीटर सड़कों के लक्ष्य के सापेक्ष 18,628 किलोमीटर सड़कों का निर्माण किया गया है। पूर्व की 1,867 असंयोजित बसावटों में से 97% 12 मासी सड़कों से जुड़कर सभी सुविधाएं प्राप्त कर रही है। शेष को सितंबर 2022 तक जोड़े जाने का लक्ष्य है।
PMGSY सपनों की सड़क।
PMGSY, connecting rural habitations.
Our esteemed our esteemed dignitaries have arrived. Kindly settle down.
এবার রাস্তাটাই ভালো হয়েছে যে চারজন নিয়ে আমরা আসি জলদির মধ্যে পৌঁছে যাই স্কুলতে।
এখন আমাদের মাঠ থেকে ধান এই রাস্তা দিকে নিয়ে যেতে খুব সুবিধা হয়েছে, এখন কোনো অসুবিধা নাই।
यहाँ पर पीएमजीएसवाई डिपार्टमेंट से जो रास्ता बना है उससे बहुत बेनिफिट हुआ है। पहले तो यहाँ कोई नहीं आता, रास्ता नहीं था।
Vattalmalai, a 3,000-foot hill, is a famous hill station in the district located 25 km from Dharmapuri with its own unique flora and pleasant climatic conditions. There are 5 major habitations: Kottalankadu, Chinnakadu, Periyur, Palsilambu and Naikanur, having total population of around 2,000 with 90% of tribal people. The tribal families depends mainly on production activity of mustard.
தார் சாலை வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு வந்து நல்ல ஒரு மதிப்பு இருக்குது, விழிப்புணர்வு இருக்குது. ஒரு தடவழி பொது வழியாக தான் நாங்கள் பயணிச்சிருந்தோம். ஒரு 20 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு வந்து ஒரு பிரசவம் ஏற்படுது, ஒரு குழந்தைக்கு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போகிற மாதிரி இந்த தார் சாலை நாங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். நாங்கள் காஃபி, மிளகு இது வந்து நாங்கள் சுலபமாக கொஞ்சம் நகரத்துக்கு செல்வதற்கு வந்து ஒரு உகந்ததாக இருக்குது. அது தமிழக அரசுக்கு வந்து நான் மதிப்புக்குரிய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக்கிறேன்.
Vattalmalai has a beautiful landscapes, especially during the rainy season, as dozens of lakes and streams flow attracts many tourists. Thus, this road make a crucial contribution to economic development and growth and bring important social benefits.
This one is the right one. This one is the right one. हाँ, तो पुराना वाला कुछ निकाल दो क्या करो? I only will start.
Vattalmalai, a 3,000-foot hill, is a famous hill station in the district located 25 km from Dharmapuri with its own unique flora and pleasant climatic conditions. There are 5 major habitations: Kottalankadu, Chinnakadu, Periyur, Palsilambu and Naikanur, having total population of around 2,000 with 90% of tribal people. The tribal families depends mainly on production activity of mustard, coffee, and for the past 20 years, the tribal families are facing hardship of their daily livelihood as there is no all-weather road connectivity. To avail higher education and medical help, habitants to rush to Dharmapuri, which is 25 km away. Based on the representation from the public, the district administration upgrade the road to BT standard with all protective and road safety measures under PMGSY scheme. The 13-kilometer road with the estimate cost of rupees 10.30 crores has been completed, and to improve the road safety, metal barrier provided on the sides of the hairpin bends with a cost of rupees 49 lakhs.
வணக்கம், வத்தல்மலை ஒன்றியார் கிராமத்தில் ராஜேந்திரன். இந்த தார் சாலை வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு வந்து நல்ல ஒரு மதிப்பு இருக்குது, விழிப்புணர்வு இருக்குது. ஒரு தடவழி பொது வழியாக தான் நாங்கள் பயணிச்சிருந்தோம். ஒரு 20 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்பு வந்து ஒரு பிரசவம் ஏற்படுது, ஒரு குழந்தைக்கு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போகிற மாதிரி இந்த தார் சாலை நாங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். நாங்கள் காஃபி, மிளகு இது வந்து நாங்கள் சுலபமாக கொஞ்சம் நகரத்துக்கு செல்வதற்கு வந்து ஒரு உகந்ததாக இருக்குது. அது தமிழக அரசுக்கு வந்து நான் மதிப்புக்குரிய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக்கிறேன்.
Vattalmalai has a beautiful landscapes, especially during the rainy season, as dozens of lakes and streams flow attracts many tourists. Thus, this road make a crucial contribution to economic development and growth and bring important social benefits.
Our chief guests have arrived. Kindly please settle down and we will be starting shortly.
Vattalmalai, a 3,000-foot hill, is a famous hill station in the district located 25 km from Dharmapuri with its own unique flora and pleasant climatic conditions. There are 5 major habitations: Kottalankadu, Chinnakadu, Periyur, Palsilambu and Naikanur, having total population of around 2,000 with 90% of tribal people. The tribal families depends mainly on production activity of mustard, coffee, and for the past 20 years, the tribal families are facing hardship of their daily livelihood as there is no all-weather road connectivity. To avail higher education and medical help, habitants to rush to Dharmapuri, which is 25 kilometers away. Based on the representation from the public, the district administration upgrade the road to BT standard with all protective and road safety measures under PMGSY scheme. The 13-kilometer road with the estimate cost of rupees 10.30 crores has been completed, and to improve the road safety, metal barrier provided on the sides of the hairpin bends with a cost of rupees 49 lakhs.
வணக்கம் பத்தல்மலை ஒன்றிய கிராமத்தில் ராஜு பேசுறேன். இந்த தார் சாலை வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு வந்து நல்ல ஒரு மதிப்பு இருக்கு.
We will be starting any moment. Please settle down. We have a French translator facility available in the conference. If anybody is willing to take that, kindly reach the translator booth and avail it. Please welcome our honorable chief guest with a huge round of applause. I request everybody to please settle down. There are few seats at the back. Please take those seats and make yourself comfortable. A very good morning to everyone present here and virtually. I, Namisha Bansal, on behalf of National Rural Infrastructure Development Government of India, welcome all the honorable dignitaries, speakers, delegates, and media persons with great joy to this international conference on new technologies and innovations in rural roads on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal, Additional Secretary and Director General, NRIDA, and his team to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais with the bouquet. Please keep applauding. To make this conference a blessed one, we invoke Ma Saraswati by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. For seeking the choicest blessings for the same, I invite our honorable dignitaries to please light the lamp. Thank you. I request Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development and Director General, NRIDA, to deliver his welcome address.
A very good morning to all of you. I welcome Honorable Minister, Rural Development, Panchayati Raj, Shri Giriraj Singh Ji, to this international conference on new technologies and innovations in rural roads. It has been entirely his idea and inspiration behind this conference. From the moment he took charge of Ministry of Rural Development, he has been very interested in adopting newer technologies in rural roads and how to attain cost economy and as well as environment sustainability in our construction and maintenance processes. He has been our mentor and guide and has encouraged us to substantially increase the use of new technology in PMGSY roads. I welcome him with all my heart along with my team. I welcome Honorable Minister of State, Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste ji, for motivating us constantly in our endeavors. I welcome Honorable Minister of State, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti ji, for her blessings and constant support in all our efforts in improving the PMGSY program. I also welcome our Honorable Minister, Shri Kapil Moreshwar Patil ji, for being our guiding light in our efforts. I welcome Honorable Secretary, Rural Development, Shri N.N. Sinha ji, who is the force behind this conference, and as Chairman of Steering Committee, he has been closely guiding us and making this conference what it is today. I welcome my colleague, Ms. Leena Johri ji, Additional Secretary and FA, who has been a constant support and guiding us in making PMGSY financial systems IT ready. I welcome our organizing partner, Secretary General of Indian Roads Congress, Shri Sanjay Kumar Nirmal ji, who is also ADG in Ministry of Roads and Road Transport and Highways. IRC has been a very close partner with us. It has several thousand members who are engineers, civil engineers, and I'm sure the learnings from this conference will emanate, whatever emanates from here will be transmitted to all the IRC members under his aegis. I welcome Dr. Reenu Aneja and her team from the World Bank, who are our close partners, not only for this conference, but they have been associated with PMGSY for decades. I welcome all my sponsors, NABARD, Elmer, UPIDA, State Bank of India, JIDEX, Bitcam, Virgin, who are our lead sponsors, and Canara Bank, PNB, Central Bank of India, NBCC, NPCC, NHPC, CDAC, IRCON, ANT, Terrazyme, and Aman for supporting this conference. With your support, we have been able to keep this conference very, very economical for participants as well as our exhibitors. I welcome all our esteemed speakers, experts and academicians, both from India and abroad, our knowledge partners, CRRI, various IITs and NITs, our principal technical agencies, our state technical agencies, our national quality monitors, the state quality monitors, esteemed delegates from more than 12 countries, senior officials, CEOs, chief engineers, and other officials and program implementers from all the states, exhibitors, technology providers, delegates who are connected physically and virtually, which are more than 2,000 today, and many more on webcast link. I welcome our esteemed media persons to this international conference. A very warm welcome to you all again. This is the first of its kind conference being held on the subject of rural roads, and that too on adoption of new technologies. We have been interacting with the states for the last 2 years, and I am thankful to all the states for adopting newer technologies with full gusto and encouragement. This 3-day conference will afford an opportunity to all our stakeholders to interact with each other, to learn from each other, and also to listen to various experts on different modes of road construction and maintenance. We have arranged for you a scintillating array of experts from India and abroad. Despite the uncertainty of COVID, most of them are physically present here. You can understand, due to the uncertainty of COVID, foreign travel, especially visa and foreign travel, have been an uncertain thing in the minds of people. Despite that, we have been able to have participants from more than 13 countries. Rural roads or low volume roads are here to stay. Despite the emphasis on national highways and state highways, 4% roads carry 96% of the traffic, but the rest 96% roads which carry 4% of the traffic are the feeder to the economy, and they are the backbone of our economy, both urban and rural. To construct them, to maintain them, and to make them economically and environmentally sustainable is the challenge before us. And I'm sure deliberations in this conference will go a long way in finding answers to some of those challenges. I am overwhelmed with the response received for this conference. When we started, we were ambivalent whether people will come due to COVID, what will be the effect of COVID. But let me tell you, we had to stop the registrations and limit the numbers for people who wanted to participate in this conference. But despite that, More than 2,000 people, many of them are students, are present online, and many others are seeing it live on webcast. I hope this will be a memorable experience and a beneficial experience for all the stakeholders who are associated with this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. Indian Roads Congress is one of our organizing partners. With that, I now request Mr. Sanjay Kumar Nirmal, Secretary General Indian Road Congress and Additional Director General, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to please share his thoughts.
Good morning. I have great pleasure in extending heartiest welcome to our dynamic Sri Giriraj Singh Ji, Honorable Minister for Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Sri Fagan Singh Kulaste Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development and Steel, Panchayati Raj, Sri Nagendranath Sinha Ji, Secretary, Department of Rural Development, Ms. Leena Johri, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, Department of Rural Development, Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal, Additional Secretary, Department of Rural Development and Director General NRIDA, esteemed delegates from various countries, states, and entire road sector who are present physically as well as those who are on virtual mode, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, in the last 2 decades, India has successfully implemented 2 of the world's largest road development program, one for rural road development, that is Prime Minister Gram Sadak Yojana PMGSY, and other for national highways, that is National Highway Development Program NHDP. And this has given a big boost to economy of our country. Now at the same time, this has also drained the construction materials resources which are there due to this more than I think 50,000 kilometer length of road was developed under NSDP and another 1 lakh kilometer road was developed under PMGSY scheme. Now we have seen in the present government also, we have taken up the ambitious road development program as PMGSY phase 3 and Bharatmala. And this is putting tremendous pressure on the already scarce construction material. So today there is a critical requirement of promoting use of innovative materials and sustainable materials and technology like never before. I must compliment NRIDA for timely organizing this 3-day international conference on new technology and innovation on rural roads. The Indian Road Congress is the oldest and important representative technical body of road engineers, which was set up about 88 years back prior to independence. We are working in close collaboration with Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Ministry of Rural Development, NHAI, NHIDCL, CPWD, various state governments, research organizations, academic institutions, and private stakeholders. And in addition to that, international bodies like World Bank, World Road Congress, Japan Road Associations, and ESTO also we have MOUs. We are mainly responsible for development of national standards for entire road sector. And over the years, more than 260 such standards have been developed, which is ensuring uniformity of road infrastructure all over the country. We are tirelessly working to incorporate the best industry practices and latest international practices through these standards. IRC, along with other ministries, departments, and agencies, has been taking various steps to encourage the use of new materials, technologies, equipments, and many new technologies are now being widely used after their mainstreaming to IRC codes. To name a few such technology which were, very, very scarce and people were afraid of using them, but now they have come into mainstream. Like one is use of cement-treated bases and cement-treated sub-bases, which was not being used prior to 2013, 2014. And once it came into IRC code, then now it has become rather not a new technology, but rather as a conventional technology. Similarly, use of waste plastic, which was first came into IRC code in 2013, and now we are using it very extensively. Similarly, use of RAP, which has come into IRC 37 and the recycling code, and now being used by all the concessionaire contractors. Use of stabilizer is another such technology which is now very commonly used. Similarly, use of fly ash and use of slags. Recently, we have come out with a document for using slags, iron slag, steel slag, copper slags, which is also being used by, at least for rural roads. On highways, still there are, issues. And India is now pioneer country in utilizing waste plastic and other industrial waste in road construction. Today, some of the waste material like fly ash and waste plastic is not even easily available. See the kind of use which we have made in road sector, that now our contractors are finding it difficult to find the fly ash because they have been used extensively in our road construction. Now, apart from that, innovation in road construction is another area which will benefit all the road sector stakeholders. And some of these techniques and materials which were developed in other countries cannot be straight away used in India because of the climate reasons, because of the traffic reasons in those countries and India. So there is a factor of risk involved in their use straight away. In fact, to encourage uses of these materials and techniques on trial basis in ongoing road and bridges, IRC has an accreditation committee which accredits these materials and techniques to be used on trial basis. And this accreditation is issued with an objective that promoters shall strive to establish permanent base in India and show long-term commitment to the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat. IRC accreditation brings confidence in all the implementing agencies for allowing use of these materials in their road projects due to rigorous screening being done by our domain experts in our committees before their approval. Now, on the basis of feedback given after their use, these materials are included in IRC code of practice and special publications so as to bring them into mainstream. And today's these new materials and technology becomes potential to part of future highway projects, and which will definitely help in addressing the need of scarce resources in the coming years. India can reap significant positive economic benefits also by use of sustainable, innovative materials and technologies in road construction. I'm sure that deliberations during this international conference would be useful to all the stakeholders in the profession. They will enrich our knowledge regarding road construction, maintenance and management techniques without compromising quality, durability, serviceability, safety, health and environment aspects. It will also guide government in deciding the future road infrastructure needs of the country. Let me congratulate NRIDA for already constructing more than 1 lakh kilometer length of road using these new technologies in their flagship PMGSY program. With these words, I once again extend my thanks to all the dignitaries, delegates, speakers, exhibitors, invitees, and wish them enriching experience in the next 3 days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts. The World Bank is not only the organizing partner of this conference, but has been associated with PMGSY since a very long time. Now, Regional Director for Infrastructure in South Asia, World Bank, will deliver his address through VC.
Honorable Ministers, Secretaries, Additional Secretary, Honored Guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak at the inaugural session of the International Conference on New Technologies and Innovation in Rural Roads. We congratulate and deeply appreciate the effort by Ministry of Rural Development and NRIDA towards making PMGSY a continued success. We deeply value our long-standing relations and partnership with you. I have been personally involved with the PMGSY since its inception in December 2000, when I was the Transport Sector Manager for South Asia region of the World Bank. I've seen the remarkable progress the program has made over the last 2 decades. The program has already achieved over 700,000 kilometers of all-weather rural roads, which is an impressive achievement, especially if you think that these roads will enable us to go around the world for 17 times. This road has also connected tens of millions of people living in over 160,000 habitations. The program has introduced many innovative approaches, for example, the use of alternative technology and material, sustainable and climate resilient method, asset management, cost effectiveness, community engagement, and it has achieved considerable success in realizing the 15% mandate to encourage the use of new technologies in road construction, including recent effort of full depth recycling of existing pavement. The World Bank have been proud to partner with the government of India in developing and implementing PMGSY. As I mentioned, we have been involved since its inception, over $2 billion, working in 9 states, and through technical assistance grants of over $7 million, working in all states. Working together with MORD, we have incorporated a rural core network approach to prioritize investment needs, standardized procedure for preparing engineering design, procurement, and contract management, an environmental and social management framework, particularly for low-volume roads, and an independent quality monitoring mechanism. These investment and approaches have supported the overall investment of over $38 billion by the government of India. Looking forward, there are many issues on which we can engage together. We commend the effort of MORD in launching the new technology vision with the aim of maximizing the application of new and green technologies and the use of sustainable and local material in the construction of road access and bridges. We are supporting MORD and NIDA in this effort. We need to work together to take measures to incentivize the use of new technologies and material and embed them in our regular business process of the road agencies. For example, to promote the efficient use of local material, construction material, and water, and to reduce the depletion of scarce natural resources and help lower GHG emission. Comprehensive studies on the availability of material and resources use efficiency for road network management could be launched from a life cycle perspective. There are global lessons that we can be happy to share with all of our partners. Roads and bridges infrastructure increasingly face the risk of loss and damage from weather-related events and natural disasters. We could work together to develop strategy for integrating the climate resilient and disaster risk management in the construction improvement of roads and bridges infrastructure, including providing all-weather connectivity and access. Mitigation and resilient enhancement measures could be included in the policy, planning, engineering design, business processes, construction, asset management, institutional structure, and associated capacity buildings. The capacity building effort could also be driven through the setting of a center of excellence for green and resilient road infrastructure and maintenance. MORD could also consider creating a technology and sustainability cell within NIDA with a dedicated budget for mainstreaming new technologies and enhancing effort to promote climate resilient and build green infrastructure. This will involve formal collaboration with the industry associations to understand the challenges faced in the industry in mainstreaming these technologies and addressing the supply side constraints. Design a performance evaluation framework and systematically assessing the performance of the new technology is also a very important considerations. As we will hear from this conference, India has many unique and successful experiences. In designing the PMGSY program 2 decades ago, we helped bring in global experience international good practices to India. Now, in celebrating the successful experience of PMGSY over the last 2 decades, we could also like to partner with you to share your experience globally in Africa region and other parts of the world that could benefit from your experiences. In closing, while I regret that I'm unable to participate in the conference in person, I look forward to hearing about the discussion and wishing you a really successful conference and also in the next stage of PMGSY. We stand ready to continue to partner with you in your effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Shri Nagendranath Sinha, Secretary, Minister of Rural Development, Government of India, who has been an inspiration behind this conference to deliver his keynote address.
Honorable Minister, Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Shri Giriraj Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development and Steel, Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste Ji, Honorable Minister for Rural Development, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Ji, Honorable Minister for State, Panchayati Raj, Shri Kapil Moreswal Patil Ji, Shri Sanjay Kumar Nirmal, Secretary General IRC and ADG and Acting DG, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Srimati Leena Johari Ji, Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor, DORD, Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal, Additional Secretary, Department of Rural Development and DG NRI DA, colleagues from the World Bank and Indian Road Congress, sponsors, esteemed delegates from various countries and states, including the secretaries of rural development from different states, CEOs of the state rural road development agencies, knowledge partners, exhibitors, senior officers of the central and state governments, engineers, program implementers, media persons, and all other connected through social media, webcast, and in the room. Thank you very much, the organizers, for inviting me to deliver a keynote address on this very important theme. Let me mention to you at the very outset that the inspiration for holding this conference comes from none less the Honorable Prime Minister. When our program was being considered for its extension in the month of September 2021, Honorable Prime Minister desired that we hold an international conference to not only understand the developments that are taking place in the areas of new technologies and innovations, but also to share the considerable experience that the country has gained with the willing countries who want to develop their rural road networks. It's an important component of rural development, which we all know. There are studies which mention that the development of rural road network is a very cost-effective component of the rural development, very cost-effective strategies. I don't want to quote the numbers, people are aware of that. But our studies and multiple studies have proved improvement in access to economic and social services, generate sustainable enhancements in the agricultural incomes. They have also opened employment opportunities, especially to the people who are marginalized, women. So that way, so been inclusive in addition to being extensive. The PMGSY program was launched in the year 2000 with an objective of providing all-weather road connectivity to the all eligible unconnected habitations in the rural areas of country. This was subsequently widened and other verticals like Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana second phase and third phase were started for consolidation of existing rural road networks for improving their efficiencies as provider of transportation services for people, goods and services. Besides that, we have also taken up the road connectivity project in the areas affected by left-wing extremism for overall socio-economic development of inaccessible and backward areas. The Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana relies heavily on the use of technologies, and colleagues have mentioned how this has been done. I would like to take this opportunity to mention another aspect. One, the issue of taking a network approach for the road connection, connectivity has been emphasized by many speakers speaking prior to me. In the recent past, the use of GIS for selection of roads and verification of proposals has been a big component of the planning and selection and approval processes of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, and it has brought about very significant improvements. The IT is also an important mechanism for monitoring of the progress of schemes on a real-time basis. More than 7 lakh kilometers road length has been constructed under this scheme, which has helped immensely in lifting the socio-economic conditions of rural masses. Over the last 20 years, efforts have been made in constructing good quality roads by making use of technologies that have led to saving of cost and time and also reduction in pollution. In the year 2013, we realized that the ongoing development of the rural road networks is a heavy burden on the natural resources. And there, with that realization, we mandated construction of minimum of 15% of the road length using new technologies and locally available material. More than 1,11,000 kilometer road length has been sanctioned under the scheme for construction using new and green technologies, against which approximately 70,000 kilometer road length has already been completed. With Honorable Minister taking charge of the ministry, we have intensified the use of new and green technologies, and you would be very happy to know that out of a 28,257 kilometers length that was sanctioned in the year 21-22, about 16,000 kilometers road length has been sanctioned under new and green technologies, which is more than 50% of the total road sanction. Few of the new technologies, green technology used in the PMGSY are cold mix technologies, waste plastic, surface dressing, lime stabilization, nanotechnology, full depth reclamation, self-filled concrete, cement stabilization, etc. In the recent past, particularly in the PMGSY 3 vertical, we are extremely bullish on the utilization of full depth recycling technology under the PMGSY 3. As we realize that the drawl on the natural resources, particularly for aggregates, is a heavy burden on the natural environment and our heritage, and of this about 5,400 kilometer road length has already been sanctioned, and many more states are now coming forward, and it has led to a saving of approximately $100 million. The performance evaluation, as was mentioned by Sri Nirmal, is already taking place, and in the using cold mix asphalt in surface layer was conducted by 5 institutes under the overall supervision of IIT Madras, and as per outcome of that study, the overall relative performance, cost of creation, operation, productivity, safety and environmental aspects, the cold mix asphalt could be preferred over the hot mix asphalt technology for low volume PMGSY road. The life cycle assessment showed that the PM10 emission was 33% lower with the use of cold mix asphalt compared to the hot mix asphalt. And in fact, this becomes very important, particularly in the areas where we are making roads in the forest areas or areas affected with pollution, or where because of cold temperature, etc., it becomes difficult to lay roads. And this also, in fact, highlights the use of engagement of the institutes of technologies, and in fact a network of them in the planning, evaluation and assessment of the new technologies. Similar assessment was done with reference to the use of waste plastic in the pre-mix carpet, again by 7 institutes under the supervision of IIT Madras, and it was found that the waste plastic roads performed quite well in most zones of the country. In order to implement the research outcomes on new and green technology in construction of rural roads under this scheme, the ministry is releasing New Technology Vision 2022, whereby it is proposed to enhance the adoption of new and green technology in construction of rural roads very substantially. The road remains motorable during its entire design life only if the quality is maintained during every stage of its life, during construction, post-construction and maintenance stages. We emphasize on quality very significantly, and there is a very well-structured 3-tier quality assurance mechanism for ensuring construction of quality roadworks and durability of road assets. The first 2 tiers of the structure are the responsibility of the respective state governments, and the third tier is steered by the National Road and Infrastructure Development Agencies through their national quality monitors who are deployed for random inspections of the road works to monitor the quality and provide guidance to the field functionaries. So thereby the performance vis-a-vis the national assessment done randomly is constantly benchmarked, and their performance leads us to in fact weeding out the quality inspectors who are not performing well, what needs to be done to enhance the knowledge of the state quality monitors. So it's a constant two-way process, evaluation results, etc., between the state and the national government. And in fact, I also would like to comment on this occasion that this program's institutional structure is quite suited to the federal framework that we have. The program guidelines, specification, the institutional structure, the funding, the policy supervision, the approval process, etc., are laid by the union government, whereas the implementation is done by the state governments and their agencies. So, and all these agencies are interacting with them in the true spirit of the federal structure. The maintenance of road constructed under the program is the responsibility of the state government. Ministry has, however, as measure of enhancing the focus on maintenance of the roads during the defect liability period, which is 5 years from the date of completion of the road, and streamlining the delivery of routine maintenance of PMGSY roads on the basis of performance-based contracts, implemented electronic maintenance of PMGSY roads, also known as e-mark, since 2019-20. It's an online platform which is used by all the states that monitors maintenance of PMGSY works for the 5 years from the date of completion. And in fact, as I mentioned, the federal give and take that results, we have also been able to influence the state governments to not only take up the renewal in the 6th year, but also take the responsibility and commit to the federal government that they will do so under the PMGSY 3 vertical. And you will be very happy to know that this has been adopted and committed by all the state governments. All the state governments are on board EMARC, and a total amount of about $200 million or about 1,400 crores have been released as maintenance-related payments through EMARC over the last 3 financial years. As a result of increased focus on maintenance, the maintenance expenditure by states during defect liability period is increasing year by year since 2019-20. The PMGSY 3 PMGSY as a program has committed a sum of about $46 billion, or approximately 2,75,000 crores under the program, out of which about $36 billions, or about 2,35,000 crores, have already been spent. This is a program which has brought significant benefits, as has been noted by every other colleague. Now the challenge before us is to ensure that the quality of the roads is good, the roads are safe, they are constructed economically, the maintenance requirements are minimized, we use the marginal materials to the maximum extent possible, we draw on the environment to the least possible extent, and I am sure the deliberations in the 3 days from now will help us and delegates and colleagues from the state government, the institutional partners, the students, PhD students and researchers connected to it virtually from within India and from many countries outside. I am told about 12 to 15 countries. They they will acquire knowledge regarding the new technologies, materials, quality mechanisms, and many other aspects relating to the program, including the road construction materials, road safety materials, equipments, etc., and asset management practices, etc. I wish all the success for the conference, and I'll request all the delegates to make full use of the effort that has been mounted in organizing this conference. So we are having an exhibition. We have about 35 invited addresses. There are presentations by the technology providers. So lot of material has been packed in this international conference, and I'm sure that after this conference you will return to your places of work significantly richer and augmented. I also take this opportunity of requesting all the international delegates to not only learn from this room, from this house, but also go out to different parts of the national capital and indeed India, and see the developments that has taken place in the country and the rich and vibrant culture that the country has. So wish you all the best of luck and success for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind words and inspiration. Now I invite Honorable Minister of State, Road Development, Consumer Affair and Food and Public Distribution, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti ji, to kindly address the audience.
आज की इस ग्रामीण सड़कों में नई तकनीकी से बनने वाली सड़कों के लिए नवाचार के माध्यम से सभागार में उपस्थित भारत सरकार में मेरे वरिष्ठ मंत्री, ग्रामीण विकास एवं पंचायती राज मंत्री आदरणीय गिरिराज किशोर जी, मेरे सहयोगी आदरणीय फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, दूसरे सहयोगी आदरणीय कपिल दादा पाटिल जी, ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय में सेक्रेटरी आदरणीय नागेंद्र सेना जी, रोड कांग्रेस के महासचिव आदरणीय संजय निर्मल जी तथा अपर महानिदेशक सड़क परिवहन एवं राजमार्ग भारत सरकार मंत्रालय में आदरणीय सुश्री नीला जौहरी जी, अपर सचिव एवं वित्तीय सलाहकार ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय, हमारे ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय में अपर सचिव आदरणीय आशीष गोयल जी, इस सभागार में उपस्थित सम्मानित भाइयों बहनों, वीसी से जुड़े हुए सभी देशों के जो जुड़े हुए उन सभी बंधुओं का मैं हृदय से अभिनंदन करती हूं। इस आयोजन के भागीदार जो सहयोगी हैं, विश्व बैंक, भारतीय सड़क कांग्रेस प्रतिनिधि आदि, सड़कों का एक नई ऊर्जा के साथ, नई तकनीकी के साथ ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय ने जो एक नई पहल की है, मैं उसके लिए अपनी तरफ से, आप सबकी तरफ से भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री जी को अभिनंदन करती हूं, वंदन करती हूं, जिन्होंने एक नई सोच के साथ सड़कें अच्छी हो, सड़कों का रखरखाव अच्छा हो, इसके तहत माननीय गिरिराज किशोर जी जो ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय में मंत्री हैं, आदरणीय मंत्री श्री ने बहुत सारे परिवर्तन लाने का प्रयास किया है। शायद मैं भूलूं नहीं तो मैं स्मरण करना चाहूंगी, जब हम गांव में जाते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री सड़क की एक अलग पहचान दिखाई पड़ती है। शायद ये प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना प्रारंभ नहीं होती तो बहुत सारे ऐसे गांव थे जो रोडों से वंचित होते हैं। इसके लिए आज के दिन जब हम एक बहुत बृहद कार्यक्रम कर रहे हैं, देश के साथ साथ विभिन्न देशों के लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, उस समय मुझे लग रहा है कि श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी का स्मरण एक आवश्यक हो जाता है। तत्कालीन उपराष्ट्रपति आदरणीय वेंकैया नायडू जी ने, जिन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना की पहल की, सोच दी, आज उसके कारण प्रत्येक गांव तक सड़क के माध्यम से हम पहुंचे हैं। और मेरा तो मानना यह है कि जैसे शरीर में, पूरे शरीर को संचारित रखना है, स्वचालित रखना है, प्रगतिशील रखना है, सशक्त बनाना है, तो शरीर में दौड़ने वाली धमनियों में खून बहता है, तभी पूरा शरीर स्वस्थ रहता है। ऐसे ही पूरे देश को जोड़ने के लिए, पूरे गांवों को जोड़ने के लिए, मजरे को जोड़ने के लिए सड़कें एक माध्यम है। चाहे वो किसान हो, चाहे व्यापारी हो, चाहे उद्योगपति हो, चाहे सरकारें हो, सबके लिए दौड़ने के लिए सड़क चाहिए। और वो सड़क है माध्यम विकास का। आज जब हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, आजादी के 75वें वर्ष में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं, उस समय मैं आज कह सकती हूं, यदि गांव सड़कों से जुड़े हैं तो उसमें प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है, जिसके कारण आज गांव सड़कों से जुड़े हुए हैं। मैं आज के दिन जब हम नई तकनीक के माध्यम से सड़कों को बना रहे हैं, बहुत हद तक हम लोग काम करने में कामयाब हुए हैं। और मेरा तो मानना यह है, जो डामर से सड़कें बनती हैं वो बहुत जल्दी खराब हो जाती हैं, और जिसको हम वेस्ट बोलते हैं, जिसको माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि सड़क पर पन्नी नहीं फेंकी जाए। आपने देखा होगा वो पन्नी किसी नाली पर पड़ जाती है तो बहते हुए पानी को रोकने में क्षमता है उसके अंदर। और मेरा तो मानना है कि जिस सड़क में ये पन्नी के द्वारा सड़कें निर्मित होगी वो सड़कों को पानी भी कुछ बिगाड़ नहीं सकता, क्योंकि वो पानी को बहने से रोकने की क्षमता रखती है। तो आज के दिन मैं इतना ही निवेदन करूंगी कि ग्रामीण सड़कों के निर्माण में जो लागत लगती है, एक जहां हम लोग ग्रामीण सड़कों को जोड़ने के लिए खुशी जाहिर कर रहे हैं, वहीं कई प्रदेशों में थोड़ा चिंता भी होती है, थोड़ा चिंतन भी करना पड़ेगा कि कई प्रदेश अभी प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना में मांग तो करते हैं लेकिन उदासीनता भी दिखाते हैं। कई प्रदेशों में अभी 1 और 2 की सड़कें नहीं बनी, जहां हम उनको 22 तक पूरा करने का लक्ष्य रखे हुए हैं। इसके लिए भी राज्यों से जुड़े हुए जो लोग हैं उसको भी चिंतन करेंगे, उसको भी जल्दी से जल्दी शीघ्र पूरा करेंगे, जिससे हम 3 फेज की सड़कों को भी हम सड़क पर काम पर ला सकें। मेरा क्योंकि जाने का अवसर मिलता है हर प्रदेशों में, मैं जब सरकार के कामों से 2019 के पहले कई देशों में मुझे जाने का अवसर मिला था, वहां मैंने वहां के सरकारों के साथ भी बैठ करके मुझे बात करने का अवसर मिला था। मैंने पूछा था कि आपके यहाँ की सड़कें इतनी मजबूत क्यों रहती हैं, टिकाऊ क्यों रहती हैं? तो उन्होंने कहा हम ठेकेदार को ही जिम्मेदारी दे देते हैं, ये सड़कें बनेगी बिगड़ेंगी ठेकेदार उसका जवाबदेही होगा, या हम बना करके सरकारों के ऊपर छोड़ देते हैं। इसके लिए भी चिंतन करना पड़ेगा। तो मैं आप सबके बीच में कुछ अधिक न कहते हुए, हम लोग आज 2022 में प्रवेश कर चुके हैं, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव भी अभी अगस्त में आकर के खत्म होगा। आगे हम यात्रा करेंगे 2022 के बाद। हम इन सड़कों पर जो 24 या 25 तक का लक्ष्य रखा है 3 फेज की, उनको हम पूरा करें। अभी बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं हमारे यहाँ की सड़कें नहीं बनी, अभी हम जब 2 और 1 में ही अटके हुए हैं तो हम 3 फेज को पूरा कैसे कर पाएंगे। इसीलिए मेरा अनुरोध है कि आने वाले समय के लिए हम हर गांव तक उद्योग पहुंचे, हर गांव तक व्यापारी पहुंचे, हर गांव तक हमारा बिजनेस हो। उसके लिए बहुत आवश्यक है कि हमारी सड़कें मजबूत हो। हमारे गांव की महिलाएं, अभी आप यहाँ आए होंगे, देखा होगा हमारी समूह की बहनें अपना स्टॉल लगाए हुए हैं, वो बहनें बाजार तक अपना व्यापार कर सकें। इसके लिए सड़क बहुत मजबूत होना जरूरी है, सड़कें बनना बहुत जरूरी है। आप सबका मैं पुनः अभिनंदन करती हूँ और माननीय गिरिराज जी का भी अभिनंदन करती हूँ कि इस ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय में नई नई पहल करके, चाहे सड़क के क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे आवास के क्षेत्र में हो, चाहे महिलाओं के लिए हो, विभिन्न प्रकार की योजनाओं के माध्यम से आप एक नई दिशा दे करके ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय को गति दे रहे हैं। इसके लिए हम सबकी तरफ से आपका अभिनंदन है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। वंदे मातरम।
Thank you, ma'am, for your motivational words. I invite Honorable Minister of State, Panchayati Raj, Shri Kapil Moreshwar Patil ji, to kindly share his thoughts.
नए तकनीक से रोड बनाने के इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के इस मंच पर उपस्थित हमारे मार्गदर्शक आदरणीय ग्रामीण विकास और पंचायती राज मंत्री गिरिराज सिंह जी, ग्रामीण विकास और इस्पात राज्य मंत्री आदरणीय फग्गन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, जिन्होंने अभी बहुत अच्छा मार्गदर्शन हमें दिया, वो हमारी दीदी साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, ग्रामीण विकास के विभाग के सचिव श्री नागेंद्र नाथ जी, संजय निर्मल जी, श्री नीला जोहरी जी, डॉक्टर आशीष कुमार गोयल जी, आयोजन में भागीदार विश्व बैंक और भारतीय सड़क कांग्रेस, प्रायोजक नाबार्ड और अन्य देश के विभिन्न राज्यों से सम्मिलित प्रतिनिधि, इस भव्य सभा में उपस्थित भाई और बहनों, आज के इस इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो मंथन होगा इन दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस में, और मंथन से जो टेक्नोलॉजी बाहर आएगी, वो टेक्नोलॉजी से जब काम होगा रोड का, तो मैं बड़े जिम्मेदारी से कहता हूं, जो अमेरिका के लिए कहा जाता है, अमेरिका रईस क्यों है कि उनके रोड अच्छे हैं, तो एक दिन भारत के लिए भी ये वर्ल्ड विश्व को यूज करना पड़ेगा। इस तरह से इस टेक्नोलॉजी से हमारे देश के रोड बनेंगे। मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि अगर रोड अच्छा है तो जरूर पूछना चाहिए कि रोड कहाँ जा रहा है, लेकिन अगर ध्येय अच्छा है तो रोड कैसा है और कहाँ जा रहा है ये पूछने की जरूरत नहीं है। लेकिन यहाँ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में, हमारे गिरिराज सिंह जी के मार्गदर्शन में, हमारे ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के माध्यम से, प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना के माध्यम से हमारे रोड भी अच्छे हैं और हमारा ध्येय भी अच्छा है। हमारा ध्येय क्या है? पहले तो जब अटल जी के नेतृत्व में ये योजना शुरू हुई, उस वक्त ना खाली 2 गांवों को जोड़ने का काम हुआ, बल्कि उस गांवों में बचने वाले लोगों के दिलों को जोड़ने का भी काम हुआ। उसके बाद अभी जो तीसरे फेज में जो काम हो रहे हैं, उस काम से जिन गांवों को जोड़ा, उन गांवों को देश के मुख्य प्रवाहों में लाने के लिए, जहां पे बाजार है, आरोग्य की सुविधा है, वहां तक उनको पहुंचाने के लिए इस ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय से, प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना से कोशिश की गई। निश्चित तौर पर गांधी जी के सपनों का जो गांव है, जो संकल्पना गांधी जी ने ग्रामीण गांवों की देखी थी, वो पूरा करने के लिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी हमें मार्गदर्शन दे रहे हैं और हमारे मंत्री जी उसके लिए कोशिश कर रहे हैं। मैंने 10 महीने में इनके नेतृत्व में काम करते हुए देखा है कि कोई बात अगर इनके मन में खटकती है तो उसका उत्तर ढूंढे बगैर वो चुप नहीं बैठते। हम भी कुछ बात उनको बताते हैं तो उसको क्रॉस वेरीफाई करते हैं। अगर किसी भी स्टेट में किसी को जानकारी है तो इमीडिएट उनको फोन मिला के उनसे वो जानकारी लेके हमसे शेयर करते हैं। तो मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इनके नेतृत्व में जो काम हो रहा है, वो काम का सक्सेस, इसी के ऊपर इसका मापदंड यही होगा कि प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में शुरू की, लेकिन इसका सक्सेस ये है कि कई राज्यों ने मुख्यमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना इसी धरती पर शुरू की। इसका मतलब कि प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना सक्सेस है, इसलिए स्टेट ने अपने मुख्यमंत्री के नाम से अलग से योजना शुरू कर दी। मैं टेक्निकल पर्सन तो हूं नहीं, जिस टेक्निक से आप काम करने वाले हो, नया टेक्नोलॉजी आप लाने वाले हो, उसके ऊपर आप मंथन करोगे। लेकिन जैसे हमारे दीदी ने कुछ सुझाव यहाँ पे रखे, तो मैंने भी 30 साल गवर्नमेंट कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बन के ठेकेदारी की है, तो कई बारीक चीजें भी मैं जानता हूं। इसमें मॉनिटरिंग होना बहुत जरूरी है। मंत्री जी भी हमेशा इसके ऊपर मंथन करते हैं, किस तरह से मॉनिटरिंग की जाए। जब मैं ठेकेदारी करता था, मैं आपको उदाहरण बताऊंगा। अगर अशपाल का, उसको बोजर बोलते थे, जिसको डांबर स्प्रे होता है, वो अगर बोजर आया तो सुबह 10 बजे आया और उसको शुरू करना है, तो जब तक अफसर वहां पे रोड पर खुद नहीं आएगा इंजीनियर, तब तक उसको स्प्रे करने की अनुमति नहीं मिलती थी। उसके उपस्थिति में वो स्प्रे होता था। हमारे यहाँ पे वो टेक्नोलॉजी, हमारे यहाँ पे वो सुविधा हम लोग कर सकते हैं क्या? हमारे पास अगर यंत्रणा नहीं है तो उसको बढ़ा सकते हैं क्या? क्योंकि अगर वहां पे कोई टेक्निकल पर्सन है तो जैसे दीदी ने कहा कि हम ठेकेदार के ऊपर जिम्मेदारी डालते हैं, तो हमारे इसमें भी प्रावधान है। 5 साल तक हम लोग लायबिलिटी पीरियड हम लोगों ने रखा है, फिर भी कहीं कहीं पे रोड हमारे खराब होते हैं। क्यों होते हैं पता नहीं। दूसरी बात यह है कि मंत्री जी मेरे से एक दिन डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि हम लोग इसको कहीं ब्रेक लगा सकते हैं क्या, कि लोग बहुत ज्यादा बिलो टेंडर भरते हैं, तो इसके लिए क्या कर सकते हैं। तो बिलो क्यों भरते हैं, इसकी वजह जो मेरे सामने आई थी, मैंने इसको जानने की कोशिश की थी, तो मेरे सामने ये बात आई थी कि कुछ लोग इतना बिलो टेंडर भरते हैं और काम हथिया लेते हैं, उसके बाद में जब उसका बिल बनता है तो एज पर चला जाता है। मतलब उसका जो बिलो अमाउंट होता है वो भी उसका जब उसको पेमेंट होता है तो वो मैच होता है, इसलिए वो बिलो भरता है और हमारा काम खराब होता है। कोई भी आदमी अगर काम बिलो भरेगा तो अपने घर से कोई पैसा नहीं भरता है। इसलिए इसके ऊपर कुछ मर्यादा ला सकते हैं क्या, ऐसी कोई गाइडलाइन हम लोग जारी कर सकते हैं क्या, इसके ऊपर भी ध्यान देने की जरूरत है, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। दूसरी बात ऐसी है कि मेरे जिले में ही ऐसी बात सामने आई है कि जितने टेंडर निकले एक ही आदमी ने लिए हैं। अभी हम लोग ऐसा कुछ गाइडलाइन जारी कर सकते हैं क्या कि जो टेंडर आदमी लेता है, भले एक आदमी ले, लेकिन उसकी कैपेसिटी है क्या, एक साथ सब काम वो शुरू करने की उसकी कैपेसिटी अगर नहीं है तो वो काम डिले करेगा और डिले करके हमारा जो टाइम पीरियड है उसके पहले वो काम नहीं कर पाएगा। इसलिए एक आदमी को कितने काम देने चाहिए, इसका भी कुछ गाइडलाइन अगर हम लोग कर पाएंगे तो निश्चित तौर पर जल्द गति से हमारी योजना कार्यान्वित करने में मदद हो सकती है। और एक बात ऐसी है कि मैं जहाँ पे रहता हूँ उसको कोकन बोला जाता है, वहां पे लगभग साल में 4 से 5 महीने तक बारिश होती है और 3500 से 45 mm तक बारिश होती है। हमारी जो गाइडलाइन होती है सब जगह के लिए एक ही टेक्नोलॉजी से हम रोड बनाते हैं। हर जगह की अपनी अपनी एक जियोग्राफिकली परिस्थिति अलग होती है, उसको जानकर अलग अलग जगह पे अलग अलग टेक्निक से अगर रोड हम लोग बनाएंगे तो निश्चित तौर पर उसका जो स्ट्रेंथनिंग है वो अच्छा रहेगा और कई सालों तक वो चलेगा। दीदी ने कहा कि रोड मजबूत क्यों है, तो मैं एक और सुझाव दूंगा कि इसमें हम लोग डांबर के जगह पे अगर कंक्रीट के रोड करेंगे तो भले लेन कम होगी या पैसा ज्यादा लगेगा, लेकिन ये एक बार करेंगे तो 25-30 साल तक देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। इसके ऊपर हम लोग सोच सकते हैं क्या। हम लोग नेशनल हाईवे से अगर किसी गांव में जाते हैं तो ये महसूस हो कि नेशनल हाईवे खत्म ही नहीं हुआ, हम गांव में पहुंच गए, गांव तक हम लोग जाते हैं तो ऐसा लगना चाहिए कि हम नेशनल हाईवे के रोड पर ही जा रहे हैं। इस तरह से कुछ गाइडलाइन हम लोग बनाएंगे तो निश्चित तौर पर मुझे विश्वास है कि आने वाले दिनों में जो हमारे रोड बनेंगे वो रोड और देश के लोग इससे जुड़े हुए हैं, वो निश्चित तौर पर बोलेंगे कि अगर रोड को देखना है, गांव के रोड को देखना है तो हिंदुस्तान में, भारत में जाके देखने चाहिए। इसके ऊपर हम लोग गौर करके अगर करेंगे तो निश्चित तौर पर हमारे मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में ये प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना के माध्यम से गांवों को हम लोग अच्छी तरह से जोड़ पाएंगे। हमारे दीदी ने कहा कि जैसे हमारे शरीर में खून दौड़ता है, खून की जरूरत होती है, वैसे हमारा देश शरीर है और देश का सही मायने में जो वेन है वो रोड है। इसलिए ये रोड अच्छी तरह से रहेंगे तो हमारे देश का जो हमारा कम्युनिकेशन है वो अच्छी तरह से चलेगा। इसलिए मुझे मंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में इस तरह से काम हो, इसके लिए मैं जो 3 दिन में मंथन होने वाला है, उस मंथन में इस चीजों के ऊपर मंथन करके कुछ अलग से गाइडलाइन नए टेक्नोलॉजी से हम लोग करके कर सकते हैं क्या, इसके ऊपर जरूर सोचे, ऐसा मैं यहाँ पे सुझाव दूंगा और मेरे 2 शब्द समाप्त करूंगा। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, sir. I invite Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development and Ministry of Steel, Shri Fagan Singh Kulaste ji, to kindly share his thoughts.
ग्रामीण सड़क संपर्कता और ग्रामीण विकास, और इसको लेकर के जो हमारा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की आज उद्घाटन के अवसर पर हमारे भारत सरकार में ग्रामीण विकास पंचायती राज्य मंत्री बड़े भाई आदरणीय राजकिशोर जी, हमारी दीदी आदरणीय रंजन ज्योति जी, हमारे मित्र भाई कपिल जी, सेक्रेटरी आदरणीय गिरिराज जी, और इसे कार्यक्रम में विशेषकर संजय निर्मल जी, महासचिव भारतीय सड़क कांग्रेस और अपर महानिदेशक सड़क परिवहन एवं राजमार्ग मंत्रालय भारत सरकार, हमारे अपर सचिव डॉक्टर आशीष कुमार जी, सुश्री नीला जौहरी जी, अपर सचिव वित्त सलाहकार ग्रामीण विकास, और इससे सभा में यहाँ पर उपस्थित है अनेक हमारे देशों से, देश के अन्य प्रतिनिधि, केंद्र और राज्य सरकारों के वरिष्ठ अधिकारीगण, और इस आयोजन में जो भागीदार हैं, विश्व बैंक, भारतीय सड़क कांग्रेस प्रतिनिधि, हमारे नाबार्ड और अन्य संस्थाओं के प्रतिनिधि, आयोजन के प्लेज भागीदार, आईआईटी व एनआईटी के प्रतिनिधि एवं मीडिया प्रतिनिधि, हमारे इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सभी अन्य सहभागी प्रतिनिधि भाई और बहनों, विशेषकर आज सबसे पहले तो मैं हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी को भी इस बात के लिए धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उनने आजादी के इस अमृत महोत्सव के अवसर पर आज पहली बार हमारे इस ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय और विशेषकर प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना को लेकर ये हमारा अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर का ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा है, मैं इसमें हमारे मंत्री आदरणीय गिरिराज जी को भी बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि उनके इस प्रयास से, इस इनिशिएटिव से पहली बार इस प्रकार का एक अनुभव हम लोग अनुभव कर रहे हैं कि इस प्रकार का ग्रामीण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को लेकर के उनके मन में जो कल्पना है और उसको लेकर के इसमें नए इनिशिएटिव के साथ में नई टेक्नोलॉजी को और कैसे हम बेहतर इसका उपयोग ग्रामीण भारत के विकास में हम कर सकते हैं, इस प्रकार की कल्पना आदरणीय गिरिराज जी ने किया है। और उसका ये प्रत्यक्ष उदाहरण आप देख रहे हैं कि आज ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में जो मैं अनुभव कर पा रहा हूं, मुझे उस समय अटल जी के समय सरकार में काम करने का अवसर मिला और जब योजना के बारे में अनाउंस किया, उस समय के तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी को भी आज हम याद करते हैं। हमारे वेंकैया नायडू जो आज के हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं उनको भी, और आज हमारे मंत्रिमंडल में हमारे वरिष्ठ साथी हैं नितिन गडकरी जी, जिनने इस पूरे इनिशिएटिव को उनने अटल जी के आदेश पर, उस समय वो महाराष्ट्र के डेप्यूटी मिनिस्टर थे, मुझे याद है, हम उस समय सरकार में होने के नाते इस पूरे परिदृश्य को हमने देखा। और जब ये अनाउंस हुआ, प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषणा किया, तो आज जैसा हम अनुभव करते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि इसको आज हम सब के लिए, ये इसलिए आप सबके संज्ञान में लाना चाहता हूं कि सबसे पहले अगर आज एक बार हम किसी योजना प्लानिंग के बारे में सोचते हैं तो हमारे सामने एक संकट होता है फाइनेंस का। और जब अनाउंसमेंट हुआ तो उस समय हमारे ही देश के प्रतिनिधियों ने, कुछ लोगों ने इस पे अटल जी पर टिप्पणी कहा कि अटल जी इतना पैसा आप लेके कहां आओगे, कहां से आओगे, इतने गांवों को कैसे जोड़ोगे। और ये उस समय आज से 22 साल पहले की जो स्थिति है, और जब आज हम बात करते हैं पहले चरण, दूसरे चरण और हम थर्ड फेज की तरफ जा रहे हैं, तो मैं ये देख रहा था कि जिस प्रकार की परिस्थितियां हैं, आप कल्पना कीजिए कि उस समय उनने किस प्रकार की इस फाइनेंशियल स्थिति और इस पेट्रोल डीजल टोल में से हमने 1 रुपए हम उस 10 में से इसका प्रावधान किया और इस काम को एक गति देने में भारत को, आज ग्रामीण भारत की जो कल्पना उस समय अटल जी करते थे और आज शायद हम इसको पूरा करते हुए देख पा रहे हैं। ये मिसाल भारत के अंदर ग्रामीण विकास के क्षेत्र में एक जो बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन हुआ है। और आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि इसको लेकर के इस नई तकनीक को और नई विधा हम जिसको हम मानते हैं, आज जितने भी हमारे जो IIT के जो हमारे अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशंस के प्रतिनिधि यहां आए, हमारे विदेशों के डेलीगेट्स है, कुछ हमारे अभी लाइन यहां पर पेन किया है, तो ये अनुभव करते हैं। और इसके बाद ये भी एक उल्लेख हुआ कि इसकी तकनीक के बारे में, इसकी गारंटी के बारे में, और ये जो साल जो वारंटी पीरियड है इसके बारे में, और इसलिए हर स्तर पर जो काम करने वाले जो लोग हैं उनके बारे में इसका उल्लेख किया गया। और मुझे ये कहते हुए प्रसन्नता है कि आज 7 लाख किलोमीटर, हमारे पीटी साहब कह रहे थे कि इससे अधिक हमने इस ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को, गांवों को हमने जोड़ने में हमने सफलता हासिल किया है। ये अपने आप में एक अद्भुत काम है। मैं देख रहा था कि इस समय जब ये कार्यक्रम प्रारंभ हुआ तो उस समय की जो प्रारंभिक स्थिति थी, और आज हम जब नई इस तकनीक के बारे में सोचते हैं, ई मार्ग के माध्यम से जब इसके बारे में विचार करते हैं, तो आप मान सकते हैं कि ग्रामीण सड़कों के रखरखाव पर ई मार्ग के माध्यम से कुल मिलाकर के जो 500 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक का भुगतान किया गया था उस समय। और आज अगर इसको देखेंगे तो आज हम बहुत बड़ी स्थिति में हम आगे बढ़कर के आगे निकले। तो यही हमारी पहचान है कि निरंतर इसमें वृद्धि हुई, निरंतर इसमें आज हम अगर 21-22 के आंकड़ों को हम देखेंगे तो ये अपने आप में हमारे 115.75 करोड़ रुपए, ये आज की स्थिति में 21-22 में हम देखेंगे तो कितना हम आगे बढ़कर के आगे आए। और इसको पूरे भारत के उन मार्गों को, और मैं ग्रामीण क्षेत्र से आता हूं, ट्राइबल क्षेत्र से आता हूं, तो मेरा अनुभव है मंत्री जी ने इतना नीचे तक हमने 250 आबादी वाले गांव, अगर पहाड़ी क्षेत्र के अंदर देखें तो हमारे 100 ऐसे आबादी वाले गांव जिनकी आबादी पॉपुलेशन है, हम इस स्तर तक नीचे तक पहुंचे। ये जरूर है कि हमारे फर्स्ट में, सेकंड में थोड़ी कमी है, हम इसको पूरा करने में थोड़ा सक्षम नहीं हुए, पर मैं इसके लिए भी आग्रह करना चाहता हूं कि आप पहले चरण का, दूसरे चरण का, और हम फर्स्ट फेज के तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, तो इसको भी हम कैसे और बेहतर बना सकते हैं, ये हमारी कोशिश होना चाहिए। और जहां तक इससे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन का एक जो विषय है ग्रामीण सड़कों का जो प्रबंधन और रखरखाव, इसके बारे में भी हम जिस प्रकार की इन सारी परिस्थितियों के बारे में आज आकलन कर रहे हैं, इस सम्मेलन से कुछ चीजें निकल करके आई इस नई टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में, और इसको और कैसे हम मजबूत कर सकते हैं, सक्षम बना सकते हैं। ये जरूर है कि जितना इसकी जो आज जितना भी हमारा जो ग्रामीण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है उसके बारे में उसको और कैसे हम बेहतर बना सकते हैं, इस प्रकार की ना हम सबको मिलकर के इन 3 दिनों में करना चाहिए, क्योंकि सब तरह के यहाँ पर हमारे प्रतिनिधियों का जो पार्टिसिपेंट होगा, तो मैं आप सभी यहाँ पर प्रतिनिधियों से अलग अलग संस्थानों के अलग अलग इंस्टीट्यूशंस के हमारे जो प्रतिनिधि यहाँ हैं, सबका यहाँ पर इन 3 दिनों में डिस्कशन जो भी होंगे उनका सारांश निकल करके आए और इसको और सशक्त कैसे, इसकी आवश्यकता मैं अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में मैं देख पा रहा हूं और मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि आज जिस तकनीक का उपयोग हम करने जा रहे हैं और इसके लिए भारत की मजबूती में ग्रामीण विकास का जो योगदान है निश्चित है बहुत अभूतपूर्व। और मैं हमारे ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के आदरणीय मंत्री भाई गिरिराज जी को बहुत बधाई देता हूं कि वास्तव में उनने निरंतर इससे डिपार्टमेंट के अंदर जितने भी इस प्रकार के अलग अलग इसमें हमारे विजन से इनको भी लेकर निरंतर इस पहल में, और उसका ये जो परिणाम है आज जो हम परिवर्तन देख पा रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि उनके से सफलतम इन प्रयासों का ये परिणाम है। हम इसको और ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाने का हम सब मिलकर के इस सम्मेलन के माध्यम से जो निष्कर्ष निकल करके आएंगे वो परिणाम हमारे ग्रामीण भारत के लिए सकारात्मक साबित हो, ऐसा इस सम्मेलन का मूल उद्देश्य होना चाहिए। यही निवेदन करते हुए मैं अपने इन शब्दों को विराम देता हूं। धन्यवाद, नमस्कार।
Thank you for your guidance, sir. I request the Honorable Minister, Minister of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Shri Giriraj Singh Ji, and all dignitaries present on the dais to kindly release the New Technology Vision 2022, conference souvenir and other technical documents for wide dissemination amongst the stakeholders. The other documents being released today are a document on full-depth reclamation for rehabilitation of low-volume roads, a document on white topping, paneled concrete, a document on surface dressing, a document on PMGSY, India's rural road experience and looking ahead. Thank you, honorable dignitaries. Now, a short film on PMGSY will be screened.
India, with all her natural and populational diversities, has been witnessing a sea change in the lives of her people during recent times. New horizons of livelihood opportunities have enabled the larger mass residing outside of the urban periphery to join the mainstream socio-economic flow. Opportunities that have been generously provided by the new lifelines of India. an intricate network of modern, all-weather roads constructed under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. PMGSY, a flagship endeavor of the Ministry of Rural Development of India, is managed and technically supported by the National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, an organization dedicated to building capacity and enhancing quality through training. The project was launched in the year 2000 by the Government of India to work jointly with the state governments in providing all-weather road connectivity to designated areas with population sizes of 500 plus in the plain areas and 250 plus in the northeastern and Himalayan regions. The initiative is a giant step towards realizing India's full human resource potential along a journey on these new lifelines connecting the remotest parts of the country to civil amenities like schools, hospitals and agricultural markets.
इस रोड के निर्माण होने से हमारे विद्यालय में एडमिशन में बहुत ही फर्क पड़ा है।
जब से ये रोड बन गई है हम लोग स्कूल टाइम पर पहुंचते हैं।
Since the launch of PMGSY 1 in 2000 till PMGSY 3 launched in 2019, rural infrastructure in India has been upgraded to unprecedented levels. Economic activities have increased considerably with the generation of employments in various forms, investments coming in and businesses growing in the rural sector, fueling the economy to reach new heights.
इस रोड के बनने से आज सभी यहाँ उचित विक्रेता अपने ट्रैक्टर से सामान ले जा करके अपने घरों तक आसानी से पहुँच रहे हैं।
In 2016, a special drive was undertaken for construction and upgradation of strategically important roads in the remotest locations inhabited primarily by India's indigenous people. More than 10,000 kilometers of road length has been sanctioned under this drive so far. Till the 31st of March 2022, a total length of around 7 lakh kilometers of all-weather road has been constructed, achieving the full target of the whole project. The total expenditure incurred is rupees 2.77 lakh crores. This phenomenal empowerment of rural India has attracted the attention of the world. The World Bank in its report on the impact evaluation of PMGSY states that the project has improved accessibility in hilly areas and increased access to economic opportunities.
जब से ये रोड बना है टूरिस्ट डायरेक्ट अपनी गाड़ियां लेके विलिंग जाता है। जब टूरिस्ट आता है तो हमारा बिजनेस हुआ काफी जोरों से चलता है।
The benefits of the resultant positive impact on human capital formation are being equally enjoyed by all sections of the population. The Niti Aayog has stated in one of its reports in 2020 that the scheme is well aligned with India's international objectives and is contributing immensely towards the nation's sustainable development goals. The selection of target areas for building and restoring roads has been done using the most scientific method by mapping the strategic points on the Geographic Information System or GIS. This mapping has ensured that the most eligible roads are included in the program to provide a boost to India's rural economy. The routine maintenance of PMGSY roads across the country has become more streamlined since 2020 after the introduction of EMARG. It is a GIS-based enterprise and an e-governance solution to aid and assist the officials and contractors in maintaining performance-based maintenance contracts (PBMC) of roads, assessing performances and making automated payments. Earlier, these records were kept manually and were often subjected to errors. EMARG has enabled evidence-based, error-free digital record keeping. The last couple of years have seen an expenditure of rupees 1,300 crores in road maintenance under EMARG. A user-friendly app, Meri Sadak, is helping to the ministry. So far, about 1.5 lakh complaints have been lodged through the app, 9% of which have already been resolved. So far, around 70,000 kilometers of PMGSY roads have been constructed with non-conventional and new materials. Technologies like FDR using cement and commercial chemical stabilizers like Zydex, Terrazyme, ANT, Stable Road, Roadsem and many others have been used in the process. Other novel technologies like cell-filled concrete, paneled cement concrete, use of waste materials like slag, fly ash, waste plastic and cold mix technology have introduced locally available, low-cost and recycled materials to road construction. FDR, a full-depth reclamation, stands out among all of these as a new-age construction technology. It is primarily a road restoration technique. Full-depth reclamation of an existing pavement is a rehabilitation method that involves recycling of an existing distressed bituminous surface and its underlying layers into a new base layer. Apart from mending a damaged pavement structure, FDR can be adopted for upgradation and widening of existing roads without requiring any structural overlaying of base layers, while designing for the same or higher order of traffic category. The shortened construction schedules add to the cost effectiveness of the technology. Overall, FDR has great advantages in terms of saving time, energy, minimizing material consumption and cost reduction where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high and the quality of aggregate is not good. The cell-filled concrete technology developed by IIT Kharagpur in India itself has enabled PMGSY to build and restore roads at a minimum cost and a minimum effect on the environment. The use of cold mix technology has drastically reduced the emission of greenhouse gases, and the chances of workers meeting with accidents during construction too has been significantly minimized. The use of waste plastic results in less bitumen consumption and is beneficial to our environment as it recycles plastic waste. However, the introduction of these new and green technologies under PMGSY has led to a huge drop in carbon footprint and made the whole process of road construction faster and a lot more cost effective. With a view towards achieving an environmentally sustainable economy, PMGSY has envisaged a new technology vision. Now, a minimum 50% of the proposed roads will be constructed using these new and eco-friendly methods, and waste plastic will be used in constructing more than 70% of the total proposed road length. PMGSY envisages a three-tier quality control mechanism in order to ensure the strength and durability of these new lifelines of India, while continuing on a journey of fulfilling everyone's dreams. Dreams that would no longer be deterred by difficult roads even in the remotest corners of the country. India today has also opened her arms towards the world for sharing these new and unique technologies that are being used for building rural roads and the invaluable experience gained in the process. Thanks to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana.
I request our chief guest, the Honorable Minister, Shri Giriraj Singh Ji, to share his immense experience and vision. Kindly welcome him with a huge round of applause.
मैं समझता हूं कि 2 घंटे में स्टेज की बात सुनते सुनते आपके अंदर कुछ शिथिलता आ गई है, लेकिन आपने अभी एक फिल्म देखने के बाद थोड़ी सी जागरूकता आई है चेहरे पर। लेकिन अब कुछ ही क्षण है जिसके बाद इनोवेशन पर, न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी पर चर्चा भी होगी और प्रेजेंटेशन भी देखेंगे, फिजिकल और सभी तरह से। मैं सर्वप्रथम धन्यवाद देता हूं
पार्टिसिपेंट को कि आप सब यहां आए और इस मंच पर उपस्थित मेरे सहयोगी जो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के मंत्रिपरिषद में भी काम कर रहे थे, जहां से ये प्रधानमंत्री सड़क योजना की शुरुआत हुई और प्रथम मंत्री आज के उपराष्ट्रपति वेंकैया नायडू ने इस काम की शुरुआत की, वैसे राज्य मंत्री मान्यवर फगन सिंह कुलस्ते जी, हमारी दीदी साध्वी निरंजन ज्योति जी, हमारे सहयोगी मंत्री मान्यवर कपिल महेश्वर पाटिल जी, जिन्होंने कहा कि जब हम हाईवे पर से जाएं और गांव में जाएं तो मुझे एहसास ना हो कि अब एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से कट करके मैं गांव के डगमर रोड पे जा रहा हूं। आज ये भी चुनौती है, आज इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी में सड़कें चौड़ी हो या सड़कें सकड़ी हो, लेकिन सड़कें की क्वालिटी ऐसी हो जो उन्हें महसूस ना होने दे। मैं इस कार्यक्रम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए विभाग के सचिव मानवर नागेंद्र नाथ सिन्हा जी, जो एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी आशीष गोयल जी, जिन्होंने पूरे कार्यक्रम को ऑर्गेनाइज करने का काम किया है, और इसमें जो अहम भूमिका मानवर संजय निर्मल जी, जो एडीजी सड़क परिवहन राजमार्ग मंत्रालय से हैं, मैं इनको भी धन्यवाद देता। विभाग की अतिरिक्त सचिव और वित्तीय सलाहकार सुश्री लीना जौहरी जी, और मैं इससे जो आपने विश्व बैंक के रीजनल हेड और भारतीय सड़क कांग्रेस, नबार्ड एवं अन्य सभी अपने स्टेक होल्डर को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं हमारे नॉलेज पार्टनर आईआईटी, एनआईटी एवं विभिन्न देशों और राज्यों से सम्मिलित प्रतिनिधि जो इस भव्य सभा में उपस्थित हैं और वर्चुअल से भी जुड़े हैं। केंद्र और राज्य के वरिष्ठ अधिकारी, इंजीनियर, कार्यक्रम में मीडिया कर्मी, सोशल मीडिया वेबसाइट और राज्यों से आए हुए अधिकारी और इंजीनियर जो वर्चुअल हैं, जो यहाँ हैं, उनकी जिम्मेदारी आज के इस कार्यक्रम के लिए उतना ही अधिक है जितना यहाँ पार्टिसिपेंट हैं। मित्रों, हमारे लिए ये आज 3 दिनों का कार्यक्रम अगर इनोवेशन, न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी और इको फ्रेंडली, ये तीनों, क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरे दुनिया में ये कहा है कि 2070 तक हम कार्बन न्यूट्रल देश के रूप में मैं अपने आप को अवस्थित करूंगा। इसलिए मुझे इनोवेशन भी चाहिए, टेक्नोलॉजी भी चाहिए, इको फ्रेंडली भी चाहिए, और कार्बन न्यूट्रल की ओर हम कैसे जाएं, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी भी उसके साथ चाहिए। मैंने पहले ही कहा कि अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी को बिना याद किए हुए जिनका सपना था, आज अगर रोड कनेक्टिविटी देश के इकोनॉमी में, क्योंकि भारत आज भी 70% अगर किसी देश की तरक्की, किसी राज्य की तरक्की, किसी क्षेत्र की तरक्की, तो लोग कहते हैं कैपिटल चाहिए, इन्वेस्टमेंट, मैन पावर चाहिए और जमीन चाहिए। लेकिन आज की तारीख में अगर 3 ये हो जाए तो डेवलपमेंट नहीं कहलाएगा। अगर कनेक्टिविटी ना हो, चाहे वो कनेक्टिविटी रोड का हो, चाहे डिजिटल कनेक्टिविटी हो, आज डेवलपमेंट के ये बड़े भाग हैं। इसलिए मुझे आज भारत को आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाना है, तो हम मेक इन इंडिया बनाना है, तो कनेक्टिविटी को हम उसी रूप में, और कनेक्टिविटी जब मैं कहता हूं तो रोड कनेक्टिविटी के साथ साथ में ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी की कनेक्टिविटी है, उस कनेक्टिविटी की बात आती है। मुझे फक्र है कि अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी ने 2000 में इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की और 7 लाख किलोमीटर से ऊपर हमने बनाने का काम किया। लेकिन अगर 22 साल में हम 7 लाख पर पहुंचे, तो हम पिछले 8 साल में 3.25 लाख किलोमीटर सड़कों को भी अपग्रेड करके बनाने में मेरा योगदान रहा। यह नरेंद्र मोदी की सोच, और जिस सोच के साथ आज हम यहां तक पहुंचे हैं। आपने देखा एक छोटा सा फिल्म जिसमें टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से हम क्वालिटी कंट्रोल कैसे करते हैं। चाहे ओमास ऐप को आपने देखा, चाहे ई मार्ग को देखा, जियो सड़क देखा, और आज मुझे ये आपके सामने कहते हुए फक्र हो रहा है कि कुछ ही महीने पहले प्रधानमंत्री का कहना है कि डेटा, देश और दुनिया में सबसे बड़ी पूंजी जिसके पास डेटा है। तो विभाग को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं, और मैं अपने आप टीम को धन्यवाद देता कि मैं उस विभाग में हूं। आज भारत के अंदर 45 लाख ग्रामीण सड़कों का डेटा मैंने देश को समर्पित करने का काम किया है। ये डेटा केवल हैबिटेशन को भी लोगों के सामने रखने का काम करेगा। ये डेटा लोगों में एक रोजगार पैदा करने का काम करेगा। मैं जब बात करता हूं डेटा की, तो ये डेटा आज इनोवेशन की बात करने आया हूं, टेक्नोलॉजी की बात कर रहा हूं, वहां डेटा की भी बात कर रहा हूं। इसलिए इनोवेशन जब होगा, टेक्नोलॉजी जब होगा, जब सड़कें, ऐसी सड़कें बनेगी जो कपिल जी के सपनों को और अधिक, वैसे मैं कपिल जी आपको बताऊं कि यहां पर निर्मल जी बैठे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना के जो टर्म्स कंडीशन मेंटेनेंस के हैं, वो सर्वप्रथम रखा गया कि 5 साल हमने इसकी पूरी देख रेख करेंगे। आज सभी लोग इसको उसी ढंग से अपने आप में उतार रहे हैं, दूसरे विभाग भी। इसलिए कि क्वालिटी क्वालिटी पर अगर हमने कंट्रोल नहीं किया, टेक्नोलॉजी अगर हमने ले भी लिया, क्वालिटी नहीं कंट्रोल हुआ, तो शायद हम उसको नहीं मेंटेन कर पाएंगे और आपके सपनों को साकार नहीं कर पाएंगे। आज मैं आपको बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि आज भारत के अंदर में हमारे पूर्व वक्ताओं ने कहा, सचिव ने कहा कि आज देश के अंदर में हम न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी को प्राथमिकता दे रहे हैं। न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी में कई राज्यों ने, उत्तर प्रदेश, मध्य प्रदेश, झारखंड, उड़ीसा, अरुणाचल, असम, नागालैंड, ऐसे कई राज्यों ने इस न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से देश और दुनिया को बताने का काम किया है। और ये आज प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना की भूमिका भारत के विकास में, मुझे एक मेरे कलीग ने कहा कि अरुणाचल जाने के लिए, पहले गांव जाने के लिए पैदल जाना पड़ता था और आज अरुणाचल के सुदूर गांव में भी PMGSY के कारण आज गाड़ियों से हम गांव तक पहुंच पा रहे हैं। और आज न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी, कई राज्य जो इसे एक्सेप्ट करने में उनको थोड़ी कठिनाई हो रही है। मैं चाहूंगा जो ये 3 दिनों का सेशन चलेगा, उन राज्यों को ये बताने का, संतुष्ट करने का काम करेंगे क्या सड़कों की मोटाई, क्या स्टोन से ही, मोटाई से ही सड़क की गुणवत्ता बढ़ता है, या इकोलॉजिकल सिस्टम को मेंटेन करके, चाहे FDR टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे टेराजाइम टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे अन्य कोई सीमेंट ट्रीटेड सब बेस टेक्नोलॉजी हो, चाहे कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी हो, वो टेक्नोलॉजी भारत के अंदर में कई राज्य हैं जहां फ्लड प्रोन जोन है, हमें उनके लिए भी चिंता करने की जरूरत है। क्या ये टेक्नोलॉजी उस फ्लड प्रोन जोन में उसको बचाने का काम करेगा, उन राज्यों को विश्वास दिलाने का काम करेगा, चाहे उत्तर प्रदेश हो, चाहे बिहार हो, आसाम हो, बंगाल हो, कि केवल उनकी मोटाई बढ़ाने से काम चलेगा? मैं आज ये कह सकता हूं कि केवल सड़कों की मोटाई बढ़ा करके, पहाड़ों की कटाई करके हम भारत के इकोलॉजिकल सिस्टम को मजबूत नहीं कर सकते। इसलिए टेक्नोलॉजी की भूमिका को अपनाना ही पड़ेगा, लेना ही पड़ेगा। मैं अभी कह रहा था, केवल एक प्रदेश का मात्र 5000 किलोमीटर, 5300 किलोमीटर में, जो उनके रिपोर्ट के अनुसार 600 से 700 करोड़ का बचत हुआ। ये टेक्नोलॉजी आज केवल सड़कों के है। जैसे उत्तर प्रदेश ने कहा कि मुझे 600-700 करोड़ का बजट हुआ, केवल 5300 किलोमीटर की सड़कें को टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ, ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ जोड़ने के कारण केवल राज्यों के बजट को, राज्यों के खर्चे को कम नहीं करेगा, बल्कि उससे ज्यादा चिंता हमें ग्रीन इको टेक्नोलॉजी का भी है। क्या पहाड़ों की घटती हुई इकोलॉजिकल सिस्टम को खतरा नहीं है? क्या जब हम गाड़ियों से 300-300 किलोमीटर से स्टोन बड़े बड़े लाते हैं, तो वो कार्बन उत्सर्जन होता है कि नहीं होता है। हमें कई चीजों को देखने की जरूरत है। मैं तो आज कहूंगा, जब चर्चा हो रही थी, जब फिल्म में भी दिखाया जा रहा था, इस देश में थर्मल पावर चाहे एनटीपीसी का हो चाहे राज्य का हो, पहले इनकी समस्या इनको वहां से डिस्प्लेस करने का था। बाद में एनएचआई ने, स्टेट हाईवे ने इन सड़कों को रोड फिलिंग में लिया। लेकिन मेरी जानकारी में आज सीमेंट फैक्ट्री 30% प्लस माइनस में उपयोग कर रहे हैं। अगर सीमेंट स्टेबलाइजर टेक्नोलॉजी में या अन्य में इनोवेशन का ये 3 दिनों का सत्र है, मैं रोड कांग्रेस, एनएचआई विभाग सबसे कहूंगा, इस पर स्टार्टअप को एक चैलेंज देना चाहिए कि फ्लाई ऐश हमारे यहां आज एक वेस्ट के रूप में है, केवल रोड फिलिंग का काम आता है। और फिर उसी सीमेंट को हम बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंगें बनाते हैं, अगर 30% वो यूज करते हैं, बाइंडिंग कैपेसिटी है, मुझे नहीं मालूम कि वो कितना काम करेगा। लेकिन मैं ये आप लोगों के सामने एक प्रश्न खड़ा करना चाहता हूं कि देश के अंदर में एनटीपीसी और थर्मल पावर का एक नेटवर्क है, और उस नेटवर्क में हम क्या इस फ्लाई ऐश को भी एक टूल बना सकते हैं क्या? वेस्ट टू वेल्थ, ये मैं कर सकता हूं क्या? मुझे आज खुशी है कि टेक्नोलॉजी को पहले हमारे सचिव और एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी कह चुके हैं कि पीछे हम केवल 1837 किलोमीटर हम ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी में 14 तक लिए, लेकिन अभी अगर सब मिला लेते हैं तो 70,000 से अधिक किलोमीटर हम न्यू ग्रीन टेक्नोलॉजी में राज्यों के साथ मिलकर के जमीन पर उतारने का काम किया है, जिसका एक हम लोगों के सामने उसके एक अच्छे रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं। मैं अंत में 2-3 बातों की ओर ध्यान दिलाना चाहूंगा। टेक्नोलॉजी चाहे जो हो जाए, इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी राज्य सरकार है। हम यहां से मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं, मॉनिटरिंग और इम्प्लीमेंटिंग दोनों की तत्परता अगर एक साथ नहीं हुआ, ट्रांसपेरेंसी, जब हम ट्रांसपेरेंसी की बात करते हैं, जन भागीदारी, क्या सड़कों के निर्माण में राज्य के अधिकारी जो यहां बैठे हैं या जो वर्चुअल में हैं, क्या पब्लिक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को भी आप अपने साथ उस ट्रांसपेरेंसी में पैरामीटर के साथ जोड़ सकते हैं कि नहीं? मैं जब राज्यों में जाता हूं, ये मालूम है कि जब सड़कें बनती है तो एक लैब होनी चाहिए। तो जनप्रतिनिधि कहते हैं कि मुझे तो पता ही लैब नहीं। वो लैब कहां रहता? जब जनप्रतिनिधि को नहीं पता, आम लोगों को कहां से पता होगा? इसके लिए मैं इम्प्लीमेंटिंग एजेंसी स्टेट से और मॉनिटरिंग एजेंसी से भी आग्रह करूंगा। मैंने पहले भी कहा, टेक्नोलॉजी से ज्यादा जरूरत है मॉनिटरिंग का और इम्प्लीमेंट करने की जरूरत है। ट्रांसपेरेंसी की तरह इस पर भी ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। मैं आज ये बताते हुए कि मैं जोड़ रहा था कि सड़कों के ऊपर हमने 3 साल में सड़क तो बनाया, खर्चे तो की, लोगों को कितने को रोजगार दिया, एक हिसाब किताब देख रहा था। देश के अंदर में अगर 19-20 से लेके 20-21, 21-22 में एक मोटा मोटी अगर 73,000 करोड़ हमने खर्च किया तो लगभग 67 करोड़ मानव दिवस भी रोजगार के लिए करोड़ दिवस पैदा करने का काम किया। मैं आज इस अवसर पर आप सबों को शुभकामना भी देना चाहता हूं कि 3 दिनों के अंदर जो टेक्नोलॉजी आया है उस टेक्नोलॉजी को भी हम देखेंगे, जानेंगे और नई टेक्नोलॉजी हमारी आवश्यकता के अनुरूप कैसे हो इस पर भी चर्चा करेंगे। मैं पूरा विश्वास है कि ये 3 दिनों का समुद्र मंथन से एक नया अमृत निकलेगा और उस अमृत से भारत के अंदर ग्रामीण सड़कों में एक नई दिशा और दशा देने का काम करेंगे। जब हम टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करते हैं, लोग कहते हैं अरे ये एफडीआर टेक्नोलॉजी तो 20 साल पुराना है, दुनिया के देशों ने पहले ही इसको उपयोग कर चुका है। मैं चाहता हूं कि हम दुनिया के देशों का अनुकरण अच्छाई में करने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन भारत प्राचीन काल से इनोवेशन का धरती रहा है। हम तो हर चीज में जहां कंस्ट्रक्शन होता, जहां निर्माण होता, हम विश्वकर्मा एक इनोवेटिव को हम बराबर याद करते और उनकी पूजा करके करते। इसलिए भारत की गरिमा को, भारत के प्राचीन टेक्नोलॉजी को अगर पूरे दुनिया में माना जाता था तो आज भी भारत इनोवेशन और टेक्नोलॉजी में दुनिया को भी एक ज्ञान देने का काम करे। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you very much, sir. I invite Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal and his team to present the conference mementos to the Honorable Chief Guest and other esteemed dignitaries. I invite Dr. I.K. Pateria, Director and Chief Quality Coordinator, NRIDA, to propose a vote of thanks.
Respected Honorable Minister for Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Sri Giriraj Singh Ji, other dignitaries on the dais, dear participants and exhibitors, participants who have joined online, our knowledge partners, and our sponsors, team from media. It is an honor and my privilege to propose a formal vote of thanks to all those who have made it convenient to attend this inaugural session, either physically or through online mode. On behalf of NRIDA, Ministry of Rural Development, the World Bank, Indian Roads Congress, and the entire organizing team, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable Union Minister of Rural Development and Panchayati Raj, Sri Giriraj Singh Ji, for presiding over this function and for guiding us through his noble ideas. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence and enlightening address on this occasion. I take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to Honorable Minister of State for Rural Development, Sri Fagan Singh Kulaste Ji, Sadhvi Niranjan Jyoti Ji, Sri Kapil Moreshwar Patil Ji, for gracing the occasion and guiding us for the way forward. I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Secretary General, Secretary General, Indian Roads Congress, Sri Sanjay Kumar Nirmal Ji, Secretary Rural Development, Sri N.N. Sinha Ji, Additional Secretary Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal Ji, and Additional Secretary and Financial Advisor Madam Leena Johri Ji for their gracious presence and for guiding us in organizing this seminar. I must express my thanks to the esteemed guests from World Bank who have joined. Thanks to Dr. Renu Aneja from World Bank, who has been with us during all the preparations for this international conference. My sincere thanks are also to secretaries and other officials who have attended this function, secretaries from various state governments, CEOs of various SRRDAs who are implementing the program in the entire country. I extend my deep gratitude to all the national and international participants attending this conference physically or through VC, all our sponsors, guest delegates, knowledge partners, exhibitors, and friends from print and electronic media. I feel in my duties if I do not express my thanks to all the national quality monitors, state quality monitors, our stakeholders, contractors who have been implementing this program, and any other person whose name I just missed in this vote of thanks. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Now I will request all the dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Minister, for inaugurating the exhibition which is in the next hall. I request all the participants and our guests to be in the hall till the next announcement, just for 2 minutes. Our Honorable Minister and all the dignitaries on dais will now join us for inauguration of exhibition in the next hall. Sir. Yes. I request all the participants and guests to be in the hall, please, just for 2 minutes. There is another announcement. Now I request all the guests and participants to proceed to the next hall, that is next to next, not in the exhibition hall. Exhibition will remain open after its inauguration for all the 3 days. So they can see the inauguration at any point of time. But I invite all the delegates and participants for tea and snacks in the next hall. We have to start the next session at 12:50. We are already delayed. So I will request all participants and guests to be back by 12:50 so that we can start the first session. Thank you.
India, with all her natural and populational diversities, has been witnessing a sea change in the lives of her people during recent times. New horizons of livelihood opportunities have enabled the larger mass residing outside of the urban periphery to join the mainstream socio-economic flow. Opportunities that have been generously provided by the new lifelines of India. An intricate network of modern, all-weather roads constructed under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. PMGSY, a flagship endeavor of the Ministry of Rural Development of India, is managed and technically supported by the National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, an organization dedicated to building capacity and enhancing quality through training. The project was launched in the year 2000 by the Government of India to work jointly with the state governments in providing all-weather road connectivity to designated areas with population sizes of 500 plus in the plain areas and 250 plus in the northeastern and Himalayan regions. The initiative is a giant step towards realizing India's full human resource potential along a journey on these new lifelines connecting the remotest parts of the country to civil amenities like schools, hospitals and agricultural markets.
इस रोड के निर्माण होने से हमारे विद्यालय में एडमिशन में बहुत ही फर्क पड़ा है।
जब से ये रोड बन गई है हम लोग स्कूल टाइम पर पहुंचते हैं।
Since the launch of PMGSY 1 in 2000 till PMGSY 3 launched in 2019, rural infrastructure in India has been upgraded to unprecedented levels. Economic activities have increased considerably with the generation of employments in various forms, investments coming in and businesses growing in the rural sector, fueling the economy to reach new heights.
इस रोड के बनने से आज सभी यहाँ उचित विक्रेता अपने ट्रैक्टर से सामान ले जा करके अपने घरों तक आसानी से पहुँच रहे हैं।
In 2016, a special drive was undertaken for construction and upgradation of strategically important roads in the remotest locations inhabited primarily by India's indigenous people. More than 10,000 kilometers of road length has been sanctioned under this drive so far. Till the 31st of March 2022, a total length of around 7 lakh kilometers of all-weather road has been constructed, achieving the full target of the whole project. The total expenditure incurred is rupees 2.77 lakh crores. This phenomenal empowerment of rural India has attracted the attention of the world. The World Bank in its report on the impact evaluation of PMGSY states that the project has improved accessibility in hilly areas and increased access to economic opportunities.
जब से ये रोड बना है टूरिस्ट डायरेक्ट अपनी गाड़ियां लेके बिलिंग जाता है। जब टूरिस्ट आता है तो हमारा बिजनेस हुआ काफी जोरों से चलता है।
The benefits of the resultant positive impact on human capital formation are being equally enjoyed by all sections of the population. The Niti Aayog has stated in one of its reports in 2020 that the scheme is well aligned with India's international objectives and is contributing immensely towards the nation's sustainable development goals. The selection of target areas for building and restoring roads has been done using the most scientific method by mapping the strategic points on the Geographic Information System or GIS. This mapping has ensured that the most eligible roads are included in the program to provide a boost to India's rural economy. The routine maintenance of PMGSY roads across the country has become more streamlined since 2020 after the introduction of EMARG. It is a GIS-based enterprise and an e-governance solution to aid and assist the officials and contractors in maintaining performance-based maintenance contracts (PBMC) of roads, assessing performances and making automated payments. Earlier, these records were kept manually and were often subjected to errors. EMARG has enabled evidence-based, error-free digital record keeping. The last couple of years have seen an expenditure of rupees 1,300 crores in road maintenance under eMarg. A user-friendly app, Meri Sadak, is helping citizens provide their feedback directly to the ministry. So far, about 1.5 lakh complaints have been lodged through the app, almost 99% of which have already been resolved. So far, around 70,000 kilometers of PMGSY roads have been constructed with non-conventional and new materials. Technologies like FDR using cement and commercial chemical stabilizers like Zydex, Terrazyme, ANT, Stable Road, Roadsem and many others have been used in the process. Other novel technologies like cell-filled concrete, paneled cement concrete, use of waste materials like slag, fly ash, waste plastic and cold mix technology have introduced locally available, low-cost and recycled materials to road construction. FDR, a full-depth reclamation, stands out among all of these as a new-age construction technology. It is primarily a road restoration technique. Full-depth reclamation of an existing pavement is a rehabilitation method that involves recycling of an existing distressed bituminous surface and its underlying layers into a new base layer. Apart from mending a damaged pavement structure, FDR can be adopted for upgradation and widening of existing roads without requiring any structural overlaying of base layers, while designing for the same or higher order of traffic category. The shortened construction schedules add to the cost effectiveness of the technology. Overall, FDR has great advantages in terms of saving time, energy, minimizing material consumption and cost reduction where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high and the quality of aggregate is not good. The cell-filled concrete technology developed by IIT Kharagpur in India itself has enabled PMGSY to build and restore roads at a minimum cost and a minimum effect on the environment. The use of cold mix technology has drastically reduced the emission of greenhouse gases, and the chances of workers meeting with accidents during construction too has been significantly minimized. The use of waste plastic results in less bitumen consumption and is beneficial to our environment as it recycles plastic waste. However, the introduction of these new and green technologies under PMGSY has led to a huge drop in carbon footprint and made the whole process of road construction faster and a lot more cost effective. With a view towards achieving an environmentally sustainable economy, PMGSY has envisaged a new technology vision. Now, a minimum 50% of the proposed roads will be constructed using these new and eco-friendly methods, and waste plastic will be used in constructing more than 70% of the total proposed road length. As for quality control, PMGSY envisages a 3-tier quality control mechanism in order to ensure the strength and durability of these new lifelines of India, while continuing on a journey of fulfilling everyone's dreams. Dreams that would no longer be deterred by difficult roads even in the remotest corners of the country. India today has also opened her arms towards the world for sharing these new and unique technologies that are being used for building rural roads and the invaluable experience gained in the process. Thanks to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, IIT Kharagpur, one of India's premium technology institutes, has come up with a novel technology that has rendered a new edge to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Cell-filled concrete, as the technology is called, involves covering the compacted subgrade or subbase with a formwork of plastic cells made from waste plastic. The formwork ultimately gets filled with concrete or stone to act as the pavement. It is stretched and iron spikes are driven at the corners of the cells. so that the frame remains stiff. Nylon ropes through the cell walls prevent the cells from collapsing while they are filled with concrete or stones. The cells are shredded out on the concrete base with the help of the frame. The coarse aggregate mixture obtained from the factory is carefully checked with sieves to confirm the right proportion of small and large stones. Then, with precise measurement of cement, coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, water and chemicals are mixed to make the concrete. Even with precise measurements, the concrete is tested thoroughly before being used for construction. Once the quality of concrete is confirmed by the tests, the cells are filled with the mixture. Each cell gets an equal feed. Further, the concrete is distributed from the bottom to the top of each cell equally with a road vibrator. A final layer of concrete is spread out and then the road is leveled manually, which adds precision and perfection to the construction. Finally comes the curing process. Agricultural waste straw along with water is poured on the road. Cell-filled concrete technology provides with the opportunity to recycle plastic, which is one of the biggest environmental hazards today. It reduces the construction cost to a considerable extent in comparison with cement concrete pavement. The consumption of aggregate is also reduced substantially compared to conventional cement concrete pavement. The high stiffness of the material reduces the overall crust, which makes road construction economical. Maintenance of these roads is easy, as in case individual cells fail, they can be easily replaced or repaired. As per the new Technology Vision 2022, it has been made mandatory to use cell-filled concrete in 100% of proposed road length in cement concrete road construction under PMGSY. As the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana uses cell-filled concrete in connecting remote habitations with the network of all-weather roads, we salute our institutes and wait for them to come up with more such sustainable technologies that will brighten up the lives and livelihoods of rural India. A major part of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana is restoring depleted and damaged roads, for which the project has adopted several new and innovative technologies, one of which is FDR, Full Depth Reclamation of Roads. This is a cost-effective and eco-friendly technology that ensures protection and conservation of the environment alongside reducing carbon footprint to a great extent. Full depth reclamation of the existing pavement layer offers a significantly cost-effective and sustainable rehabilitation method. Apart from rehabilitation of distressed pavement structure, FDR can be adopted for upgradation and widening of existing roads without requiring any structural overlaying of base layers while designing for the same or higher order of traffic category. The process starts with mixed design, which is carried out with a scientific and systematic approach through reputed institutes like CRRI or IITs that balances the existing and desired engineering properties, constructability, durability and economics. Once mixed design is finalized, the next step starts with gauging the level of rehabilitation required. The carriageway is marked with lime. Then comes spreading of cement and mixing of commercial chemical stabilizers like Zydex, Terrazyme, ANT, Stable Road, Roadsem and many others, which is followed by the application of the recycler or reclaimer, which is the main FDR machine for pulverization. Cube mold castings are then sampled from the pulverized road and kept aside for testing. The grader is then applied for leveling the surface. pad foot is run for heavy compaction and the grader is run again for removing the pad foot marks. The pneumatic tire roller or PTR machine is applied for further leveling and compaction. The cube mold castings are tested for strength and durability after 7 days and then again after 28 days. After the field dry density or FDD test, curing and co-cutting, the reclaimed road is open to traffic even before the surface is layered with bitumen. Overall, FDR has great advantages in terms of saving time, energy, minimizing material consumption and cost reduction where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high and the quality of aggregate is not good. States like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Tripura and West Bengal are using FDR. India, with all her natural and populational diversities, has been witnessing a sea change in the lives of her people during recent times. New horizons of livelihood opportunities have enabled the larger mass residing outside of the urban periphery to join the mainstream socio-economic flow. Opportunities that have been generously provided by the new lifelines of India. An intricate network of modern, all-weather roads constructed under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. PMGSY, a flagship endeavor of the Ministry of Rural Development of India, is managed and technically supported by the National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, an organization dedicated to building capacity and enhancing quality through training. The project was launched in the year 2000 by the Government of India to work jointly with the state governments in providing all-weather road connectivity to designated areas with population sizes of 500 plus in the plain areas and 250 plus in the northeastern and Himalayan regions. The initiative is a giant step towards realizing India's full human resource potential along a journey on these new lifelines connecting the remotest parts of the country to civil amenities like schools, hospitals and agricultural markets.
इस रोड के निर्माण होने से हमारे विद्यालय में एडमिशन में बहुत ही फर्क पड़ा है।
जब से ये रोड बन गई है, हम लोग स्कूल टाइम पर पहुंचते हैं।
Since the launch of PMGSY 1 in 2000 till PMGSY 3 launched in 2019, rural infrastructure in India has been upgraded to unprecedented levels. Economic activities have increased considerably with the generation of employments in various forms, investments coming in and businesses growing in the rural sector, fueling the economy to reach new heights.
इस रोड के बनने से आज सभी यहाँ उचित विक्रेता अपने ट्रैक्टर से सामान ले जा करके अपने घरों तक आसानी से पहुँच रहे हैं।
In 2016, a special drive was undertaken for construction and upgradation of strategically important roads in the remotest locations inhabited primarily by India's indigenous people. More than 10,000 kilometers of road length has been sanctioned under this drive so far. Till the 31st of March 2022, a total length of around 7 lakh kilometers of all-weather road has been constructed, achieving the full target of the whole project. The total expenditure incurred is rupees 2.77 lakh crores. This phenomenal empowerment of rural India has attracted the attention of the world. The World Bank in its report on the impact evaluation of PMGSY states that the project has improved accessibility in hilly areas and increased access to economic opportunities.
जब से ये रोड बना है, टूरिस्ट डायरेक्ट अपनी गाड़ियां लेके बिलिंग जाता है। जब टूरिस्ट आता है तो हमारा बिजनेस जो है काफी जोरों से चलता है।
The benefits of the resultant positive impact on human capital formation are being equally enjoyed by all sections of the population. The Niti Aayog has stated in one of its reports in 2020 that the scheme is well aligned with India's international objectives and is contributing immensely towards the nation's sustainable development goals. The selection of target areas for building and restoring roads has been done using the most scientific method by mapping the strategic points on the Geographic Information System or GIS. This mapping has ensured that the most eligible roads are included in the program to provide a boost to India's rural economy. The routine maintenance of PMGSY roads across the country has become more streamlined since 2020 after the introduction of EMAG. It is a GIS-based enterprise and an e-governance solution to aid and assist the officials and contractors in maintaining performance-based maintenance contracts (PBMC) of roads, assessing performances and making automated payments. Earlier, these records were kept manually and were often subjected to errors. EMAG has enabled evidence-based, error-free digital record keeping. The last couple of years have seen an expenditure of rupees 1,300 crores in road maintenance under EMAG. A user-friendly app, Meri Sadak, is helping citizens provide their feedback directly to the ministry. So far, about 1.5 lakh complaints have been lodged through the app, almost 99% of which have already been resolved. So far, around 70,000 kilometers of PMGSY roads have been constructed with non-conventional and new materials. Technologies like FDR using cement and commercial chemical stabilizers like Zydex, Terrazyme, ANT, Stable Road, RoadSem and many others have been used in the process. Other novel technologies like cell-filled concrete, paneled cement concrete, use of waste materials like slag, fly ash, waste plastic and cold mix technology have introduced locally available, low-cost and recycled materials to road construction. FDR, a full-depth reclamation, stands out among all of these as a new-age construction technology. It is primarily a road restoration technique. Full-depth reclamation of an existing pavement is a rehabilitation method that involves recycling of an existing distressed bituminous surface and its underlying layers into a new base layer. Apart from mending a damaged pavement structure, FDR can be adopted for upgradation and widening of existing roads without requiring any structural overlaying of base layers, while designing for the same or higher order of traffic category. The shortened construction schedules add to the cost effectiveness of the technology. Overall, FDR has great advantages in terms of saving time, energy, minimizing material consumption and cost reduction where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high and the quality of aggregate is not good. The cell-filled concrete technology developed by IIT Kharagpur in India itself has enabled PMGSY to build and restore roads at a minimum cost and a minimum effect on the environment. The use of cold mix technology has drastically reduced the emission of greenhouse gases, and the chances of workers meeting with accidents during construction too has been significantly minimized. The use of waste plastic results in less bitumen consumption and is beneficial to our environment as it recycles plastic waste. However, the introduction of these new and green technologies under PMGSY has led to a huge drop in carbon footprint and made the whole process of road construction faster and a lot more cost effective. With a view towards achieving an environmentally sustainable economy, PMGSY has envisaged a new technology vision. Now, a minimum 50% of the proposed roads will be constructed using these new and eco-friendly methods, and waste plastic will be used in constructing more than 70% of the total proposed road length. As for quality control, PMGSY envisages a three-tier quality control mechanism in order to ensure the strength and durability of these new lifelines.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I request all the participants to please take your seats. We are starting session 1. Please take your seats. To start this first technical session, I will request Professor P.K. Sikdar sir to please come on the dais as the session chair. Dr. Sikdar, please. I also request Professor A. Veera Raghavan to please come on the dais. In this session, we have one presentation through VC, and our other 3 speakers are already in the hall. I request Professor Sudhakar Reddy, IIT Kharagpur, to please come on the dais. I also request Professor B. Krishna to please come on the dais. One more speaker is our additional secretary, MORD and DG NRIDA, Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal. He is in the nearby hall. He will be joining us a little later. I request the team NRIDA to welcome Professor P.K. Sikdar, the session chair. I also request team NRIDA to please welcome Professor A. Veera Raghavan, rapporteur for this session. We also welcome all our esteemed speakers. First, Professor Sudhakar Reddy, and then Professor V. Krishna. Now I hand over the dais to the session chair. Before that, I will introduce the speakers and the session chair. The session chair for this session is Professor P.K. Sikdar, who is well known in the field of highway engineering. He is former professor from IIT Mumbai and also former director, Central Road Research Institute, New Delhi. During his tenure, Institute witnessed maximum external cash flow year after year. He prepared base documents on Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. He has been involved in projects of significant importance such as Golden Quadrilateral Project, training and dissemination of HDM4, Delhi Metro, and many other prestigious projects. We welcome you, sir. I also introduce Professor A. Veera Raghavan, who is currently a professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras. He earned his graduation from Annamalai University, MTech degree in Civil Transportation Engineering from IIT Madras, and PhD from Bangalore University. He has 42 years of experience in teaching, research, and industrial consultancy. He has published over 100 research papers in national and international journals, and over 150 research publications in international and national conference proceedings. We welcome you, sir. We have the first speaker through VC, Dr. Phil Page Green from South Africa, who will be joining us. Dr. Philip is professor and expert consultant in civil engineering faculty at Swain University of Technology. He has worked in CSIR Pretoria, South Africa for 37 years with projects in 27 countries. We have another speaker, Professor Sudhakar Reddy from IIT Kharagpur. He is Professor and Head of Civil Engineering Department at IIT Kharagpur. He has more than 3 decades of PhD and MTech degrees from IIT Kharagpur, specialized in pavement engineering. We have with us our Additional Secretary and DG NRIDA, who will be joining a little later, Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal. He is currently working as Additional Secretary MORD and DG NRIDA. Before joining this Ministry of Rural Development, he has had extensive experience of working in the government of Uttar Pradesh in various key positions. Dr. Goyal is graduate in electrical engineering from IIT Delhi. During his service, he has also acquired MA and PhD in economics. He also attended MSc program in public management and governance at London School of Economics and Political Science, London. We have one more speaker, Dr. B. Krishna, who is Associate Professor and Head of Civil Engineering and Environmental Engineering Department at IIT Tirupati. During the past 18 years, he has been engaged in several interdisciplinary research and teaching projects, including transportation pavement materials, design, maintenance, and rehabilitation. He obtained both doctoral and Master of Science degrees in Civil and Environmental Engineering from Arizona State University, USA. With introduction of speakers, now I hand over the dais to the session chair and moderator for conducting the session. Thank you.
Is it working? It is working. Technology. We're talking about technology, so obviously there will be some problem with technology at some point in time. Well, welcome to this first session. This is a keynote presentation session of 4 keynote speakers. Now, in the inaugural session of this conference, the 4 ministers and 3 secretaries have told everything about PMGSY. So I don't have to add anything onto that. I will add something newer than that, other than what they have said. Now, these 2 things they have mentioned, if you remember, OMAS and EMARC. These are the hallmark of this particular program, PMGSY. Those who are attending from international kind of locations and other international participants, this PMGSY, we call it Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, and English translation is Prime Minister's Rural Road Program. Now, no other road authority, whether it is National Highway Road Authority or a state road authority, has been able to adopt a system like OMAS and EMARC till date. This is really fantastic, which ensures the quality, quantity, as well as the maintenance, the sustenance of these roads for a long time to come. And as you probably don't know that the beginning of this program, when it was started in 2000, I happened to be in Central Road Research Institute, and this whole program was initiated from there, and these 5-year liability for maintenance after construction, all these were thought at that point in time, thinking about a national program which is required to be built by states, because it is a state subject as per constitution. Center cannot go to the state to build the rural roads. And because money is given by center, managed by center, delivered by states, it was a very complicated task to get the quality, quantity, and the sustenance. And that's why all these good things that the ministers have described, that has come out of all these things. And these are the laurels of this program, which is looked very high by entire world. And everyone wants to emulate this program. Not only in this country, in other countries as well. And that's what is the beauty of this. And as a result of that, Honorable Minister mentioned that chief ministers have started this PMGSY, Chief Ministers, Rural Road Program. Because they saw that it is so successful, they also wanted to earn some names out of some program like this. And this is the kind of nature of this program. And this technology has been right from day one, the issue. And what the keynote address of Secretary mentioned, they have done all these technology upgradation from time to time in Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana 1, 2, 3 times and again. Even the long-term pavement performance study is also taken up for the rural roads by NRIDA. So what to say about this program? Everything is really great. Now, let us hear more from these speakers rather than we keep talking about this. Let us look into the new technologies that are going to be suggested by these 4 speakers. Regarding the rules of this session, I would request my colleague, reporter, Professor Viraragavan from IIT Madras, to tell you about the rules of this session, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we have 4 presentations. The first is through VC. There will be 3 more speakers following the VC. The time now is 1:25. We are supposed to finish at 1:50. I do hope that we will be able to complete the session at least by 2:15 or 2:30. So after the VC, I request all the speakers to take about 15 minutes of time instead of 20 minutes and then complete the presentation. If possible, we will have a question and answer. If not possible, you can interact with the speakers during the lunch break. So let us start the session with the VC by the use of alternate technologies and materials in the construction of low volume roads by Philip Page Green.
Yes, good afternoon, delegates. Firstly, I take this opportunity just to thank Dr. Pateri and his team for inviting me to present this keynote lecture at this important conference. And I'd like to congratulate the team on the large attendance that they've managed to get today. I'll be discussing the use of alternate technologies and materials in the construction of low volume roads. And I'm talking from Pretoria in South Africa, where it's a nice, cool winter's morning at the moment. So let's move on to the presentation. Okay, by way of introduction, I think worldwide many countries have substantial rural road networks which consist of primarily of earth or gravelled roads. These are often poorly designed and maintained. They're subjected to extreme weather conditions and are heavily trafficked in many cases. And this leads to impassable conditions and poor access during inclement weather. There are also unacceptable social conditions, obviously. Things like loss of community access, loss of income, loss of access to markets, reduced economic development opportunities. And we can see in the photos to the side here, the upper photograph shows a road totally impassable in wet weather, except by 4x4 vehicles. But even when it dries out, it is very cut up, rough, and very difficult to traverse. The bottom photograph does show poor drainage. And obviously, if we upgrade the roads, we need to upgrade the drainage. And just by improving the road drainage itself, we tend to raise the formation, which allows us to put pipes and culverts beneath the road into the formation and allow this water to pass. The cost of upgrading these roads to pave standards using conventional designs that we're all used to currently generally makes improvement of the roads untenable. A simplified design method for rural low-volume roads has been developed, and it maximizes the use of local available materials, minimizes the use of imported materials, things like crushed rock, quarried materials, and promotes sustainability with the added inclusion of optimizing climate resilience. The pavement designs are not overly conservative, so more attention to their inputs and analysis is required than for the generally more conservative traditional designs, and a good understanding of the process, the materials, the construction, maintenance is required from the design engineer. So we need to put a lot more personal engineering judgment into this type of design. Obviously, this is a brief summary in the available time of some of the fundamental concepts involved and identifies areas where significant savings may be derived. Just by way of background, the design philosophy follows ongoing research and investigations covering more than 4 decades in South Africa. It's based on accepted scientific principles and full-scale and accelerated pavement monitoring. And there's a reference at the back of the document and this presentation giving the background to this design method. We can see the photographs on the right-hand side. The upper one, 1991, this was a forest road upgraded from a gravel road using the DCP method and local material that was previously used for the unpaved road. The lower central photograph shows the same road in 2020. Very little maintenance had been done. It carried about 2 million standard axles, say mostly timber trucks, and yet the road was still in perfect condition. And then the lower photograph shows you what I'm sure a lot of you in India have seen in Delhi, the heavy vehicle simulator, which has been used for accelerated testing of some of these roads in Southern Africa. So the design method essentially uses a dynamic cone penetrometer, or the DCP test method, which directly measures a proxy for the in-situ shear strength of materials at the test point. And normally we test down to a depth of at least 800 millimeters, so we get a full understanding of the strength profile under the future pavement. The number of DCP blows required to achieve this depth is known as the DCP structural number, or the DSN 800, which we'll refer to in this presentation. And this is no different to any other structural number. For instance, the Oshto method or any of these other design methods. The measured strength is at the in-situ moisture and density conditions. We must always bear this in mind when we're doing our design. Okay, DTP testing allows many tests to be carried out quickly with minimal disturbance of the actual road surface. Sections with similar characteristics can easily be identified, and the road under investigation can be subdivided into uniform sections. Again, a standard construction procedure. But these uniform sections, based on what we see there, we can give what we call environmentally optimized design and literally design each section for the prevailing environment. Layer strength diagrams developed for various traffic condition categories show a plot of the required DCP strength, or the DN in millimeters per blow with depth, for different traffic standard axle categories. I'll blow this up in the next slide just and explain it in a bit more detail. But these layer strength diagrams provide a well-balanced deep pavement structure, and it developed on the basis of the DCP structural number, that DSN 800. Okay, it's just a quick blow up there. And what we here is different colored lines for different traffic categories, right from 3,000 standard equivalent axles up to 1 million standard equivalent axles. The top axis of the figure shows the DN, or the DCP penetration rate in millimeters per blow. And obviously, as the material gets stronger, the DN decreases. So weak material, you have a high penetration rate. The strong material, you have a low penetration rate. The pavement designs are based on 150 millimeter layers. And one can see as we move from the right to the left with the increasing traffic categories, the DCP penetration rate decreases. So we require stronger materials. And this is the fundamental design requirement. Obviously, we can also use a test for material characterization in the laboratory. And Mike Pernod, I think tomorrow in his presentation will mention this, as well as for construction quality control. Okay, so the entire pavement design is based on the DCP test results. There's some basic testing of the in situ and potential borrowed materials is required, and this is discussed in another paper which is referenced, to ensure that the materials in the existing road are fundamentally suitable for use. We don't want to use expensive clays or saline materials or problematic materials. So things like expansive, soft clays, dispersive, saline or collapsible soils need to be identified and avoided based on these preliminary routine tests. This is an example here of a dispersive soil that's been used in a low volume road, and there's ongoing continual maintenance because that material is unsuitable. And this is only in the formation and embankment layers, not in the structural layers. Saline materials, again, we can see here, a road within a year or so of construction, total failure due to too much soluble salt being in that this is a fairly homogeneous, uniform material. We may only need to test it every 250 or 500 meter interval. If it's a more variable material, we typically test at 100 meter intervals, but we could even go to 50 or 25 meter intervals if necessary. So once the uniform section is identified, then it's obviously necessary to obtain representative samples of the materials and the prevailing in situ moisture contents. So we need to sample the material and see what the moisture content is at the time of our DCP testing, so we can relate back to what we're getting in the field once we've looked at the laboratory tests. For each potential pavement layer, we need a sample, and we do standard laboratory testing analysis, but the testing differs in that we don't do CBR, California Bearing Ratio testing. We do a DCP test in that CBR mold. So we compact it conventionally at the different efforts and knock a DCP test into that mold at various moisture and density combinations. And we end up with a figure that looks something like this. We can see the DCP penetration value down the left axis and the compaction along the bottom. And we get some interesting relationships by looking at this. Firstly, obviously, as the density goes up, the strength increases, so the DCP penetration rate comes down. But we can also identify the types of material and look at the sensitivity of the material to moisture and density, for instance, which are important during construction. Obviously, the larger the distance between these lines, the blue and the green, for instance, the more moisture sensitive the material is. So this is indicative of the plasticity. And the flatter the lines are in the horizontal axis, the less density sensitive the materials are. which again is more related to the grading than anything else. So we can get a lot of information from these curves. Okay, so the use of the DCP penetration rate is preferred to the conventional CBR strength. What we used to do is do a DCP test, convert it to a CBR using various correlation models, and these have been shown to be not that reproducible, but also very material sensitive. Again, there's a reference here. You'll see to Livne, who's done a lot of work on the DCP test and indicated this material sensibility. So by using the DCP penetration rate directly, we can eliminate many of these problems. The average plot of the DCP profile for each uniform section will typically appear as the gray line in this plot here. And again, we've got the DCP penetration rate along the top with depths down to 800 millimeters. And here we've got the maximum and the minimum and the average. And we can calculate any percentile in between and use these as necessary. So the design method basically involves comparing the selected DCP profile for each uniform section with the required layer strength diagram for that traffic. Okay, so here we've got the catalogs, design catalogs, and the black dotted line is the in situ DCP profile. Where the profile lies to the right of the selected design curve, the material has insufficient strength. Where it is to the left of the curve, adequate strength. So we can see for the low traffic roads, the blue line, for instance, the line is totally to the left of it, so that is adequate for that design. But when we get up to the light blue line on the left side of the figure, we see mostly that black dotted line is to the right of it, so there's insufficient strength. Obviously, as I said before, moisture contents in the pavement structure may vary with time, and the material would weaken if the moisture increases. So we assess the impact of this from the laboratory tests. Another thing that we recommend is that we compact to refusal. So we actually compact the material to as high density as we can get with the equipment available, ensuring that at least it's past or exceeds the minimum recommended density. But again, we don't want to over-compact it, so we start breaking aggregate down. Okay, field investigations have shown that the moisture content pavement layers seldom rise above optimum moisture content. In a reasonably drained material, the in-situ, in-service moisture content is usually somewhat below optimum. So an essential part of the DCP design method is stabilizing the moisture regime. And we need to incorporate an adequate and effective drainage regime, including things like higher than normal crossfalls on the carriageway, preferably 3 to 4%, and on the shoulders at least 5% to get the water away from that pavement structure. A minimum height between the crown of the road and the bottom or invert of the side drains. And again, depending on the climate, terrain, the drain lining, trafficability, but we're usually looking at about 3/4 of a meter. Effective movement of water from the side drains away from the road, so good smooth grade, effective mitre drains or turnouts, and then regular and effective maintenance of the road surfacing and drainage systems. And this is not only a design thing, but also a climate resilience requirement. If we do not maintain the drains correctly, we're likely to have problems. Again, there's well-constructed drains here, nice level beneath the road crown, but they are just not effective due to poor drainage maintenance. Okay, so this effective and regular maintenance is also essential to ensure climate resilience. The capacity of all drains must be such that the expected increase in extreme storm events in future, higher and more intense rainfall periodically due to climate change. So we need to cater for this. So all the calculations, identification of the pavement design and strengthening needs can be simply calculated using the FCAP DCP design software. And this is freely available for download in the handout, the summary of this presentation, and in the references here. If one clicks on that link, you'll go straight to a site where you can register your name, download the software, and do all the analyses. Okay, so that's what the page looks like. Yeah, and from there on, it tells you exactly what to do. There's manuals, there's videos to assist with interpretation and use of the software. Okay, so to optimize the design and construction costs, appropriate cost-effective bituminous surfacing should be employed. Many of the low-volume road pavement structures may be quite flexible and often have fairly high deflections, certainly higher than conventional pavements. So the flexibility of the surfacing to absorb and tolerate these deflections is an important consideration. And this will be in a separate presentation by Gerrie van Zyl on Thursday. There are, of course, some limitations to the design method. It's most suitable when existing unpaved road will be upgraded to a paved standard following mostly the existing alignment and grade. If the road is to be realigned significantly or raised on a high embankment, which is necessary for climate resilience adaptation, for instance, the method is not totally suitable. Some aspects of it can be used, however, in the design, including things like subgrade evaluation, strength assessment of the proposed materials in the laboratory, borrow materials, or checking their compliance with the required layer strength diagrams. So it's still applicable and appropriate for the upper pavement structure. The technology has been widely implemented in South Africa. Recently, it's also been implemented in Malawi, Ghana, and investigations in Uganda and Zambia have been carried out and shown that the method ends up with a pavement cost around about 50% of the conventional design. It's also been customized for India and fully detailed in a World Bank document. And I think this was mentioned a little bit earlier in the prior to tea time. So that, again, that is available from the World Bank. Okay, so let's just move on to alternative materials briefly. I'm not going to go into much detail because time is limited. So not all materials that are economically available are suitable for the pavement layers, particularly the more important structural subbase and base materials. So the need for improving these materials arises. And this can be achieved in a number of ways: mechanical stabilization or chemical stabilization. And there are a number of presentations at this conference covering these issues. The important issue to bear in mind is the difference between modification and stabilization. The modification improves the material properties without any marked cementation. In other words, the material remains in a granular state. So there are a lot of chemicals that we can add to granular materials which do not create a bond. So they still perform as a granular material, where stabilization itself causes cementation and the development of a tensile strength. So we get a much stiffer layer. Mechanical stabilization, very briefly, standard construction practice. We normally do this: blending, densification, compaction, breakdown of oversized material. But in the last few years, there have been a lot of developments in equipment, things like bucket crushers and screeners, which attach to conventional excavators to allow on-site breaking down. And we can see here that the upper photograph shows a crushing bucket, where you just, the excavator picks up the material, operates a crusher, and reduces size. The bottom one is the screening bucket, where the material is screened through a mesh to provide a much better material. And in fact, in the last week or so, I found this construction site in India where there's a crusher bucket actually being used on site. So it's relatively new innovation, but it's growing in popularity worldwide. Okay, I mentioned this chemical stabilization involves the addition of a product to material, such as bonding between individual particles within the material may occur. And we can see a stabilized material. The fine particles between the two rounded particles on left and right have actually been bonded together by newly developed materials. It could be direct bonding, such as with bitumen, which Kim Jenkins, I'm sure, will tell us about in the next day or so, or the creation of new bonding products, as is the case with lime or cement, and this was shown in this figure to the right. The use of the bonding products, cement, lime, bitumen, is well established, not covered in this presentation, but as I said, is discussed elsewhere at this conference. There are numerous modern proprietary soil improvers on the market. And again, each of these is a particular mechanism of reaction. It needs to be tested on the proposed material. Some work, some don't work, some work with some materials, some work with other materials. So we need to ensure that the material we're using, if we use these chemical products, we get the required end product specification, usually in terms of strength or stiffness. There are also numerous materials, chemicals that are combined with cement, lime, or bitumen that are being increasingly used for soil improvement. And one of these particulars is the nanopolymers in bitumen, which is showing pretty good success in many countries. Okay, the last section will just be a brief summary of alternative materials. And this concentrates on what we call byproduct materials. We used to call them waste materials, but they're not waste because they can be used. Most countries are littered with the residues from mining, industrial, manufacturing, or construction processes. These are all potentially useful construction materials. And there's a whole lot here. And these have been summed by Bandio Padje in a World Bank document. I'll just skim through very quickly things like truss concrete and construction and demolition waste, aluminium industry waste, tires. Many of these are already being used, but we need to understand how they work and what they do. We can see here on the right, the upper photograph, this is an asphalt constructed solely with broken glass. And this was taken in the 1980s in the United States. So it's not a new technology. The bottom photograph shows a road constructed with pure phosphogypsum, stabilized with about 4% of cement. And you can see there's a wide range of materials here. And each of these has been researched to some extent, but there's a lot of research still needed. Blast furnace slag, for instance, construction and demolition waste are widely used, but we need to still be careful. Again, on the photograph on the top right shows a large blister around about 30 or 40 millimeters high in a newly constructed road using slag. This was about 6 weeks after construction. The slag looked like a good material in the central photograph. There were some oxides and things. But under this blister, we can see a lot of white material and a very pulverized gray slag. The white material is magnesium oxide that is hydrated. And it expands more than 100% expansion when it hydrates. And it just shattered the material and ended up in the blisters we see on the top. So there's still many of these products that require additional research. The general behavior, a lot of the material is similar to conventional aggregates. So the good slag, if it's used without any of this unhydrated magnesium oxide, for instance, will perform as well as any aggregate. I've mentioned the problems with slags, and again with mine waste. There are often sulfates, for instance, and soluble salts in mine waste. Again, in the document I mentioned earlier, there are possible uses for some of these materials as well as potential problems. These have been summarized, but a lot of the materials still require some additional research, and there's a lot of scope here for master's and doctoral studies into some of these materials. The use of byproduct materials have come with many advantages, things like less environmental degradation, release of land used for storage of material. Large tracts of land are covered with these materials. Reduced processing costs. Most of these materials have been refined to some extent, crushed or broken down, or so the crushing costs, for instance, are reduced. Reduced haulage costs. Many of these in the areas where construction is going, so peri-urban areas and places like that. And then obviously conservation of existing non-renewable material resources that are becoming more and more costly and difficult to obtain. We need to conserve these for higher quality roads in future. Right, just to summarize very briefly, to reduce the backlog of unpaved roads requiring upgrading, innovations and new technologies are essential. We've discussed a simple design method for low volume roads based on the use of a dynamic cone penetrometer, a simple comparison of the in situ soil profile with the structure required to carry the design traffic allows specific pavement designs for each uniform section along the road. The use of the procedure, together with innovative soil improvement techniques and the use of local and or valuable byproduct materials, will result in highly cost-effective and sustainable road provision. Obviously, climate resilience, environmental issues have also been briefly introduced. Okay, these are some of the references. There are a few more in the summary paper that was given as a handout, but these cover everything I've said and explain in greater detail what I've said today. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Well, this presentation was a good one. Of course, especially the first part of it was excellent, trying to tell us how to relate actually the moisture density and strength parameters of the material that we'll use and how we should economize in the cost. That's what was this, and there is a free software downloadable, and obviously that probably is an attraction to some of the construction people. And of course, subsequent stabilization part, obviously we have done a lot in this country. So that's, I mean, it's okay. It's their experience, but we have a lot of experience in that as well. Anyway, this will be discussed further. Next presentation is by Professor Sudhakar Reddy from IIT Kharagpur, and we would request him to constrain himself. Maybe about 12 minutes.
Professor Shikdar, Professor Veeraraghvan, Dr. Krishna, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I'm audible there.
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Yeah, okay. Considering that this talk is happening in the first session of the conference, I've taken the liberty of making my talk part philosophical, part technical. I'll not be actually talking about any specific technology, but I've taken 3 technologies as an example to put my point across. So let me get ahead with that. Thanks to the initiatives taken by NRDA, we have a lot of technologies being used currently. I have only 12 minutes, so I'll quickly rush through that. I have put a list of some of those technologies here, including various kinds of binders, various kinds of stabilization techniques, including different forms of concrete pavement technologies, and so on and so forth. Dr. Green has given a big list of technologies that one can use. But all these have to be examined within the purview of a specific framework that they all have to perform. They all have to be adequately workable. You should be able to recycle them. You should be able to easily maintain, manage, recycle, reconstruct if possible. And these are the general frameworks within which every new innovation, new technology has to be evaluated. And all roads have to satisfactory performance. I was trying to give you general idea of what we expect, whether it is a expressway, low volume road, new technology, or conventional pavement. All of them will have to give you the same performance. In terms of these indicators, you have to have functional performance in terms of road users perspective, and also structural indicators such as fracture, plastic deformation. I was trying to give you some idea about what is comfort, which aspect of road influences comfort and all those things. But I don't think I have that kind of a time. I'll quickly go to my point. See, we're going to use different kinds of materials, different processes for constructing these layers. So all of them are going to fail. When you build these pavements, one or more layers are going to fail, which is going to affect your performance. So which layer is going to fail in what mode? It is very important for you to identify, because some of these new materials, depending on the process that you adopt, they're going to fail in different modes. Whether it is fracture, plastic deformation, or other forms, it is essential that you understand that This is the point that I'm trying to make. So the new technology material, whether it is just a purely water proofing of the material, increasing the strength of the material, or increasing some other property of the load spreader capability of the material, you understand what is the key point of the technology and make sure that that is actually achieved through your process of material selection, construction process. Let me see if I can give you an example and then tell you how important it is. For example, if it is cement concrete, it can only fail by fracture. If it is a small block, there is no question of fracture. It can only by compression or faulting and then surface profile variation. All the other layers, subgrade, unbound granular bases and subbases, they will undergo plastic deformation. If it is cemented base, it will first crack, then subsequently you have to worry about plastic deformation. So you need to understand how a given pavement constructed using different combinations of materials, different processes, which layer is going to fail first in what mode. As an example, I have taken 3 different technologies. All 3 are concrete pavements. We have short panel concrete pavement, we have self-fill concrete block pavement, and also is the conventional block pavement. All of them are concrete, so we should call them as concrete pavements. But what is different in each one of them is the size of this block. So what changes when you change the size of this block? For example, why do you go for concrete pavements? Typically, our flexible pavements fail because of applied wheel loads and primarily because of the moisture. In village roads, we generally do not have the luxury of providing adequate internal drainage, adequate external drainage, such as raising the subgrade above the water table level, and also extending the granular subbase to the full width of the pavement, which we call as daylighting, which is not practically feasible, most cases. This is not practically feasible even in some national highway projects. In such a case, moisture is our main problem. We all know concrete is a good one when you have problem with moisture. So it is least susceptible to moisture damage. So if possible, if you can use concrete pavements under those conditions where we cannot take care of drainage, either by raising the embankment or by providing full width granular layer as your drainage layer, then concrete is the best option. But we have designed concrete pavements as per IRCSP 62, 2014 version. Typically, these thicknesses work out to be around 170 to 200, depending on the condition, depending on the temperature gradient, which is significantly thick and then costly when compared to flexible pavement. Then how do we reduce the thickness? The only option of reducing the concrete pavement thickness is to reduce the size of the slab. How do we reduce the size of slab? Decrease the joints. So the idea is so that we'll be able to use concrete in all these conditions. We don't want to use very thick pavements. So idea is to reduce the slab size. The 3 options that I showed here, short panel concrete pavement, self-fill concrete pavement, and the conventional block pavement, they're all forms of concrete with shorter slab sizes. Typically, SP 62 recommends a joint spacing of about 2.5 to 4. Most of national highways, the slab size is about 4.5 by 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 4. Different sizes are there. So large slab to the smallest slab, when you come to block pavement, that is how the size is changing. What happens when the size changes? How to create the joints? We cut a groove and expect that below the groove there is a crack that is going to form. So that is the main concept of how we create slabs of different size. You are going to cut a groove, expect a crack to form below that, thereby create a slab of specific size 4 or 3.5 or whatever it is. So what changes from a large slab to small slab, as most of you know, large slabs bend, small blocks do not bend. They directly transmit load more of compressive mode because they cannot bend, whereas the large slabs, they undergo flexure. So the load distribution is mostly by bending, by direct compression. But when you talk about small blocks, the load distribution is mostly by direct compression than by bending. That's what changes from large slab to small slab. So reducing the slab size increase the stress on the foundation, but will reduce the flexural stresses in concrete slab. Compressive stress concrete is good, not so much in flexural tensile stress. So if you can reduce the flexural tensile stress in concrete slab by reducing the size of the slab, it is going to work. But your stresses on foundation are going to increase. But one of the most important factors that you consider when you create joints is that there is going to be crack that is going to form. There is going to be load transfer across the crack. If that doesn't happen, there is going to be serious problem. So when you apply load on a pavement, you would expect that to be distributed over wider area. Large panels, the load distribution is over much wider area. Even block pavements, the load placed on one block should be shared by adjacent blocks and should be distributed over sufficiently wide area so that the foundation is not overly stressed. That is the main idea of the foundation. So whether it is block pavement, large slab size, load distribution to the adjacent slabs is a key there. So how does this happen? There has to be interlocking between adjacent block, or you have to introduce load transfer mechanism if interlocking is not happening. Like we do in the case of national highways, we have dole bars as an additional load transfer mechanism, but blocks, short blocks, and then self-fill concrete pavements, we have no reinforcement. Short panel also we have no reinforcement. We have to depend on aggregate interlocking. Also, when you have short panels, what is critical load position in the case of large slab highways will be entirely different when you go for a short panel. So different load positions will be critical for top-down cracking, bottom-up cracking. Whether you're using for a single lane road, two-lane road, multi-lane carriageways, and then where your loads are going to be, where is your wheel park. Accordingly, which panel, which load position is going to be very critical. Accordingly, you have to analyze it for that. I'm showing photographs of some national highway test tracks that have been laid in on NH18, and this is what Professor Pandey was actually advising the PMGSY engineers of West Bengal. Many short panel concrete pavements that were constructed in West Bengal. So when you construct a short panel concrete, as I said, joint spacing is going to be shorter. The overall cutting length is going to increase. So you have to adopt a different pattern of joint cutting because you have to spend more time, longer joint lengths, and the time available is also going to be shorter. You have to employ multiple cutters and then finish the job within the time period that is available. This is very important. Otherwise, you're going to end up with problems. And also, when you cut a groove, it is essential that there is going to be crack that is going to form below the groove. Don't compromise on the depth of the groove. Some places, even on national highways, the long-term joints have been cut only to 20-30 millimeters. Thereby, you will not see the crack forming below the panel concrete pavement. We were supposed to for short panel concrete, but we were so late that we could not do that. Analysis is almost ready. Maybe by next month we should be able to do that. So this is a typical analysis of the short panel using a multi slab analysis.
Ready, you have to close.
2 minutes? 1 minute. Okay. So quickly, another two forms of concrete pavement technologies which have been discussed earlier, so I will not go into those details, which is self-fill concrete pavement, which is nothing but you got form of plastic shells, put concrete in that. These are in situ, cast in situ, jointed concrete pavements, short joints. So you got short blocks, typical to your, very similar to your interlocking concrete block pavements, very similar to that, right? But these are cast in situ, interlocking pavements are precast. So here also, I think I'll only highlight just one point. The load transfer from one slab to another slab is the key. If you put such a thick plastic sheet and after you pour the concrete, if the walls of the blocks are vertical, you don't have a technology there. No innovation there, nothing is working. The walls plastic sheet must bend. It should create an interlocking arrangement. If that doesn't happen, you have not created a layer. Each block is transmitting load to the lower layers by direct compression, so that doesn't work. So your plastic sheet should be of adequate stiffness so that it doesn't collapse during the construction, but it must bend so as to create the interlocking between adjacent blocks. I have seen people who have used very thick, stiff plastic walls, thereby creating vertical walls. That technology doesn't work. Same is the case with your block pavement. I'm skipping some slides. Just one point to make here. Most of you constructed block pavements. So here also load transfer has to happen from one block to another one. This happens only because the sand particles which are there in the jointing, the joint dilate when you apply shear force. If the dilation doesn't happen, there is no lateral force on the blocks, there is no load transfer taking place. Unless you use the exact gap between the blocks, unless you use the specified gradation of jointing sand, you're not able to mobilize the optimal level of interlocking between these blocks. Your interlocking block payments are not working. So it is very essential you identify the key points that are important for these innovations, which make these innovations work, and then take care of them. If you miss this point, your block payment doesn't work, self-fill concrete payment doesn't work, even your panel concrete payment doesn't work. So please identify any innovation or any technology that is provided to you. What is the key point there? And then make sure that you ensure that that is happening in the field during construction. This is the point that I wanted to highlight, that any technology that is given to you, find out why it is different and why it is supposed to give you better performance compared to conventional payment. Make sure that is achieved, right? Professor Viragan?
Yeah.
Am I good?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Reddy. He has suggested innovation, no doubt, required in technology, but look for the performance as well. And that will be possible only when you know the failure mode of the material that you are using in the construction. So unless you can relate these things, you will end up with problems. And that's what is suggested in the later half by several examples of the concrete pavements. Our next presenter is Dr. Ashish Kumar Goyal, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. And he is also Director General, NRIDA. He will be talking on the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, the past, present, and future. Dr. Goyal.
Little.
Dr. Goyal.
Yes.
A lot has been said about the PMGSY.
Yeah, so I will not repeat what has
yes,
been.
Please. So
I will not repeat what has been shown in the film
please.
and in the addresses of various dignitaries in the inaugural session. So overall, this slide I will just show that out of total roads existing in the country, 71% are rural roads, and their importance cannot be minimized by emphasis mainly on national highways or state highways. So while we have a lot of emphasis both in terms of new technology and investment for national highways, but for all times to come, state PWD departments and state governments cannot wish away the existence of rural roads. So the practices of construction and maintenance of rural roads are very, very important from the point of view of sustainability as well as economic organizations. It was already presented. World Bank, ILO, Niti Aayog, they have all assessed that PMGSY has been very beneficial, not only in terms of improving rural economy, but also in terms of gender empowerment, bringing equity and access to socio-economic services. What are the features of PMGSY? Know that we follow design standard specifications of IRC, MORTH and MORD, strong focus of maintenance. This was the first program where 5-year maintenance was already inbuilt. It is IT backbone, 3-tier quality monitoring on new and green technology, and it is a decentralized and data-driven planning. What is the institution architecture of PMGSY? most of the delegates know, but for our friends who have come from abroad, we have institutional structure all three levels, at the national level, at the state level, and at the district level. And apart from that, we have partner agencies called principal technical agencies and state technical agencies, which are the reputed technical institutes, which help us not only in impact evaluation of and studies and assessment of rural roads, but also in vetting the DPR and helping PIUs and state level officials in introduction of technology, as well as getting better practices constitution of project reports. There are many publications which have over the time been published by NIRDA, IRC, and some of these publications have been given to you in your conference kit. I will not go over them again. Quality assurance is an integral part of PMGSY, and as you can see, in the last year, around 60,000 inspections were done by the state quality monitors and almost 10,000 inspections were done by national quality monitors. This is the highest ever number despite the COVID pandemic, which was there in the last year. And this year, we will be increasing these numbers further, including emphasis on maintenance of roads. So as you can see over the years, the number of satisfactory roads, the proportion of satisfactory roads is increasing. There is a secular increase barring one year of 1920, where the sample size was very small. But otherwise, the quality of our roads is increasing. We have a strong IT backbone, whether it is MIS system comprising of our overall monitoring and accounting system, maintenance management system called EMARC, procurement system, JAPNIC. Then we have GIS backbone, we have mobile apps, and then we have capacity building cells. Using GIS, AIML in our rural, we have the whole road network of 2.5 million. Data is there, which we have released in February. Data to the general public. Used in selection of roads, scientific selection of roads, more than 85,000 roads have been selected using complaints for the success. Then we have AI riding quality is assessed using AI detection of DPR. DPR tell that at NIRDA in the last 2 years we have been selecting many. In the last 2 years, more than just smart scrutiny of DPRs without or standards of for the purpose of EMARC and maintenance. So in maintenance, I would like to focus that each PMGSY road has inbuilt 5 years maintenance as a part of construction contract. And then in PMGSY 3, which is the current vertical, we have added another 5 years for maintenance, for which we sign MOU with the states, and we have introduced EMAR, which is an end-to-end enterprise solution. Coming to new technology, in 2013, new technology guidelines were issued. So for the last 9 years, those guidelines have served us, in which we had stipulated that 15% of road proposals should include new technology. And as a result, 111,000 kilometers have been sanctioned and more than 70,000 have been completed using newer technology. But now we are shifting the focus of new technology from just easy adoption like waste plastics and cold mix to some more difficult and challenging tasks, which includes cement treated base, sub base, nanotechnology, jute, coir, and lime and cement stabilization, and of course, full depth reclamation. So today, we have released our new technology vision 2022, which is a booklet given to you and also released by Honorable Minister. And as you can see over the years, the proportion of new technology roads which are being sanctioned is increasing. And I'm very happy to say in 1920, 44% roads, 2021, 43% roads, and in the last year, 56% roads were sanctioned using new technology. And I am thankful to all my state colleagues for cooperating and coming forward in adopting newer technology. So impact evaluation on new technology in waste plastics and cold mix was done by IIT Madras, and it was found that both waste plastic and cold mix had a positive influence on performance of rural roads, and they were cost effective, and as well as their impact on environment was also positive. So in brief, what we have presented in New Technology Vision 2022, for the surface course, we have mandated that at least 70% hot mix length should be made by using waste plastics. For T1 to T5 category road, compulsory use of mechanized surface dressing. For T6 to T8 category road, minimum 50% of surface dressing. Surface dressing can also be used by using cold mix technology, and in minimum 25% of length, cold mix is to be used. So this is for the surface course, and for base course, sub base and subgrade, at least 50% of length is to be constructed using new and green technology or materials. Each state shall promote 2 new innovations. So that is when we were talking about those technologies which were not accredited or for which codes do not exist. So we will encourage states to take at least 2 pilot projects, of course not more than 2 kilometers each, where the DLP period will be 2 years plus, and there will be experimental projects, and at least 2 innovations should be promoted by each state. All the CC lengths should be made using by self-filled or panel cement concrete, and wherever the pavement cost is high or aggregate material is not available, FDR shall be preferred method of construction. Fly ash and cement, steel plant slag will be encouraged wherever they are available. C&D waste, this is the new thing, construction and demolition waste will be compulsorily used in at least 10% of the length, and increased use of geotextile, geosynthetic, geonet will be done in slope protection and other areas of application. So in brief, this is the new technology guideline that we will be adopting from starting from today, and that is the major takeaway from this conference, and I would request all cooperation and your support in realizing this technology vision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Goyal. It was very interesting. I mean, surely you didn't repeat all those details what ministers told and others told, and you told really something new. What you showed as the use of AI and GIS in both planning, allotting the roads, as well as monitoring the performance of these roads over time, that is the laurel of this program. I mean, that makes it different than any other program in this country or in many other countries, practically. And particularly what you mentioned, that more challenging new technologies, you have adopted 56% in the latest year. And you also said that the states are put on competition to use new technologies. These are really interesting, and I'm sure this will bring in new dimensions to the entire program. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our one more presentation is by Dr. B. Krishna Praporna from IIT Tirupati. And I again request him to limit to 10 to 12 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's lunchtime, but I'll walk you through the new product that, it's not actually a new product, but I just want to add to what Professor Sudhakar Reddy was saying. This is a fourth product that has come out of IIT Kharagpur when I was there as a faculty. So it started way back in 2014 when we had a mega project by the then director, IIT Kharagpur, who said we will have a joint operation between civil and environment engineering, where we'll develop a product that will reduce the thermal discomfort and also help reduce the hydrological impacts. So, so the title, as you see here, it's a pervious concrete. Some people call it permeable, porous. It all started way back in, I would say, about 30, 40 years ago in New Zealand or Australia, US, Canada, where they started to develop these kinds of products to reduce the environmental burden and also have hydrological replenishment, so groundwater recharge, but still being used as a low volume road application. So if you look at the presentation outline here, I'll just give you a very brief introduction about the product and a lot of case studies that we have done over the last 8 years, including in Kharagpur and Tirupati. Okay, and then we have been monitoring these sections. And now we have a new product that's a block paver, okay, that we will introduce also to you and the way forward. I also request Dr. Goyal to probably, so what is pervious concrete? It's a special type of concrete that is characteristic of interconnected pore structure. When I say interconnected pore structure, it has the conduit wherein the water percolates through these ducts, okay, within the structure matrix. Now it can help us in two different aspects. One, the structural can of course be used as a low volume road. Now we have come with a product that can also be used on highways, which is what is a new thing. And hydrological aspects, it has a very high porosity. If you look at the numbers, right, you see here the permeability is anywhere between 0.2 and 2 centimeter per second. That can help us in areas such as Cherrapunji, where we have about 4,500 millimeter annual rainfall. So this comes to around 10,000 to 50,000 millimeter per hour. That's the permeability that we get. We still can use it for low volume or medium volume roads as of now. Now, if you talk about the flexural strength, that's anywhere between 1 and 3 MPa. And we have come up with a product that can even go up till about 6 MPa, which I'll share with you in a few slides. But as of now, the applications are sidewalks, parking lots, and low volume roads. But what is it made up of? It's still the same concrete, except for the fact that you use admixtures to have better workability and pumpability, because it's a single sized. There is no fines in it. So that's the characteristic of this special product. As you see here, this is a field core, the one that on the top, and the bottom picture, that's the actual sample that we prepared. The benefits, there are three different facets here. Road user, definitely better skid resistance because it has high pore structure. It's a porous material. Okay, it has reduced water spraying effect, so that will also help you when you're riding on it. And less noisy, we still have to investigate, but because of the higher pore structure, we have observed that the pores can absorb the noise. As far as the environmental sector is concerned, it has higher groundwater recharge, so that can help us with it. Reduce erosion, how I'll tell you later. Then flash flooding, definitely, and a reduced first flush. Now, if you talk about the societal impacts, the UHI, some people might be aware of this urban heat island effect. When we say urban heat island, the temperature differential between the urban and the rural setup is obviously anywhere between 3 and 10 Celsius, and Delhi is one of the hotspots. Most of us know this, and many cities across the world have become hotspots where we have higher temperature in the urban areas such as the CBDs. So what we have observed, okay, these thermophysical properties such as the thermal heat capacity or the specific heat capacity, they're all very high. So that is an advantage where we can have this kind of a product used where you have very high temperatures, such as in Kharagpur. That's how we started with this product, and you can start walking on this barefooted, especially in the rural areas where people would like to use this product. Okay. Then coming to the case studies, we have 3 case studies that I'll just walk you through. The first case study was in IIT Kharagpur campus, where we had a small stretch
pervious millimeter thick section over a fine sand layer. Now, if you may ask me, what kind of a below this kind of a product, you should definitely have a semi-permeable. You construct a porous material, but then you don't have a drainage layer below, then you'll be, it'll be a waste of time. And then we had a subgrade natural subgrade. It's a published document if you wish to see that. So I'll walk you through the process that we had. So you can see here the ground was prepared. So you see here with a 1-ton manual roller. And then we had the soil samples collected to observe the soil characteristic. So you see here Dr. Anush, who was one of my students in IIT Kharagpur, now a faculty at IIT Bhubaneswar. So we collected the soil samples to check for the also a semi-permeable membrane. As I told you, you need to have a membrane that will also replenish the water. It's prepared well, and then we started to pour pervious concrete, alternate slabs, as we do with the other slabs across, right? Okay, so we see here, and then we also had some field cores collected from the slabs there, and we also prepared some samples in situ. And then we had a plate vibrator do the vibration across the slab. Okay, within a 60-second span, we covered the entire slab. So if we go beyond that, what happens? The aggregates will start getting crushed, and these aggregates will start filling the pores. So one of the questions that we always get is, because this is a porous material, will it get clogged? Definitely yes. It will get clogged. So we need to be very wary about what we do during the construction, and we should not be crushing the aggregates in the first instance. Okay, so then we start to do the curing process. As I told you, the plate vibrator was used. Quickly run it through. Okay, and then we did the curing process. You can use a curing compound, or you start to hydrate the material as soon as it is constructed. See here the final constructed slabs, 18 slabs that we did on campus IIT Kharagpur, still remains there with no maintenance as such. Way back in 2017 that we constructed, about 5 years ago. The next study that we had was in Municipal Corporation of Tirupati. If someone is from AP, please come and visit us. Again, the others as well. So what we did here, we took back the best performing mix out of the 18 slabs on campus IIT Kharagpur. We placed it here. Okay. As you see here, the aggregate size was 12.5 millimeter top size, and we also had a 6.3 millimeter there. It's a binary gradation. Here, the commissioner of Municipal Corporation, Tirupati, what he wanted us to do is, he wanted to expand this from a low to medium volume road. When I say this, what he wanted us to use also was the JCB. So it was on campus Municipal Corporation. So he expected us that he wanted the cars to be parked or the JCBs. We said we will try that. So what we did, we had a granular base course instead of a sand layer there beneath. As you see here, the other things that are there, the water cement ratio, the magic number, as you see from various literature across the world, it's anywhere between 0.3 and 0.33. Yeah, that's a 0.32 that we have here. So here is the process. So again, we had more than 25 slabs, all of them still intact. This is about 4-year-old story, but still very much used. And you can see the cars that are still being used. Okay, and then the third case study that we did was on campus IIT Tirupati. A 50-meter long section where we had some pipes embedded. So one of the things that we took up here was a research project where we had a BTech on this, where we had the pipes embedded within the sections so that we could connect those pipes, and when groundwater was actually going towards the side drains, we check for its the purity and the other things. Okay, so you see here the 150 millimeter slab, millimeter good earth. Okay, so we embedded these pipes there beneath sections that were built. They're still there. As you see, we also had some rings built within the section, and when you poured water, we could collect water from the side drains there. So these were the rings, very strong. Those, and we did surface infiltration rate test on these. We also had a geotextile so that we didn't have the aggregates penetrate downwards and clog the sections there. So this is all built on campus, still there, very much intact. Please visit the sections if you have time. Okay, so I just run through because lack of time. Then we also collected some field cores and we tested for their capacity. It was anywhere between 9 and 35 megapascal. So this is the section, and I want to highlight something here. We tried the in-situ mixing as we have done over the years, the last 40 years, and we were the first people in probably Southeast Asia where we used a ready-mix concrete, and we were also successful there. But it was a risk because the workability is an aspect there, plus the water that stores within the mix, right? And we were successful there, and you see here there are two sections, one built with in situ and the other one was the ready mix, and still being used. In December 2020, after about 80 years of data collection on rains there that were in Tirupati, we found a deluge. Okay, we had a huge amount of rains. Of course, the other states also had the same experience. The only section that was not inundated was this on campus IIT Tirupati. Okay, so we use both in situ and ready mix. And if you ask me why ready mix, a better answer is here that you see in the table. So rapid, definitely, rapid execution can be used. And it also has a better consistency, and it says non-uniform in a literature, but what we have found, it's been much more better, uniform. Plus, one of the other things that we have done is the life cycle analysis, which I'm not showing you here, but if you visit one of our papers, you can actually see there, it actually reduces the carbon footprint by about 8 to 10%. So that saves a lot of material. I'm done, 1 minute. So it saves a lot of energy, so about 8 to 10%. So that's something that we have monitored. You see here 3 case studies that we have done, one in 17, the other in 2018, and in 2019. Okay, all of them are still intact, to be honest. Okay, we have done the field monitoring there. But what we have found of late is that the slabs, the joints, as Professor Sudhakar Reddy was rightly pointing out, we need to be checking for the construction aspect. So at the joints, we have had some problems. And that actually led us to this kind of a product where we have come up with block pervious concrete. We call it Parampave, okay, fully developed in India. Okay, pervious all road, all weather, multi-layered paver block. It's a composite structure where we have an M50, M40, M30 grade concrete that gets embedded, impregnated with a pervious concrete layer. Okay, so that's a 30 millimeter pervious concrete over a 60 millimeter concrete layer. As you see here, it's a 30 centimeter square slab. And you see here, we are still not compromising on the porosity as per the American Concrete Institute. Okay, permeability is still much better. Flexural strength, at least 3 times higher. Okay, flexural stiffness, 3 times 30 kilonewton is what we have found. These blocks are much more powerful that we see, and you see if you talk about the cost of these blocks, because if you look at the state agencies, if they really want to use this, okay, it's about 5 rupee per block lower than a concrete block. So if you look at 1 kilometer stretch, you can save about 2 lakh rupees. That's 200,000 Indian rupees. That could be saved. If you now construct 100 kilometers, you'll be saving much more larger than this. So what do we do next? So we are still in the process of developing some research products in the lab. We have tested about 100 mixtures, 50 at IIT Kharagpur, more than about 50 at IIT Tirupati. Okay, many more coming in future. Definitely much more superior quality than what is there in the literature. So I would say what we have today in India, the state of the art with pervious concrete is much, much better than anywhere in the world. Okay, that's one. I don't know if anyone is there from the UAE, United Arab Emirates. We have a joint project between IIT Tirupati and University of Sharjah. So we are now transferring the technology of what we have developed to UAE. So I encourage some of our folks here in India to come forward, tell us we are now going to put pervious concrete slabs in Sharjah that we have developed in India. Again, as I told you, the cost is 10% lower. It's lighter. It's 2 kilograms lighter than the concrete blocks, and also 8 to 10% lower carbon footprint. So we are yet to do a lot of work, but thanks to the research team, Dr. Anush, who is now a faculty at IIT Bhubaneswar, Dr. Singh, who did his PhD at IIT Tirupati, he'll be moving to TU Delft. for a postdoc position, Dr. Prasanna, my colleague, and myself. Any questions that we can answer, please shoot an email or you can call me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Prapurna. Well, all of you have heard him saying what all different benefits are there. These are all well established. And particularly, I was very interested to know about the medium load carrying or load bearing pavements. And third example, what he has given, where he has shown some pipes are also inbuilt into it to drain the water. I wish Dr. Prapurna may like to instrument some of these pavements to know the field behavior of these pavements in coming times, so that we can think of using it not only in the footpath or median or somewhere. We can use it in high volume roads or that kind of roads as well. And the last one he showed is the composite layered different strengths in the same category. And it was quite interesting. I'm sure there will be a lot of questions, but only problem is that we don't have time. So I leave it to Dr. I see.
I'll just thank you, Professor Sikdar, and thank you, Professor Prapurna, for your very illuminating presentation. The speakers will be available in the lounge outside if some people want to ask us questions or interact related to the presentations. From the side of NIRDA and Ministry, I would request the state of Andhra Pradesh as well as Telangana to study the previous concrete pavement in Tirupati and come up with a report. And I think we should propose some pilot projects, and I will invite states to propose pilot projects on these previous concrete pavement as well as param pave blocks. So we will be very happy to take up those pilot projects under PMGSY. And number two, I will take this opportunity because many representatives from IITs and NITs are here. So if any IITs or NITs want to develop new technologies, we encourage you to give us your projects. We will be happy to be partner with you in developing new technologies.
Can I request Professor Viraragavan to wind up, please?
Thank you, Professor Sikdar. I think I will not take much of your time. We are late by now 2:40. So this session we had 4 interesting presentations. The first is by Dr. Philip. Dr. Philip highlighted about the use of locally available materials. He talked about the DCP. I think what I find is that what matters in the performance of the rural road is the quality of construction of the lower layers. Many times the failure is due to poor quality of subgrade material as well as compaction. Definitely DCP can be used as a quality control tool to check the quality of the subgrade as constructed, which will definitely enable better performing rural roads. He also talked about stabilization and byproducts. I think we have been adopting that in the rural roads. The second presentation is by Professor Sudhakar Reddy on the new materials and technologies. He highlighted about the primary modes of failure in different types of new technology materials. He talked about the block pavement, self-fill concrete, and stabilized layers. But the issue is about the performance of them. I think I always admire and appreciate NRADA for having taken up several initiatives. NRADA has already taken several initiatives on performance monitoring of these new technologies. We have studied the performance of waste plastics. We have studied the performance of coal mixes. Now we have taken up the performance evaluation of the concrete pavement also. I think all these new technologies, self-fill concrete, roller compactor concrete, we have taken up the performance monitoring. Perhaps maybe by next year, we will all be able to tell as how they are performing, which will enable us to develop or modify the specifications. Third presentation is by Dr. Goyal. He talked about the PMGSY, past, present, and the future. He also highlighted about the use of new materials and technologies. He highlighted about the background information about the adoption of new technologies. Here, I think NRDA is setting an example to the whole world as how new materials and technologies can enable carbon credit savings, longer life, lower maintenance, and in turn, a lower life cycle assessment. I think many around the world should learn from India the best practices that we are adopting in the rural road program. The last presentation is by Dr. Krishna. Krishna talked about the pervious concrete pavement, the strength permeability characteristics, as well as he also highlighted about the case studies. I also was about to tell about the Andhra Pradesh Rural Road Department to take up some pilot projects. Well, based on the design, construction, quality control, and performance, if Dr. Krishna can come out with the guidelines, definitely NRIDA will be pleased to bring out a do-it-yourself booklet, which will form a guidelines for other states to follow. So I take this opportunity to thank Professor Sikdar. We have been associated with the NRIDA PMGSY program from December 2000. It's back that we are back here at that stage. So it's always a pleasure to work with NRIDA. So they also seek our advice, guidance. It's a pleasure to see that the program which we have started in December 2000 has reached a very high level today. And there's a mega rural road program, not only in India, but an example for around the world. I always tell that having visited other countries of the world, I feel that there are other countries the world should learn from India, from the PMGSY program. Definitely, PMGSY is a flagship program which we can be proud of. I'm thankful for the NRIDA for giving the opportunity to get associated with the program in all levels. Thank you very much for your patience, and we look forward to meet again.
Thank you, sir. Before we close this session, I will request my team NRIDA to present a memento to our chairman of this session, then to our rapporteur, Professor Veera Raghavan, and all our speakers of this session. I'll request all our speakers to please come to our launch where some online participants have already logged in for 10 minutes for any questions, and participants can proceed to lunch. Our speakers will join after 10 minutes. We will have the next session at 3:15. We are running late by almost an hour. So we will cut short a little bit time from the lunch session. Around 3:15, we will start our next session. Thank you.
India, with all her natural and populational diversities, has been witnessing a sea change in the lives of her people during recent times. New horizons of livelihood opportunities have enabled the larger mass residing outside of the urban periphery to join the mainstream socio-economic flow. Opportunities that have been generously provided by the new lifelines of India. An intricate network of modern, all-weather roads constructed under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. PMGSY, a flagship endeavor of the Ministry of Rural Development of India, is managed and technically supported by the National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, an organization dedicated to building capacity and enhancing quality through training. The project was launched in the year 2000 by the Government of India to work jointly with the state governments in providing all-weather road connectivity to designated areas with population sizes of 500 plus in the plain areas and 250 plus in the northeastern and Himalayan regions. The initiative is a giant step towards realizing India's full human resource potential along a journey on these new lifelines connecting the remotest parts of the country to civil amenities like schools, hospitals and agricultural markets.
इस रोड के निर्माण होने से हमारे विद्यालय में एडमिशन में बहुत ही फर्क पड़ा है।
जब से ये रोड बन गई है हम लोग स्कूल टाइम पर पहुंचते हैं।
Since the launch of PMGSY 1 in 2000 till PMGSY 3 launched in 2019, rural infrastructure in India has been upgraded to unprecedented levels. Economic activities have increased considerably with the generation of employments in various forms, investments coming in and businesses growing in the rural sector, fueling the economy to reach new heights.
इस रोड के बनने से आज सभी यहाँ उचित विक्रेता अपने ट्रैक्टर से सामान ले जा करके अपने घरों तक आसानी से पहुँच रहे हैं।
In 2016, a special drive was undertaken for construction and upgradation of strategically important roads in the remotest locations inhabited primarily by India's indigenous people. More than 10,000 kilometers of road length has been sanctioned under this drive so far. Till the 31st of March 2022, a total length of around 7 lakh kilometers of all-weather road has been constructed, achieving the full target of the whole project. The total expenditure incurred is rupees 2.77 lakh crores. This phenomenal empowerment of rural India has attracted the attention of the world. The World Bank in its report on the impact evaluation of PMGSY states that the project has improved accessibility in hilly areas and increased access to economic opportunities.
जब से ये रोड बना है टूरिस्ट डायरेक्ट अपनी गाड़ियां लेके बिलिंग जाता है। जब टूरिस्ट आता है तो हमारा बिजनेस जो है काफी जोरों से चलता है।
The benefits of the resultant positive impact on human capital formation are being equally enjoyed by all sections of the population. The Niti Aayog has stated in one of its reports in 2020 that the scheme is well aligned with India's international objectives and is contributing immensely towards the nation's sustainable development goals. The selection of target areas for building and restoring roads has been done using the most scientific method by mapping the strategic points on the Geographic Information System or GIS. This mapping has ensured that the most eligible roads are included in the program to provide a boost to India's rural economy. The routine maintenance of PMGSY roads across the country has become more streamlined since 2020 after the introduction of EMARG. It is a GIS-based enterprise and an e-governance solution to aid and assist the officials and contractors in maintaining performance-based maintenance contracts (PBMC) of roads, assessing performances and making automated payments. Earlier, these records were kept manually and were often subjected to errors. EMARG has enabled evidence-based, error-free digital record keeping. The last couple of years have seen an expenditure of rupees 1,300 crores in road maintenance under EMARG. A user-friendly app, Meri Sadak, is helping citizens provide their feedback directly to the ministry. So far, about 1.5 lakh complaints have been lodged through the app, almost 99% of which have already been resolved. So far, around 70,000 kilometers of PMGSY roads have been constructed with non-conventional and new materials. Technologies like FDR using cement and commercial chemical stabilizers like Zydex, Terrazyme, ANT, Stable Road, RoadSem and many others have been used in the process. Other novel technologies like cell-filled concrete, paneled cement concrete, use of waste materials like slag, fly ash, waste plastic and cold mix technology have introduced locally available, low-cost and recycled materials to road construction. FDR, a full-depth reclamation, stands out among all of these as a new-age construction technology. It is primarily a road restoration technique. Full-depth reclamation of an existing pavement is a rehabilitation method that involves recycling of an existing distressed bituminous surface and its underlying layers into a new base layer. Apart from mending a damaged pavement structure, FDR can be adopted for upgradation and widening of existing roads without requiring any structural overlaying of base layers, while designing for the same or higher order of traffic category. The shortened construction schedules add to the cost effectiveness of the technology. Overall, FDR has great advantages in terms of saving time, energy, minimizing material consumption, and cost reduction where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high, and the quality of aggregate is not good. The cell-filled concrete technology developed by IIT Kharagpur in India itself has enabled PMGSY to build and restore roads at a minimum cost and a minimum effect on the environment. The use of cold mix technology has drastically reduced the emission of greenhouse gases, and the chances of workers meeting with accidents during construction too has been significantly minimized. The use of waste plastic results in less bitumen consumption and is beneficial to our environment as it recycles plastic waste. However, the introduction of these new and green technologies under PMGSY has led to a huge drop in carbon footprint and made the whole process of road construction faster and a lot more cost effective. With a view towards achieving an environmentally sustainable economy, PMGSY has envisaged a new technology vision. Now, a minimum 50% of the proposed roads will be constructed using these new and eco-friendly methods, and waste plastic will be used in constructing more than 70% of the total proposed road length. As for quality control, PMGSY envisages a 3-tier quality control mechanism in order to ensure the strength and durability of these new lifelines of India, while continuing on a journey of fulfilling everyone's dreams. Dreams that would no longer be deterred by difficult roads even in the remotest corners of the country. India today has also opened her arms towards the world for sharing these new and unique technologies that are being used for building rural roads and the invaluable experience gained in the process. Thanks to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, IIT Kharagpur, one of India's premium technology institutes, has come up with a novel technology that has rendered a new edge to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Cell-filled concrete, as the technology is called, involves covering the compacted subgrade or subbase with a formwork of plastic cells made from waste plastic. The formwork ultimately gets filled with concrete or stone to act as the pavement. It is stretched and iron spikes are driven at the corners of the cells so that the frame remains stiff. Nylon ropes through the cell walls prevent the cells from collapsing while they are filled with concrete or stones. The cells are shredded out on the concrete base with the help of the frame. The coarse aggregate mixture obtained from the factory is carefully checked with sieves to confirm the right proportion of small and large stones. Then, with precise measurement of cement, coarse aggregate, fine aggregate, water and chemicals are mixed to make the concrete. Even with precise measurements, the concrete is tested thoroughly before being used for construction. Once the quality of concrete is confirmed by the tests, the cells are filled with the mixture. Each cell gets an equal feed. Further, the concrete is distributed from the bottom to the top of each cell equally with a road vibrator. A final layer of concrete is spread out and then the road is leveled manually, which adds precision and perfection to the construction. Finally comes the curing process. Agricultural waste straw along with water is poured on the road. Cell-filled concrete technology provides with the opportunity to recycle plastic, which is one of the biggest environmental hazards today. It reduces the construction cost to a considerable extent in comparison with cement concrete pavement. The consumption of aggregate is also reduced substantially compared to conventional cement concrete pavement. The high stiffness of the material reduces the overall crust, which makes road construction economical. Maintenance of these roads is easy, as in case individual cells fail, they can be easily replaced or repaired. As per the new Technology Vision 2022, it has been made mandatory to use self-filled concrete in 100% of proposed road length in cement concrete road construction under PMGSY. As the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana uses self-filled concrete in connecting remote habitations with the network of all-weather roads, we salute our institutes and wait for them to come up with more such sustainable technologies that will brighten up the lives and livelihoods of rural India. A major part of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana is restoring depleted and damaged roads, for which the project has adopted several new and innovative technologies, one of which is FDR, Full Depth Reclamation of Roads. This is a cost-effective and eco-friendly technology that ensures protection and conservation of the environment alongside reducing carbon footprint to a great extent. Full depth reclamation of the existing pavement layer offers a significantly cost-effective and sustainable rehabilitation method. Apart from rehabilitation of distressed pavement structure, FDR can be adopted for upgradation and widening of existing roads without requiring any structural overlaying of base layers while designing for the same or higher order of traffic category. The process starts with mixed design, which is carried out with a scientific and systematic approach through reputed institutes like CRRI or IITs that balances the existing and desired engineering properties, constructability, durability and economics. Once mixed design is finalized, the next step starts with gauging the level of rehabilitation required. The carriageway is marked with lime. Then comes spreading of cement and mixing of commercial chemical stabilizers like Zydex, Terrazyme, ANT, Stable Road, Roadsem and many others, which is followed by the application of the recycler or reclaimer, which is the main FDR machine for pulverization. Cube mold castings are then sampled from the pulverized road and kept aside for testing. The grader is then applied for leveling the surface. Pad foot is run for heavy compaction and the grader is run again for removing the pad foot marks. The pneumatic tire roller or PTR machine is applied for further leveling and compaction. The cube mold castings are tested for strength and durability after 7 days and then again after 28 days. After the field dry density or FDD test, curing and core cutting, the reclaimed road is open to traffic even before the surface is layered with bitumen. Overall, FDR has great advantages in terms of saving time, energy, minimizing material consumption and cost reduction where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high and the quality of aggregate is not good. States like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, Tripura and West Bengal are using FDR technology, which is a cost-effective construction methodology. Several other states have proposed to adopt it in the near future. Under the new Technology Vision 2022, it has been made mandatory to use FDR where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high and the quality of aggregate is not good. This will lead India on a path of sustainable development towards achieving the goal of a clean and green economy. Among the various new innovative technologies adopted under PMGSY to construct and restore India's rural roads, Goyal geotextiles stands out both in terms of ecological compatibility and cost effectiveness. The coastal regions of India produce more than 55% of the world's Goyal geotextile from the husk of coconuts. The industry is marked by the abundance of locally available raw materials and the active participation of women in each and every stage of production. As an agricultural product, the extensive use of Goyal geotextile in road construction provides farmers with unprecedented economic opportunities. Goyal geotextiles is a reinforcement technology used for the improvement of subgrades having poor strength. Goyal is a biodegradable material. It has a lifespan of 5 to 6 years, within which it provides the road with enough strength and durability to sustain itself even after the Goyal has degraded. The technology has various advantages. Goyal geotextile helps in decreasing the pavement layer thickness for given volume of traffic, high coefficient of friction, high elongation of 30% and a high coefficient of permeability. It is also resistant to saline water. As per the new Technology Vision 2022, it has been made mandatory to use Goyal geotextile in rural roads. This cost-competitive, eco-friendly technology is providing rural India with not only road connectivity, but also with opportunities to boost the rural economy to new heights, thanks to Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. The Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana aims at connecting the remotest corners of India to mainstream life through state-of-the-art roadways. The pavement construction activities result in significant amount of pollution due to fuel consumption. In this regard, the Government of India is looking for various measures to reduce the contribution of carbon footprint. In this direction, several green technologies have been evolved. One of them is cold mix asphalt technology, which has brought a paradigm shift in the way pavements are constructed. Cold mix technology is a field application of bituminous surfacing course using cold mix binders. The technology does not require heating of bitumen and thus saves a great amount of fuel, which is a 100% environment-friendly process. The whole process can be executed by semi-skilled local workers who have very low chances of meeting with accidents as there is no heating involved. A study has been conducted by IIT Madras along with 5 other institutes. The study shows that the life cycle assessment of cold mix asphalt results in 33% reduction of PM10 emissions as compared to the hot mix asphalt. In addition to this, 7% reduction in energy consumption was also noticed. This indicates that the cold mix asphalt can significantly reduce the carbon footprints associated with the road construction activities. About 17,000 kilometers of PMGSY roads have been constructed using cold mix technology till March 31st, 2022. According to the new Technology Vision 2022, it has been made mandatory to use cold mix in more than 25% of proposed eligible road length to be constructed under PMGSY. Along with several other new, low-cost and energy-efficient cold mix technology is leading India towards a future where every person from the remotest corners of the country is connected to the facilities of mainstream life.
Honorable Ministers, Secretaries, Additional Secretary, Honor Guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak at the inaugural session of the International Conference on New Technologies and Innovation in Rural Roads. We congratulate and deeply appreciate the effort by Ministry of Rural Development and NRIDA towards making PMGSY a continued success. We deeply value our long-standing relations and partnership with you. I have been personally involved with the PMGSY since its inception in December 2000, when I was the Transport Sector Manager for South Asia region of the World Bank. I've seen the remarkable progress the program has made over the last 2 decades. The program has already achieved over 700,000 kilometers of all-weather rural roads, which is an impressive achievement, especially if you think that these roads will enable us to go around the world for 17 times. This road has also connected tens of millions of people living in over 160,000 habitations. The program has introduced many innovative approaches, for example, the use of alternative technology and material, sustainable and climate-resilient method, asset management, cost effectiveness, community engagement, and it has achieved considerable success in realizing the 15% mandate to encourage the use of new technologies in road construction, including recent effort of full depth recycling of existing pavement. The World Bank has been proud to partner with the government of India in developing and implementing PMGSY. As I mentioned, we have been involved since its inception through a series of lending operations totaling over $2 billion, working in 9 states, and through technical assistance grants of over $7 million, working in all states. Working together with MORD, we have incorporated a rural core network approach to prioritize investment needs, standardized procedure for preparing engineering design, procurement, and contract management, an environmental and social management framework, particularly for low-volume roads, and an independent quality monitoring mechanism. These investments and approaches have supported the overall investment of over $38 billion by the government of India. Looking forward, there are many issues on which we can engage together. We commend the effort of MORD in launching the new technology vision with the aim of maximizing the application of new and green technologies and the use of sustainable and local material in the construction of road access and bridges. We are supporting MORD and NRIDA in this effort. We need to work together to take measures to incentivize the use of new technologies and material and embed them in our regular business process of the road agencies. For example, to promote the efficient use of local material, construction material, and water, and to reduce the depletion of scarce natural resources and help lower GHG emission. Comprehensive studies on the availability of material and resources use efficiency for road network management could be launched from a life cycle perspective. There are global lessons that we can be happy to share with all of our partners. Roads and bridges infrastructure increasingly face the risk of loss and damage from weather-related events and natural disasters. We could work together to develop strategy for integrating the climate resilient and disaster risk management in the construction improvement of roads and bridges infrastructure, including providing all-weather connectivity and access. Mitigation and resilient enhancement measures could be included in the policy, planning, engineering design, business processes, construction, asset management, institutional structure, and associated capacity buildings. The capacity building effort could also be driven through the setting of a center of excellence for green and resilient road infrastructure and maintenance. MORD could also consider creating a technology and sustainability shell within NRIDA with a dedicated budget for mainstreaming new technologies and enhancing effort to promote climate resilient and build green infrastructure. This will involve formal collaboration with the industry associations to understand the challenges faced in the industry in mainstreaming these technologies and addressing the supply side constraints. Design a performance evaluation framework and systematically assessing the performance of the new technology is also a very important considerations. As we will hear from this conference, India has many unique and successful experiences. In designing the PMGSY program 2 decades ago, we helped bring in global experience, international good practices to India. Now, in celebrating the successful experience of PMGSY over the last 2 decades, we could also like to partner with you to share your experience globally in Africa region and other parts of the world that could benefit from your experiences. In closing, while I regret that I'm unable to participate in the conference in person, I look forward to hearing about the discussion and wishing you a really successful conference and also in the next stage of PMGSY. We stand ready to continue to partner with you in your effort. Thank you very much.
Government of India launched Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana or PMGSY during 2000 and 2001 with an intention of providing connectivity to unconnected habitations which would ensure accelerated growth and help eradicate poverty of the rural populace. Karnataka state has reciprocated by establishing a special purpose vehicle called Karnataka Rural Road Development Agency KRRDA. So far has developed well over 18,000 kilometers of rural roads, including construction of several number of long-span bridges under PMGSY 1 and 2 schemes. KRRDA, with an impressive technical staff strength of around 546 and non-technical staff strength of around 405, has been successfully implementing the scheme. Unique 3-tier quality assurance mechanism as envisaged in the PMGSY guidelines is scrupulously followed by KRRDA. With the support of 75 number of SQNs, activities like material testing, testing of workmanship during work execution, etc. are being monitored by SQC and his team. Currently, implementation of PMGSY 3 is underway, in which development of 5,612 kilometers of rural road and construction of 102 long-span bridges is contemplated.
Pradhan Mantri Gramin Sadak Yojana or PMGSY is an ambitious program to develop rural roads. In Karnataka, under this program since 2000, we have developed 18,000 kilometers of rural roads. Under PMGSY 3, Karnataka has been allocated 5,612 kilometers of rural roads to be developed. Karnataka has also been given 102 rural bridges to be constructed under this program. We expect the KRRDA to continue to do good work in developing prominent and important rural roads with good quality in the coming years.
Karnataka Rural Road Development Agency under Rural Development and Panchayat Raj Department of Government of Karnataka is responsible for implementing PMGSY schemes. The PMGSY scheme all over Karnataka is being implemented through its subordinate offices, namely the 50 subdivisions and 30 divisions with roughly around 400 plus technical staff and 500 plus non-technical staff. The roads implemented through our agency are of high quality because of the 3-tier strict quality assurance mechanism that's being implemented as per the standards of NRIDA. At present, around 3,500 kilometers of road length are being executed. They are under various stages of construction. We have also envisaged to construct around 126 long span bridges across the rural roads. Strict quality assurance mechanism thus is being implemented in this institution. The road constructed by our department are very well known for their good quality standards and are liked by one and all across the state.
The comments of the stakeholders elaborating on the benefits realized by the assets created by KRRDA would stand testimony to the work being done by state or KRRDA.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ಮಾದೇವ್ಕ್ರಿ ಭಾಳ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ಇತ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಂಟಿ ಕಾಬಲ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದು ರೀ ನಮಗೆ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗೈತೆ ರೀ ಹಾದಿ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ಬರು ಓಡಾಡಂಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ರೀ ಹೆಣ್ಮಕ್ಳು ಹೊಲಕ್ಕೆ ಪಲ್ಕ ಏರ್ ಟ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿ ಬಂಡಿ ಬರಂಗಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ರೀ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗೈತೆ ರೀ ಹಾದಿ.
ನನ್ನ ಹೆಸರು ರಾಮಮೂರ್ತಿ ಗಲ್ಕೂರ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಈಗ ಸೇತುವೆ ಪಕ್ಕದಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು. ಈ ಹೊಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
1974ನೇ ಇಸ್ವಿವರೆಗೆ ಮರದ ಸೇತುವೆ ಇತ್ತು. ಅದು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಬಳ್ಳ ಹೋಯಿತು. ಆವಾಗ ನಾವು ಶಾಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದೆವು. ನಮ್ಮ ತಂದೆಯವರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಹೆಗಲ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಚೀಚೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಾಟಿಸ್ತಿದ್ರು. ಇದು ಉಡುಪಿಯಿಂದ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗುವ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಕಟ್ ದಾರಿ ಇದು. ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಬ್ರಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೆಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗದೇ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಶಿವಪುರದಿಂದ ಮುದ್ರಾಡಿ ಸೀತಾ ನದಿ ಆಗುಂಬೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಶಿವಮೊಗ್ಗಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಡಬಲ್ ರೋಡ್ ಮಾಡುವ ನಿರೀಕ್ಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಭಾರಿ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ರಸ್ತೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ.
इस जीवन में इस गांव में कभी सड़क भी आएगी ये सोचा नहीं था, पर PMGSY ने ये सपना भी पूरा कर दिया है.
जब इस गांव में रोड पहुंच गई है तो इसके आने से हमें घर पे ही रोजगार मिल गया है.
पहले जब कोई रास्ता नहीं था तो एम्बुलेंस कहाँ से आती थी. अब जो बन गए तो घर घर एम्बुलेंस आ जाती है. कोई डॉक्टर बुलाना चाहे तो भी आ जाता है.
अब रोड आने से बहुत सारी हमारे लिए सुविधाएं हैं.
हुए आज वो सपने पूरे कल थे जिनसे अनजान. हुए आज वो सपने पूरे कल थे जिनसे अनजान. आज मिली हम सबको एक नई पहचान. PMGSY सपनों की सड़क, सपनों की सड़क.
हमारी जिंदगी तो बोझा ढोने में ही गुजर गई. कोई बीमार हो, फसल बाजार ले जानी हो, 7-8 किलोमीटर रोजाना पैदल चलना पड़ता.
करते थे पहले भी हम कड़ी मेहनत और तपस्या. थी रोजगार की चिंता और शिक्षा स्वास्थ्य समस्या. सपनों की सड़क जो आई सपनों में आई जाओ. आज मिली हम सबको एक नई पहचान.
PMGSY के अंतर्गत उत्तराखंड में वर्ष 2000 से अप्रैल 2022 तक कुल 2781 स्वीकृत योजनाओं पर 7908 करोड़ की धनराशि व्यय करते हुए स्वीकृत 20,374 किलोमीटर सड़कों के लक्ष्य के सापेक्ष 18,628 किलोमीटर सड़कों का निर्माण किया गया है. पूर्व की 1,867 असंयोजित बसावटों में से 97% 12 मासी सड़कों से जुड़कर सभी सुविधाएं प्राप्त कर रही है. शेष को सितंबर 2022 तक जोड़े जाने का लक्ष्य है.
PMGSY सपनों की सड़क, सपनों की सड़क.
PMGSY connecting rural habitations. One of the most significant characteristics of the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana has been the extensive use of new and unconventional materials for road construction. One such material is Terrazyme, a popular and tested modern road construction ingredient, which is being used all across the country to build PMGSY roads. Terrazyme is a liquid bioenzymatic soil stabilizer obtained from food-grade raw materials. An eco-friendly, non-toxic and biodegradable chemical. It improves CBR, modulus and UCS alongside decreasing permeability, leading to enhanced workability of the soil for road construction. The advantages of Terrazyme soil treatment are manifold. Firstly, the technology reduces the volume of stone aggregate used for road construction by 70%, thus making it environment friendly. The locally sourced soil makes the whole technology 100% eco-friendly. The elimination of the conventional granular sub-base layer reduces cost and saves a big amount of fuel, which in turn reduces pollution. The roads are hardy enough to withstand any weather and the movement of heavy vehicles. Even those left without the black bitumen topping during monsoon have been found to be just as good and stable. As per the new Technology Vision 2022, it has been made mandatory to use new materials and technologies in 50% of the proposed road length under PMGSY. Such kind of materials and technologies are providing the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana with whole new directions and dimensions. and in the process leading rural India towards a whole new future of interconnected prosperity.
রাস্তাটা ভালো হয়েছে যে চারজন নিয়ে আমরা আসি জলদির মধ্যে পৌঁছে যাই স্কুলতে।
এখন আমাদের মাঠ থেকে ধান এই রাস্তা দিকে নিয়ে যেতে খুব সুবিধা হয়েছে, এখন কোনো অসুবিধা নাই।
यहाँ पर PMGSY डिपार्टमेंट से जो रास्ता बना है उससे बहुत बेनिफिट हुआ है। पहले तो यहाँ कोई नहीं आता था, रास्ता नहीं था, आने जाने में बहुत मुश्किल था। अब लोग यहाँ आ सकते हैं, टूरिस्ट लोग आ भी रहे हैं।
दुकान पाट करने के लिए आसान रहेगा, घर बनाने में आसान रहेगा, और कोई बीमार आमार हो जाता है तो गाड़ी से तुरंत ले जाने में मजा अच्छा रहेगा।
Vattalmalai, a 3,000-foot hill, is a famous hill station in the district located 25 km from Dharmapuri with its own unique flora and pleasant climatic conditions. There are 5 major habitations: Kottalankadu, Chinnakadu, Periyur, Palsilambu and Naikanur, having total population of around 2,000 with 90% of tribal people. The tribal families depends mainly on production activity of mustard, coffee, and for the past 20 years, the tribal families are facing hardship of their daily livelihood as there is no all-weather road connectivity. To avail higher education, habitants to rush to Dharmapuri, which is 25 km away. Based on the representation from the public, the district administration upgrade the road to BT standard with all protective and road safety measures under PMGSY scheme. The 13-km road with the estimate cost of Rs 10.30 crores has been completed, and to improve the road safety, metal barrier provided on the sides of the hairpin bends with a cost of Rs 49 lakhs.
வணக்கம், நாங்கள் வத்தல்மலை ஒன்றியார் கிராமத்தில் ராஜேந்திர பேசுகிறேன். இந்த தார் சாலை வந்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் எங்களுக்கு நல்ல ஒரு மதிப்பு இருக்குது, விழிப்புணர்வு இருக்குது. ஒரு தடவழி பொது வழியாக தான் நாங்கள் பயணிச்சிருந்தோம் ஒரு 20 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன்னே. இப்போ ஒரு பிரசவம் ஏற்படுது, ஒரு குழந்தைக்கு ஹாஸ்பிட்டல் போகிறோம்னாக்கு இந்த தார் சாலை நாங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். நாங்கள் காஃபி, மிளகு இது நாங்கள் சுலபமாக கொஞ்சம் நகரத்துக்கு செல்வதற்கு கொஞ்சம் உகந்ததாக இருக்குது. அது தமிழக அரசுக்கு நான் அவருடைய மதிப்புக்குரிய வணக்கத்தை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
Vattalmalai has a beautiful landscapes, especially during the rainy season, as dozens of lakes and streams flow attracts many tourists. Thus, this road make a crucial contribution to economic development and growth and bring important social benefits.
India, with all her natural and populational diversities, has been witnessing a sea change in the lives of her people during recent times. New horizons of livelihood opportunities have enabled the larger mass residing outside of the urban periphery to join the mainstream socio-economic flow. opportunities that have been generously provided by the new lifelines of India. An intricate network of modern, all-weather roads constructed under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. PMGSY, a flagship endeavor of the Ministry of Rural Development of India, is managed and technically supported by the National Rural Infrastructure Development Agency, an organization dedicated to building capacity and enhancing quality through training. The project was launched in the year 2000 by the Government of India to work jointly with the state governments in providing all-weather road connectivity to designated areas with population sizes of 500 plus in the plain areas and 250 plus in the northeastern and Himalayan regions. The initiative is a giant step towards realizing India's full human resource potential along a journey on these new lifelines connecting the remotest parts of the country to civil amenities like schools, hospitals and agricultural markets.
इस रोड के निर्माण होने से हमारे विद्यालय में एडमिशन में बहुत ही फर्क पड़ा है।
जब से ये रोड बन गई है, हम लोग स्कूल टाइम पर पहुंचते हैं।
Since the launch of PMGSY 1 in 2000 till PMGSY 3 launched in 2019, rural infrastructure in India has been upgraded to unprecedented levels. Economic activities have increased considerably with the generation of employments in various forms, investments coming in and businesses growing in the rural sector, fueling the economy to reach new heights.
इस रोड के बनने से आज सभी यहाँ उचित विक्रेता अपने ट्रैक्टर से सामान ले जा करके अपने घरों तक आसानी से पहुँच रहे हैं।
In 2016, a special drive was undertaken for construction and upgradation of strategically important roads in the remotest locations inhabited primarily by India's indigenous people. More than 10,000 kilometers of road length has been sanctioned under this drive so far. Till the 31st of March 2022, a total length of around 7 lakh kilometers of all-weather road has been constructed, achieving the full target of the whole project. The total expenditure incurred is rupees 2.77 lakh crores. This phenomenal empowerment of rural India has attracted the attention of the world. The World Bank in its report on the impact evaluation of PMGSY states that the project has improved accessibility in hilly areas and increased access to economic opportunities.
जब से ये रोड बना है, टूरिस्ट डायरेक्ट अपनी गाड़ियां लेके बिलिंग जाता है। जब टूरिस्ट आता है तो हमारा बिजनेस जो है काफी जोरों से चलता है।
The benefits of the resultant positive impact on human capital formation are being equally enjoyed by all sections of the population. The Niti Aayog has stated in one of its reports in 2020 that the scheme is well aligned with India's international objectives and is contributing immensely towards the nation's sustainable development goals. The selection of target areas for building and restoring roads has been done using the most scientific method by mapping the strategic points on the Geographic Information System or GIS. This mapping has ensured that the most eligible roads are included in the program to provide a boost to India's rural economy. The routine maintenance of PMGSY roads across the country has become more streamlined since 2020 after the introduction of EMARG. It is a GIS-based enterprise and an e-governance solution to aid and assist the officials and contractors in maintaining performance-based maintenance contracts (PBMC) of roads, assessing performances and making automated payments. Earlier, these records were kept manually and were often subjected to errors. EMARG has enabled evidence-based, error-free digital record keeping. The last couple of years have seen an expenditure of rupees 1,300 crores in road maintenance under EMARG. A user-friendly app, Meri Sadak, is helping citizens provide their feedback directly to the ministry. So far, about 1.5 lakh complaints have been lodged through the app, almost 99% of which have already been resolved. So far, around 70,000 kilometers of PMGSY roads have been constructed with non-conventional and new materials. Technologies like FDR using cement and commercial chemical stabilizers like Zydex, Terrazyme, ANT, Stable Road, Roadsem and many others have been used in the process. Other novel technologies like cell-filled concrete, paneled cement concrete, use of waste materials like slag, fly ash, waste plastic and cold mix technology have introduced locally available, low-cost and recycled materials to road construction. FDR, a full-depth reclamation, stands out among all of these as a new-age construction technology. It is primarily a road restoration technique. Full-depth reclamation of an existing pavement is a rehabilitation method that involves recycling of an existing distressed bituminous surface and its underlying layers into a new base layer. Apart from mending a damaged pavement structure, FDR can be adopted for upgradation and widening of existing roads without requiring any structural overlaying of base layers, while designing for the same or higher order of traffic category. The shortened construction schedules add to the cost effectiveness of the technology. Overall, FDR has great advantages in terms of saving time, energy, minimizing material consumption and cost reduction where pavement cost is high, transportation cost of aggregates is high and the quality of aggregate is not good. The cell-filled concrete technology developed by IIT Kharagpur in India itself has enabled PMGSY to build and restore roads at a minimum cost and a minimum effect on the environment. The use of cold mix technology has drastically reduced the emission of greenhouse gases, and the chances of workers meeting with accidents during construction too has been significantly minimized. The use of waste plastic results in less bitumen consumption and is beneficial to our environment as it recycles plastic waste. However, the introduction of these new and green technologies under PMGSY has led to a huge drop in carbon footprint and made the whole process of road construction faster and a lot more cost effective. With a view towards achieving an environmentally sustainable economy, PMGSY has envisaged a new technology vision. Now, a minimum 50% of the proposed roads will be constructed using these new and eco-friendly methods, and waste plastic will be used in constructing more than 70% of the total proposed road length. As for quality control, PMGSY envisages a 3-tier quality control mechanism in order to ensure the strength and durability of these new lifelines of India, while continuing on a journey of fulfilling everyone's dreams. Dreams that would no longer be deterred by difficult roads even in the remotest corners of the country. India today has also opened her arms towards the world for sharing these new and unique technologies that are being used for building rural roads and the invaluable experience gained in the process. Thanks to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. IIT Kharagpur, one of India's premium technology institutes, has come up with a novel technology that has rendered a new edge to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. Cell-filled concrete, as the technology is called, involves covering the compacted subgrade or subbase with a formwork of plastic cells made from waste plastic. The formwork ultimately gets filled with concrete or stone to act as the pavement. It is stretched and iron spikes are driven at the corners of the cells so that the frame remains stiff. Nylon ropes through the cell walls prevent the cells from collapsing while they are filled with concrete or stones. The cells are shredded out on the concrete base with the help of the frame. The coarse aggregate mixture obtained from the factory is carefully checked
with us for a long time, helping us in preparation of various documents. One presentation which will be through VC is by Sri Manoj Kumar Singh, who is presently holding the position of Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development Department, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Then we have Professor Sohail Nazarine. He will also be speaking through VC. He is Chair Professor of Civil Engineering at the University of Texas. He also chairs the Geotechnical Instrumentation and Modeling Committee of the Transportation Research Board and is the Executive Board of the International Society of Intelligent Construction. He has been one of the pioneers in the development and improvement of the non-destructive testing methods in infrastructure assessment. So with introduction of the speakers and the chair, I request now the chair to proceed ahead with the proceedings of this session. Thank you. We have one small request from ACS of UP because the time given to him for VC is 3:45. If other participants do not have or other speakers do not have any issue as such, we can start or first he can be taken first through VC for this presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, friends, on the dais and off the dais. Thank you, Professor Pateria, for giving such a nice words. First of all, I would like to congratulate NRIDA for taking initiative in organizing this international conference on new technologies and innovations in the rural roads. As a part of the Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, I think I have to appreciate the NRIDA for initiating another activity about 5-6 months back, arranging the field visits for demonstration of the new technologies across the country. I think the opportunity was given to the various field engineers to visit the other states to see the best practices in the other states. I think that was a good initiative. Subsequently, now this international conference is an appropriate time. Friends, all of you might be knowing that the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana is a wonderful program. And over the 2 decades, we have realized that the natural resources are depleting, and also the India being the partner to the United Nations and signed the realizing the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. At the same time, the cost of construction of these rural roads are also going up. So taking into account all these aspects, NRIDA has taken a right decisions in adopting and implementing the new technologies and marginal materials in construction of the low volume roads, where the traffic intensities are not that much, unlike in a high volume roads like national highways, etc. So with this few words, we'll start the presentations. We have a wonderful presentations lined up. As cited by Professor Pateria, I think Mr. Sohail will, who is going to give? UP presentation. Yeah. I request all the speakers to take about 15 minutes time. 15 minutes time. So I request Dr. Ambika to look into the timing aspects. Thank you. I request the first speaker to give his presentation.
Namaskar. I am Manoj, Additional Chief Secretary, Rural Development, Government of Uttar Pradesh. We have a small presentation on use of FDR technology or adoption of full depth reclamation, new technology of road construction in rural roads. I will be sharing the experience which we had in adoption of this new technology, and we have taken up this as a goal to construct rural highways instead of upgradation of rural roads. And still we are learning by doing, and The SOP is still a work in progress. It is still in the process of finalization. Go to the next. This is to present here that the PMGSY, which envisages providing connectivity to habitations of 500 plus, it has been achieved in Uttar Pradesh, and PMGSY phase 1 and 2 has been completed in UP. And we will be seeing that almost 50,000 kilometers of roads have been constructed under PMGSY 1 and 2. So this is the breakup. Like PMGSY 1, we constructed almost 50,000 kilometers and 2 was 7,500 kilometers. We have entered this third phase of PMGSY where we will be constructing upgrading around 18,700 kilometers of rural roads. How we reached this FDR technology? Like UP, when we submitted our proposal for approval under PMGSY 3 to the MORD, the cost per kilometer was quite high. And the main reason attributed was queries are only in Bundelkhand and Vindhyachal from where we get the aggregate. So long distance of conveyance was the main reason cited. But NIRIDA and Ministry of Rural Development, they prompted us for adoption of this new technology of full depth reclamation. So we made a presentation before Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, in which many experts on FDR, they participated in this workshop. And after that, a field visit was organized of UPRRDA and UP PWD and Rural Engineering Department officers to NIRIDA and NIRIDA officials also to Vijayawada to see the roads which have been constructed using this technology. And subsequently, we took 9 roads to construct roads on pilot basis under this technology. And in those 9 roads, the provision was that only those contractors will be selected who have experience in constructing roads using this technology. As I was mentioning, this high cost of around 1.35 crores per kilometer for upgradation of 5.5 meter roads, which was the highest in the country when compared to other states. This prompted us to shift to this new technology of FDR. The reason of high cost I already mentioned. This was the use of large quantity of aggregates and long haul. But the limitations which we were facing in using this technology was that there was no established schedule of rate approved by the PWD department, and there were not many experienced contractors in this field. That was also a limitation. And equipment were also not available with the contractors, especially the contractors who are working in PMGSY in Uttar Pradesh at present. As I mentioned, a detailed presentation on this new technology was made in presence of experts before Honorable Chief Minister, in which a go-ahead was given that, okay, this new technology is quite beneficial for environment and economy, so we must adopt this. And thereafter, we set up a PMU with the consortium of companies, in which we have a Japanese company, Sakai, who are experienced in this technology. And this PMU, which has been set up in UPRRDA, we have assigned them the task of DPR preparation and assisting UPRRDA in quality control during construction of FDR roads. This is the detail of the train of equipment which we adopt in constructing FDR. And it starts with computer controlled cement spreader, and it has pad foot roller, reclaimer, and other necessary equipment. In first set of 9 roads which I mentioned, when we tendered it out, we kept it mandatory that only the contractor who has experience in FDR and who is in possession of these equipments, only they will be allowed to participate, because idea was to construct good quality roads which will work as a guiding project for other FDR projects to follow. This is the process which has been adopted. Like, it starts with finalizing the mix design, and in which we are taking help of IT Roorkee and other institutions also. Next. These are the 9 projects which we have taken up for pilot. Next. Mixed design, you can see that generally cement percentage has come to 4 to 5%, and additives are both solid and liquid, which we have experienced in these 9 roads. Next. This is for the road which is in Chitrakoot, and these are the details about the material which was available in the existing road. You can see that UCS result of the mixed design after 7 days and 28 days, it meets the IRC standards. Rather, it is above that for rural roads. Next. These are the other important tests which we are looking at along with the UCS, and this has been suggested by the PMU. Here is the concluding part. Like, when we adopt this technology, it leads to saving around 2,800 cubic meter of aggregates per kilometer, and this can translate into around 120 to 130 truckload of aggregates. These are some of the pictures when Secretary Rural Development, Government of India, and Joint Secretary and other experts from the ministry, they visited the site in Chitrakoot. Next. This is a brief small film on the visit. Next. These are some of the press coverage which this technology has got. Next, these are some of the photographs. Next. Next. Now, to summarize the benefits, most of the participants in this workshop, they will be aware of this, but this is quite economical and it is very environment friendly. Plus, for states like Uttar Pradesh, where there is huge shortage of aggregates, this technology is very useful. Next. Next. So in PMGSY 3, we have got sanctioned works worth 4,500 kilometers for upgradation, and this includes upgradation of 3.75 meter width roads and 5.5 meter carriageways. These are again few photographs of the Rural Road Development Agency from different states, like this is from Bihar. Next. This is from Tripura. Like UPRIDA is also helping and assisting other states in adoption of this technology of FDR. Thank you. If there is any question on this, I am here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Manoj Kumar, sir. I appreciate you for taking a leadership role in implementing the FDR technologies in the state of UP. As he has clearly pointed out, the depletion, non-availability of the aggregate, costly aggregate in the UP, and also reutilizing the part of the payment structure for the future use. And one point he has highlighted, the spreading of the cement is uniform, adopting the new technology like computer controlled spreader. I hope that compared to the last 10 years, the field engineers are coming forward in adopting the technology. But because I've been associated with this program for the last 2 decades, people are reluctant, have apprehensions in adopting the new technology up to 2010, 2012. Later, there is a change. I think the last 3-4 years, there is a lot of change in the attitude of the engineers, and they are coming forward to adopt the new technology. That is a very good sign to the program as well as to the nation. So let's give a big applause to the state of UP for successfully implementing the FDP technology. Now may I request the next speaker. Anand is ready? VC is ready? Yeah, please go on.
I'm going to start my presentation. Before I do that, again, I want to thank the organizers, National Road Infrastructure Development Agency. Conference down the line, and I will have a more involvement from US participation as well. So this is the title of my topic, Sustainable Stabilization Methods on Low Volume Roads. I will briefly go over the stabilization aspects, and this is the background of my geotech, and this is an important part of a nice low volume road to perform as per the design. I'd like to acknowledge several of my collaborators, my PhD students and former postdocs, starting with Dr. Congress, Dr. Chakraborty, Dr. Biswas, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Chaluri, Dr. Zhang, and Dr. Vempati, many others. They all played a big role in this research works that we had done both at the University of Texas at Arlington and at my current university, Texas A&M Civil Engineering Department. Basically, I really will start with the talk. So if you see due to the air upon the stabilization, introduction of sulfate soils, I'll go briefly into sulfate, and then I talk a little bit of case. How can we stabilize with a better method? I will sustainability. So, and There's several countries that have been with a gypsum and form a triangle. Plus the
तो सही third reaction which is calcium here, then you have aluminum, then you have sulfates in the soil. The presence of water produces this membrane.
and causes huge amount of distress. Again, this reaction starts when you have a lime treatment or cement treatment. At certain pH, this alumina starts coming out, and it's an important ingredient in the formation of it. And causes huge amounts of damage to the road there. And this is a very common phenomenon in many regions where you have sulfates in the ground. So we collected several case studies. These case studies covered so many types of sulfate amounts. You can see on the column number 5, all sulfate amounts. And then you also have lime and cement dosages that are used in the projects at the roadside. And then there are different types of projects and then soil types. And then they also listed when the heaving started. So all these things tell you it's very difficult to generalize this problem. we kind of know there's certain threshold levels, but you can have a low sulfates, but at the same time, if you have the high clay content, if you have a smaller void space, this formation and heaving can appear. Again, this is depending on the very rapidly, sometimes weeks to as long as a months or years. The years, particularly if you have it requires large amount of crystal growth, voids in the soil. Then once it starts still expanding, then you will start feeling the heaving at the surface. They started seeing this attack. They went back and collected samples, and they actually found out there's a large amount of white stuff that is again sulfates in that area. And again, when they excavated here, they can see where the sulfate pockets, wherever there's more amounts of sulfate, started pushing the structure up, and you can see the amount of heaving. This is a few inches, and it's a localized heave. That's another major problem. So if you go and sample it, it's very easily you will miss the location where sulfates is present. So you need a lot more sampling of the soil at different locations, and then you can see where this problem is happening. You can't just do 2 or 3 samplings and then testing it for sulfates is not sufficient to understand this heaving. And the other issue is, again, this is another picture right during the mellowing process. Like when they put the emulsion on the top, you can see small humps like 2-3 inches of heaving started showing up within a few days. I think in this case 72 hours, 48 to 72 hours. So you can see these pockets where the heaving is where the sulfates are there in the soil, and then they stabilize with lime. They were just closing it for during the curing process before they put the next layer. When they came back, they found this heaving. So this type of problem is very well documented in our state highway, Texas DOT, and a lot of other agencies. So they mentioned their nice flow chart they gave where they want you to screen the soils. And important thing is you need to measure the sulfates. There are various ways you can measure sulfates. ASTM, ASTO, TxDOT, they all have their own methods. They're all gravimetric, but basically they'll tell you how much parts per millions of sulfates you have. So typically in this work, they said around 3,000 is not a problematic, but anytime you're crossing 3,000, then you will have to do some modifications at new stabilizers. And here in the state of Texas, they put 3,000 and 8,000. Anything above 8,000, they consider as a high sulfate. So even some areas with lower than 3,000, you can have a problematic conditions. But it's not a one solution fits for all. I found like where soils have 1,500 to 2,000, they still can have a heaving, sulfate heaving. So this is another stabilization guidance. So if you have less than 3,000, typically it's not an issue, but again, around 3,000 to 8,000, they use different mellowing process and double liming, and they have some success with these things. Above 8,000 at that time, they didn't have it, and we have done a study. I show you briefly those results. So next few slides, I talk about few stabilization methods that work for sulfate soils. So I'll start with one of the few things that really works well is ground granulated blast furnace slag, GGBS we call. This is like one of your iron industries like a slag material. If you ground them, powder them, you can use them. And this material is actually as a co-additive. You can use this with a low amount of cement, and then they can actually provide a good stabilization of the sulfate soil. And they're shown, the study shown both in UK, and then we ourselves used this in one of our small low volume road in the city of Arlington project. And there are some papers on this topic, and it actually worked well. It's only reason is not very frequently used, is not everywhere we have availability of this material, and also transportation of this material can be expensive. We did try sulfate resistant cement type 2 and type 5 in the soil stabilization. We know this worked for concrete productions in sulfate area. We even used it for soils area for stabilizing and supporting low volume highways, and it worked pretty reasonably well, mostly because they have a lower amount of alumina that helped in reduced amount of ettringite, which is helped it. Class F fly ash has a low calcium material. It's actually better than Class C in the case of sulfate heaving. So in that sense, Class F fly ash has worked well, and we have used Class F as a coadditive along with the lime. But we reduce the amount of lime what we use in a stabilization project. There are other types of methods which we have mixed results. So they have double lime treatment. What they do in this case is, if you have a sulfate soil, they stabilize it, they leave it for a few days, come back, like you saw one of the pictures. Then at that time, if there's any heaving, they go back, rework the soil. They do another application of lime, that's why they call double lime, and then they actually works very well. In some cases, it actually produced good results for this effectively treating the sulfate soils without any heaving. Then you also have what we call lime with mellowing. So mellowing is important process. Before you do curing, you need to leave the lime and make with water and then leave it for certain duration, and then come back and rework the soil. So lime with extended mellowing is also pretty reasonably works well in a sulfate soil condition supporting your roads. Okay, and again that's a lime extended mellowing I'll talk about later. And few other studies that are being done. This is one of my collaborators, Dr. Yaolin E. From Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. Actually, he uses a lot of what we call is different types of slags, GGBS slag and CS material, which is again from carbide slag. So if you look at it, the soils with the cement treatment has a higher heaving. You can see the swelling. Whereas the ones that you used, the different combinations of CS and GGBS, it has much smaller heaving. It effectively stabilized less than 1%, which is again significantly better stabilization. This paper is in soils and foundation. And again, he did some SCM work, again, as you can see here, like XRD's work, as with all these methods actually suppress the amount of your ettringite peaks, so it was effectively stabilizing it. So we have concluded both from engineering swell testing as well as some XRD diffraction, also it provided effective treatment. At Texas A&M, we have done, and also at UT Arlington, we have done with geopolymer. Geopolymer is the structure that gives here, like you can see here, M and all these colors here. So what we used is M is the monovalent cation. Here we use potassium. And then we use this G molar ratio of 3, and then water solid is a 3, and then the last one is the water molar amount we use as 1. And we created a metakaolin based geopolymer. So we used metakaolin as our aluminosilicate, and we created a geopolymer that actually worked very well. Before we did it, we tried different combinations, like you can see here with all the different numbers, all different things. The one we really felt is K331, and that is the one that actually provided effective stabilization. As you can see here, K331 is here. So when we use these combinations for our geopolymer production, we found significant strength increase. That's what we are interested. And then we developed this geopolymer, and we used this our stabilization of high sulfate soil. As we did here, we did then check the sulfate soil with the different sulfating types. Here we have 2 types of sulfate: low sulfate and high sulfate. As I said, above 8,000 is high sulfate. Anything below around 3,000 is a low sulfate. So when we stabilize it with the different things, we found out that all these geopolymer stabilized swellings are much smaller. And except for high sulfates, we have not effectively stabilized. But moderately sulfates and low sulfates, we were effectively stabilize them without any heaving. So this worked. The geopolymer actually worked very well, and we also checked the strength values, and strength also, we found out they're reasonably well. So all the 3 types of low sulfate, moderate, and high sulfate, we increased the strength significantly, and it actually provided a good effectiveness, similar to other types of chemical treatment, lime treatment. So we felt like geopolymer has the potential to be used as a effective way of stabilizing sulfate soils. And geopolymer is also considered as a sustainable binder, so because it uses some of the waste materials as ingredients, so it will also provide you some green points with a low carbon footprint. So this is a summary, one of the slides. So based on our results at both at UT Arlington and Texas A&M, we have looked at low sulfates. We created this number based on the Texas highway guidance. We looked at several of these things. So we worked with the GGBFS, sulfate cement, fly ash, and geopolymer. These are all pretty effectively stabilized with the low to moderate sulfate soils. So that is the one we have done very nice effective treatment. And again, and high sulfates, which we call them, when sulfate number is more than 8,000 parts per million, we have a concern. So we wanted to stabilize in a different way. And one of the other things they do is remove the sulfate soils and then replace with a better soil, which is not necessarily a good engineering solution. And a lot of these studies were funded by National Science Foundation, Army Corps, and NCHRP, and U.S. Department of Transportation, and many agencies. So one of our projects with high sulfates, we did it with the Texas Highways. Texas DOT funded this project. Actually, this is where we looked at lime and fly ash and the extended mellowing. And we concluded that from our study, this actually worked very well. Our location is somewhere here in Sherman area. And we have published quite a bit on this. And when we presented this information, actually like from our research, ASTO, which is again our American Association of State Highway and Transportation Officials, they chose our research as a showcase poster at TRB, Washington, D.C. in 2018. And again, we have done quite a bit of work afterwards. We published quite a bit. And like again, Taluri has published this paper with us and the ASC journal. So if you are interested on these topics, we'll be happy to share it. So one of the important things I feel like, this particular conference is also looking at is sustainable binders, sustainable methods. I mean, you can do carbon footprint and you can do different ways of cost analysis, life cycle cost analysis, life cycle sustainability analysis. There is one thing that we do in our research is we try to look at both environmental impact, resource consumption impact in a much more in a comprehensive way. We look at global warming potential, GWP, acidification, eutrophication. We also see energy production and also embodied energy, when the material we collected it. We also look at the cost of the treatment, and all these things are considered in a radar chart format. And then the lower the radar chart, the better the sustainability footprint. And just for a comparison with one of the geopolymers with 30% and then 6% lime, if you look at it right now, this is really geopolymer, even though it's considered sustainable, its initial results is not really showing sustainable, mostly because this material is produced in the lab scale. So manufacturing and then cost of that manufacturing and all these things are very expensive. But as the companies start developing them, and their companies starts developing the whole thing, you will definitely see some good sustainability benefit. So one of the things I would highly recommend is anytime we develop any of these stabilizers, are checking for them for both the sake of projects or something. We always need to do a sustainability analysis. So this is one of the analysis which we've been working quite a bit, and has been used in many ways. So that is something I would suggest strongly we should do that. So with that, I think, I have 20 minutes. So just I think may have be going a little bit more, but I would like to conclude my talk with the sulfate heave problem. Again, there's a lot of man-made problems, particularly if you have high gypsum in the soil. So you must screen the soils as a part of geotechnical investigation to see whether we have sulfates. Try to do a more thorough sampling to figure out if we have sulfate pockets, because that's very important. It's easy to miss them. And then I mentioned based on the levels of sulfates, you can choose them low, moderate, and high. For low to moderate, we have a good stabilization method, some cements, and then blast furnace slags, and even co-additive as the lime. Lime and a class of fly ash can be good stabilizers for stabilizing those soils. High sulfates, we found out both lime and fly ash with the mellowing and also with the extended mellowing with the lime has provided, including others also doing have a good analysis, good improvements in the lab scale design. But I still think we need to do more field works and see how they're working or not. And again, this is something we have done. On one side, we actually monitored; it showed the good improvements, but more studies definitely needed. But one important thing I want to mention, the last bullet, the last highlighted part is all these things has to be checked with sustainability assessments. It should go beyond just only carbon analysis. It should look at everything, cost and other types of impact on from a sustainability perspective. So it should check out both environmental, economics, societal impacts. All those things can be nicely evaluated. That is what is needed, particularly rural roads. Requires this kind of analysis and assessments, because that is something very important to preserve the environment in the rural areas. So I'd like to mention a lot of acknowledgements here, several of them here. The agencies that funded a lot of these projects at our them, and also a lot of colleagues helped me. And as I mentioned, several of my collaborators at the beginning. And there are a few papers on the sulfates, and again, I'll be happy to send it to you if you are interested. Please shoot me an email, anandp@tamu.edu. Again, there are a few other papers. So I've been very extensively publishing on this topic, and these are some of my sponsor agencies. And again, with their support, which is difficult for us to do this work. I just want to thank them for their support. I also want to thank Texas A&M Civil Engineering Department also for providing me this opportunity to speak to you. So again, with that, I will conclude my presentation. I'll be happy if I know may not, because it's a recorded session, but please feel free to email me, and I have questions I'll be happy to answer. Again, with that, I want to thank again organizers for giving me this opportunity, and also Professor Raghavan from IIT Madras also instrumental in this talk. And again, I hope the agencies from Indian Rural, government agency and ministry will.
Thank you, Anand.
A major conference in India. We'll be happy to, contribute more extensively at that time, and hope.
Yeah, thank you, Anand, for your wonderful presentation on sustainable that's on low volume roads. And he has presented the need for the stabilization, and also emphasized on the lime and cement stabilization on sulfate soils. And also he has presented some of the case studies, US-based case studies, especially in the Texas state. Like a ground granulated blast furnace slag is also highlighted, class 5 fly ash, double lime treatment, and carbide slags, etc. And also geopolymer. The one important aspect of his presentation is highlighting the sustainability benefits assessment. I think that's also an essential for us. Our country also we need to evolve a mechanism where he has emphasized the both environmental impact as well as the resource consumption impact. That's a very good session. Let us give him a big applause for his wonderful presentation. May I request Dr. Umesh to give his presentation on the cement-treated basis for development of cost-effective rural roads.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Professor Prasad, for allowing me to present my paper on cement-treated basis for development of cost-effective rural roads. I also thank NRIDA for giving me this opportunity to present this paper or topic on cement-treated bases and sub-bases for rural roads. This is basically something which we have worked in the state of Odisha. Several roads which have been constructed using locally available materials and stabilized with cement for construction of cement-treated bases and sub-bases along with surface dressing. So some experience that we have gained, and basically I have tried to summarize the whole process starting from the materials that can be stabilized, then the process of mixed design, how to go ahead with in terms of strength, in terms of durability, and then what is the appropriate way of construction of such cement-treated bases, and then how to evaluate after construction, how to evaluate, and then what are the problems that are associated with CTB, and then how to mitigate such kind of things. So overall, I will go with a few number of slides. I may miss some of the items, but I will try to cover all these things. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. So this, I think, introduction may not be required. I think many of the speakers have already talked about the PMGSY and the need for sustainability, need for recycling, need for use of limited resources, limited natural resources, reuse, recycling, and use of locally available. Okay, when we call this marginal material, we need to understand what exactly is marginal material. Marginal material means those materials which are marginally missing the specification criteria. That means we have specified the criteria for different types of aggregate for use in sub-base and base course, but there are many materials which are available in the nature which are marginally missing this specification. So we need to utilize those materials in construction, which will help us to bring sustainability into the construction practices. So such kind of materials can be utilized through proper stabilization process. So nowadays this cement stabilization is one of the conventional way of stabilization. Apart from that, there are other different types of stabilizers which are non-cementitious also. There are different commercial products also available for the stabilization. We'll talk about that. So first of all, why we need stabilized layers? Why to go for cement stabilized base and cement stabilized sub-base layers? First of all, already we have seen that nowadays for most of these quarries have become abandoned, and that's why we are your conveyance high, and that's why the aggregate has become very costly. So we need to look for locally available materials for construction. Sometimes when the subgrade is soft, that means the load bearing capacity of the soil is low. There also you need to provide a semi-rigid layer so that the stress coming onto the subgrade becomes lower and it can sustain that kind of stresses. So in such cases, we need to provide cement-treated layers over the soft subgrades. Also, use of marginal aggregates, as I told. Then where the sites are having drainage issues, there also, if we go with stabilization mechanism, that also works very well. And and other places where the water table is also high and there is chances of capillary rise of water and affecting the unbound layers, there also if you go for stabilization, that can restrict the moisture related distresses to a large extent. This is one of the advantages. If you see, if you provide a stabilized layer vis-a-vis an unstabilized layer, how you can see the stresses are very high in case of unstabilized materials, where you go with unbound granular layers in your base and sub-base courses. Whereas if you go with a semi-rigid layer construction, then these stresses are dispersed or distributed to a larger area, and the stresses are basically reduced over the subgrade, and that helps to for low strength subgrade to resist or bear such kind of wheel load stresses. Coming to the terminology soil cement. Soil cement is a generic term which we normally use for cement stabilization. Soils, here the soil, this comprises of soils as well as aggregate or soil aggregate mixture. So when I am talking about soil, it is not exactly a soil, it can be a soil or soil aggregate mixture, or it can also be aggregate. So these are two types of soil cement or two types of stabilization normally we do. One is a cement modified soil, another is your cement treated soil or cement stabilized soil, or rather we also call that soil cement. When we use relatively small amount of cement to modify certain properties of the soil, like your Professor Anand Pupalla was saying, like they are trying to modify certain properties of soil by using lime or geopolymer like that, or you can also use cement. So in those like to improve plasticity index or improve some of the properties, then we call that as your cement modified soil. That does not increase the strength very high, but it will modifies some of the properties that gives you better performance. On the other hand, whereas this soil cement, it is a mixture of pulverized soil and measured amount of Portland cement or maybe other kind of stabilizer compacted to a very high density, so to have the enough strength so that it can carry the traffic load and distribute over a larger area. And this works on the mechanism of this hydration, cement hydration process. And as the cement hydrates, the mixture becomes hard and durable paving material. This cement treated base, cement stabilized soil or cement stabilized aggregate, these are alternative terms normally we use for soil cement. This is which has been defined by Portland Cement Association. I have also gone with the same terminology. So soil cement is not exactly soil, it can be aggregate, it can be soil or a soil aggregate mixture. And the soil material can be also locally available granular materials. It can be moram, concrete, gravel, or maybe any kind of quarry waste or any kind of material which you feel that is not usable for road construction, that can be stabilized and used for construction of one of your structural layers. And also, as we have been talking about full depth recycling, this is also full depth recycling is also kind of cement treated base, where we try to recycle part of the base layer and sub base layer for and mix with cement and then go for construction of a stabilized base. Okay, so FDR is also a technology which is actually a form of cement treated base. Then what are the stabilizers that we normally use? We traditionally use lime or maybe lime pozzolana. Pozzolana, like pozzolanic material, it can be fly ash or can be GGBS, or we also use cement, or we can also use cement and lime combination. Sometimes as a two-stage stabilization process, we go with lime and cement combination. There are varieties of cementitious as well as non-cementitious products, commercial products available in the market. Like you have already visited some of the exhibitions where there are a large number of companies which are actually providing the stabilization solutions. Okay, so you can use any of them as far as they are giving you the required amount of strength and durability properties. So cement treated base, if you see, for it can be used for low volume rural roads very effectively to economize the construction, and all soil granular materials having a PI value less than 20 can be suitably used for construction of your cement treated subbase, and a PI value less than 10 for your cement treated base courses. And the mix design should be done in terms of its strength to achieve certain strength after 7 days of curing, and for durability after 12 cycles of wetting drying durability test as specified in the IRC guidelines. As per rural roads manual, it says that the 7-day UCS should be less than 3 MPa for base course and 1.7 MPa for sub base course. Of course, we need to increase slightly higher to see that whatever values that we are getting the lab, that should be higher than that you are targeting for the field. But NCHRP, in terms of elastic modulus, if you see the guidelines, many guidelines says that the elastic modulus is approximately 1000 to 1250 times the UCS value after 28 days of curing. That actually this is valid for cement treated aggregates only. But if you are using cement treated soil or cement treated soil aggregate mixture, this multiplying factor becomes less. We have seen that in our research study that for cement treated laterite granular soil, this value becomes around 300 to 350, not 1000 times. So we need to see that depending upon what kind of material you are using for stabilization, what should be the likely modulus value that you should use for the design purpose. And there are certain guidelines like for American Concrete Institute that you can use likely dosage of for most of the granular soil, like which will come under this A2 category, like your GM gravel with silt or gravel with clay. And typical range PI value, okay, and also this value will be. This is the unconfined compressive strength. You can go with cubical specimen. You can also go with cylindrical specimen for testing the unconfined compressive strength. You can see here we have tested 5 different types of laterite gravels which were stabilized by cement, and you can see the with around 8% of cement we could achieve around 7 to 8 MPa of strength for some of these soils after 7 days of curing. So it is doable. And then subsequently, after the unconfined compressive strength test, we also did the durability test on such samples. You can see with different dosage of cement how the mass loss has happened after 12 cycles of wetting, drying and brushing. So you can see with 3% cement almost 30 to 40% of mass loss has happened, whereas up to 8% if you go, there is the mass loss is bare minimum of 2 to 3% only. So you can see that when you add cement to the soil, then it drastically increases its strength and durability properties. And these are certain the durability requirement as specified by PCA, as well as this has been also been adopted by Indian Roads Congress guidelines. For different types of soil, the maximum amount of weight loss after 12 cycles of wetting, drying and durability should be maximum 14% or 10% depending upon the type of soil. If it is granular soil, you need to allow higher percentage of durability because the granular particles will come out with disintegration and the mass loss will be a little bit more. Then coming to the after the mix design, you have to go to the construction, and of course we have two distinct methods of construction of CTB. One is your plant mix stabilization, where you have to prepare the mix in the plant and transport to the site and then go for the construction, and the other one is the in situ stabilization, which is mostly preferred for most of the types of soils, where you have to do it in 5 stages. Normally you have to first prepare the ground, then you have to spread the stabilizer, then you have to go for pulverization and mixing, and then you have to go for compaction and finishing, and then curing, and then you have to allow the traffic. After certain curing period, you have to allow it for traffic movement. So initial preparation, if you see, normally we have to see that the surface on which you are going to lay your CTB, it is all well prepared, it is free from any kind of distresses, it is properly watered, and then after that any kind of loose spots should be all well compacted, and over that you have to put your material which is going to be
kindly conclude.
Compacted, and then you have to spread the stabilizer, then mixing and all. I'll just show you some of the photographs. You can go with a manual stabilizer spreading, as well as you can also use your machine based stabilizer. If you go with the machine based spreading, it will be more uniform. Then you have to go for the mixing process. The mixing again can be done by a rotavator, or you can also use other agriculture based systems, and the most appropriate will be a stabilizing machine, which is a little bit costly, but I think that gives you a more uniform mixing process. Then you have to go for compaction. Compaction normally done in 2-stage process: initial compaction and final compaction. Initial compaction is done with a sip foot roller or a pad foot roller, and then the final compaction through a vibratory roller. Then after the rolling or compaction, you have to go for the curing. Curing can be done by light sprinkling of water. You can also use sand, wet sand on that. You can also prime the surface, put the primer, that will also act as a curing compound. And there are different methods. You can also use different types of resins for curing. We need to understand what is the effect of curing also, but because hydration is only done if you have a proper curing method in practice. Then over that you have to put a surface dressing layer. So surface dressing, again I will suggest that you go with a mechanized surface dressing. You use mechanized sprayer as well as mechanized cheese spreader for a we had certain roads where we have used manual methods. There are certain issues, though the roads are still intact, but I will always suggest you go with a mechanized method so that the roads will remain intact for longer time. Then quality control, I'll just quickly go through. You have to go for the pulverization, uniformity in mixing. Uniform in mixing, there are different tests you have to do. I think you have to go with a phenolphthalein test, or you have to go with a pH value test, or then you have to check the water content, density, cement content. I will insist here that whenever you are going, because it's very difficult to, after construction is done, it's very difficult to see how much cement has been added. So you have to keep a check on that, what much cement has been added, and if you have added the right amount of right dosage of cement, and you have done the appropriate compaction, when you have achieved the appropriate density, then you are going to get a very good layer of stabilized layer, CTB layer. So that's what is the check you have to do. And some of the stiffness evaluation you can do, you can use falling weight deflectometer, you can use lightweight deflectometer, you can use soil stiffness gauge. I think some of these companies will also be discussing on this. Then you can also go with dynamic cone penetrometer for field strength evaluation. You can go for mold casting, you can go for core cutting method. So there are several methods where you can check the strength of the in situ layers. So some of the pictures I can show you. The first picture, deflectometer being used for measuring the stiffness of the constructed layers. Okay, through back calculation of the deflection values, we calculate the modulus or stiffness of CTB or CTSB. We can say that got the enough stiffness or strength of this. Lightweight deflectometer is a smaller version of that, but the concept remains same. That can be used, mostly used for ground material.
Kindly conclude, please.
1 minute more. So, and then the dynamic cone penetrometer is another very good equipment, small, portable and inexpensive equipment for checking the construction quality also. And coming to these issues with the cement treated layer, most of the time it experiences shrinkage cracks. So, and such shrinkage cracks will always reflect to the surfacing layer, which we call as reflection cracking. So for controlling these reflection cracks, we need to adopt certain mechanisms like pre-cracking or use of unbound aggregate layer as a aggregate interlayer. We can use SAMI, that is your stress absorbent membrane interlayer, so that these cracks will not propagate to the surface layers. Or you can use geotextiles as a interlayer. So these are some of these technology which can use. Now to summarize, I can say we have been talking about sustainable development. So for sustainable development of infrastructure, there is a need to save the limited natural resources, and you have to go more of reuse of the materials, and also we have to more and more use the locally available marginal materials so that we end up in a eco-friendly practice of construction. And as we can see that almost all type of soils and granular materials can be stabilized for construction, and specifically for rural low volume roads, there is always ample scope for construction of such layers, so which can be used for making a structural layer. And suitable mix design should be carried out in the laboratory before application in the field. And also I will suggest you should have a small trial test track of 50 to 100 meter before we go for a full length construction. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh, for your wonderful presentation on the cement treated basis for development of cost effective rural roads. Dr. Umesh has highlighted the need for the cement treated basis, especially in the rural roads, where we have a plenty of soft subgrades and also availability of marginal aggregates. At the same time, the costly aggregates, non-availability of costly aggregates, etc. And also has highlighted the problems like problematic areas like a drainage problem, where high groundwater tables, etc. That's where you need to go for a stabilization of base courses. In fact, many of our field engineers are having doubts about the adaptability of these kind of technologies. I think in a lucid fashion, Dr. Umesh has pointed out, highlighted the step-by-step procedures for adopting and implementing the cement-treated basis. Thank you, Umesh. Let us give him a big round of applause. Now I may request Guruvitalji to give his presentation on full-depth reclamation using Portland cement.
Thank you. Friends,
My presentation is entitled Full Depth Reclamation using Portland Cement, FDR using Portland Cement. Fundamentals, the types of pavements, flexible and rigid. Causes for the distress, traffic loads, environment and aging. When the pavement is distressed, the engineer will be having three different options. One is to go for a thick structural overlay, a removal and a replacement. Of course, these two are not, I cannot term them as 100% engineering solutions. They can, that can be done by any non-engineer also. And the full depth reclamation. This is the technology which has drawn our attention. So what is FDR? FDR is recycling the distressed flexible pavement. So it can be a bituminous pavement or it can be a granular pavement also. But essentially, it has to be a flexible pavement which can be recycled by this manner. And its underlying pavement layers, whatever that bituminous and its underlying pavement layers into a new base layer. The advantages, of course, we all know that. The definition of the process I have put in here. It comprises of various exercises, various steps, excavation, pulverization, adding a binder, and then of course the water, maybe some corrective aggregates also, compaction, and of course the curing. Now the important points here is, one is that whatever the presentation I will be making next few slides, it will be using the Portland cement alone, OPC and PPC alone for the FDR process. Then using the corrective aggregates. This is also very important. We derive the strength of a cemented material by virtue of the mix, by virtue of the coarse aggregates and the fine aggregates which have been mixed in the right proportion. For example, if you take only the cement mortar, cement plus sand, what will be its strength? Compare it, the strength of the cement mortar with the cement concrete, wherein you will be having a right proportion of the coarse aggregate also. So there, the same analogy, the same technology, it applies to FDR, it applies to soil stabilization also. So if we use the right proportion of aggregates only, then only we will be getting the right strength. Whatever may be your the additive quantity, cement content, you will not get the strength until and unless you have the aggregates. So that's why I have put it in red color, subgrade inclusion. Some of the projects, there may be a compulsion to use this, to include the subgrade. Please don't do that. Use the corrective aggregates. Next important point which I have put is that FDR using OPC saves 30 to 60% in cost, and this is not my statement. This is the statement by Portland Cement Association of America, not India. Just 2 points with regard to comparing the soil stabilization and cement, with using cement and FDR. Both are similar type of technology, but the difference is that the soil or the mix of soil and aggregates is a natural material, whereas in FDR we are using a man-made material, that's the pavement. We require an equipment, road reclaimer or road recycler. It's a must for our FDR process. Without that, we just cannot do that. So the whatever the way in which the reclaimer will operate and do and carry out this operation, carry out this FDR process, so that I have graphically given there. There are two words, recycling and reclamation. Normally they are used as synonyms. So we may either call full depth reclamation or full depth recycling, up to us. But usually in the US they use the word reclamation. They are more, they have more affinity for this word. But we can also we can use the recycling also. Limitations: whenever and wherever the problems in the pavement has arisen because of the drainage conditions, because of the poor subsoil conditions, poor subgrade conditions. In such cases, to use FDR without addressing that the basic problems there, the inherent problems there, it will not be successful. FDR process will not be successful. So we have to address the drainage issues. We have to address the poor subgrade issues. Then only we can adopt this FDR process. There is a requirement of the crack relief layer above the FDR layer, because it's a stabilized material, cemented material, it's bound to develop cracks. So we must have a crack relief layer above which we can go for black topping. Traffic not to be allowed during the curing process because it will not be having the sufficient strength. And impact of FDR layer on the pavement drainage. That normally in the rural roads, we are recycling the GSB layer also when we are doing this FDR process. So how the pavement drainage issues can be addressed? Little bit I have tried, of course, one or two, one way which we can do, I will show you, I will tell you in my coming slide. But of course, this is a somewhat a gray area. We don't know much about this. Now, what type of roads can be taken up for this FDR process? PMGSY 3, which is about the upgradation and widening projects, definitely they are the right candidates, provided the pavement there has completed the 10 years of design life, and the pavement must have at least 50% of the distressed area. If it is having lesser amount of distressed area, please don't go for FDR process. Go for a relatively less costlier option, less costlier option like overlaying, repairing, like that. But FDR can you only adopt in situations where you have more than 50% of the paved area distressed. And what type of distress? A variety of distresses which I have listed there. And next important thing is that many of the rural roads, they will be having these low-grade materials like brick bats, maybe the laterites which have been paved, which have been constructed using such materials in maybe by other departments, Panchayat Raj and other departments. Can we use FDR there? Definitely. This is the one of the biggest advantages of FDR, using the in situ low-grade materials that we can do. But in the name of using the in situ low-grade materials, please don't use subgrade soil also. Pavement condition survey to identify principal modes of distress, groundwater table depth, because the groundwater table, if it is very high, the FDR process may not be successful. We will have to lower it by suitable drainage measures. Identify the road sections having distress due to poor subgrade or inadequate drainage for separate treatment. Okay. These are some photographs of the distressed roads which are the right candidate for FDR process. Now, once we have decided to take up the FDR work, we have to do the laboratory testing work. And the important points with regard to laboratory testing work I have listed there. Subgrade, we have to test it for index properties and CBR, like in the whatever these PMGSY projects are there, 3 samples per kilometer, like that. Then the reclaimed pavement, this is another important issue. After we have tested the subgrade, whatever the in situ pavement is there, that is to be collected, and on that we have to do the particle size analysis, LLPI, and the compaction test. The compaction test I have written there, heavy compaction. Normally in our PMGSY roads, since the beginning, 2000, when the Sikdar Saab was there and he formulated the guidelines, so we have been following the standard Proctor test. The argument was that to get a heavy roller in the rural areas is very difficult. So that's why we have used this standard Proctor test. But now in FDR process, we are using very heavy rollers. It's an equipment intensive process. Let us make use of this and let us adopt the heavy compaction so that the performance of the pavement will be even more better. More the compaction, better the performance. Cube compressive strength, 15 centimeter cube molds can be made because the aggregates are there in the FDR process, in the FDR material. So we cannot go for this cylindrical molds. Making 150 mm diameter, 300 mm height cylindrical molds is very, very difficult. Instead, let's make 15 centimeter cube molds, what we usually make for cement concrete. And those cube molds making using that needle plate compactor, etc. that I have shown in some photos there. Then once we are through with this compressive strength test, we have to do the durability test as per IRC SP 89, method 1, method 2, which you are familiar for the stabilization. Same thing can be adopted, and tests on cement and water. And this testing process should conclude by evolving the mixed design for the FDR process. The mixed design is nothing but what should be the gradation of what is the gradation, what should be the gradation for this material, and how much cement and how much water we have to use in the field. This is the mixed design. And for finding this, the two important tests are the this compressive strength test, which we do after 7 days, not 28 days, because the 28 days will be too long for us. So 7 days will be the optimum time period. That's what I believe. Then, of course, we'll have to do the durability test also as the next important test. Now, coming to the gradation, I told you the gradation of the material is the most important aspect, equally important aspect as compared to the percentage of cement. So, if we have the right gradation, we will be having right strength. If you don't have the right gradation, increase the cement content to any extent, you will only end up with more and more amount of cracks. You all know that. Okay, now what should be the gradation? This particular gradation of this, whatever that has been specified in the IRC codes for the stabilization is not suitable. We have, so I have proposed a different gradation that is given in the next table there. The reason is that in the GSP material, in the WBM material, we are having particles higher than 53 mm. So if we are already having particles higher than 53 mm, and if we insist that FDR mix everything should be below 53 mm, that defies our common sense. So that's why we have to adopt a different gradation. And the next thing, important thing is that whatever the recycler machine is there, reclaimer, road reclaimer, that machine will excavate. It will not crush the aggregate. That's the difference. You ask the machine manufacturers, they're there. The machine is, FDR machine is meant for excavating and pulverizing. It is not meant for crushing. It is not meant for crushing. It is not a crusher. So that's why the original size of the aggregates will remain the same. The whatever the big size particles in the WBM and GSP are there, they will remain the same until and unless, of course, you have used laterite. Okay, it will get crushed. If you have used brickbat, it will get crushed. But if you have used right type of aggregates, it will remain same. Next important thing is the pavement design. The pavement design, of course, we have the IRC SP 72, very well tested and well used, well documented guidelines, and that same will be used, same we can use. The only difference is that instead of differentiating between the stabilized subbase and the stabilized base, we will be designing the entire thickness as the stabilized base, and the crack relief layer is required if the traffic, whenever the traffic is more than 0.3 MSA. Below 0.3 MSA, we can go for surface dressing, but above 0.3 MSA, we have to provide a crack relief layer. And crack relief layer, what it should be? Sammy, no, I am not comfortable. We will be having a thin bituminous layer in the rural roads. So how the SAMI will behave if we provide below a thin bituminous layer, I am not very sure. I asked the geosynthetic suppliers, and they were also not very sure about its behavior when we have used it. Of course, SAMI can be used in highway works, but there we will be having DBM, above that BC. But here we are having only premixed carpet. So below the premixed carpet, how the SAMI will be, I'm not sure. Maybe Sahuji may be able to tell. So that's why I will propose, I say that we must use the aggregate crack relief layer. And that aggregate crack relief layer can be either WBM or it can be WMM. Construction and specification, it's a machine.
Quá trình thi công và các tiêu chuẩn kỹ thuật.
It's an in situ operation.
Thì chúng tôi cũng sử dụng cái công nghệ là full depth reclamation và trong đó thì vận hành các máy móc.
This particular slide is that instead of using a cement spreader, let's make use of this manual spreading. That's also equally efficient, and it generates so many man days of work, employment, rural employment that is generated. So instead of using this cement spreader and a cement bulker, because if you use the cement spreader, you will require one more equipment, that is the cement bulker. So these two equipments can be dispensed with,
Cái
and we
công
can
cụ
use
này cùng với cái hỗn hợp là bitumen
how
thì
much
sẽ
of
giúp cho
work you
các
will be
lớp
doing in a day? Maybe 400 meter, 500 meter. So 500 meters of single lane work, where the cement spreading, that definitely I believe can be done by the laborers. So this is the photograph of the spotting the bags and the cement spreading, and the heart of that reclaimer machine, that is the cutting drum, which will be having this tungsten carbide blades in a chevron pattern. Okay, there are many manufacturers of this reclaimer are there. Some are there in the stalls also. You can meet them. The output 500 cubic meters per day, single lane
kết
0.3
quả
meter.
là chúng tôi đã làm được đã lát được 500 mét.
I don't know. I have not tested that. Reclaimers can be operated in single pass or they can be operated in two pass. Means single pass only excavation, two pass excavation as well as mixing the stabilizer both at the same time. Okay, FDR layer to be compacted in one lift. Hence the high thickness of the compacted FDR layer. So this is very important. Because of this, we will have to use so many types of rollers, so many different types of rollers. Now we have to use a tamping foot roller or a vibratory foot roller. After that, a smooth wheeled single drum roller or pneumatic roller, and then the tandem roller for finishing. That is the breakdown, intermediate and finishing rolling. Three stages: breakdown, intermediate, finishing rolling, which we are familiar with the thick bituminous layer. Same thing is to be done here also. But my doubt is that, do we need the pneumatic roller? I don't know. I have not worked with pneumatic roller, so my experience is not there. But I believe instead of this pneumatic roller, we can use the single, this smooth wheeled single drum vibratory roller. Smooth wheeled single drum vibratory roller that will be equally efficient for this FDR work. That's what I believe. We will have to test it. So my humble request to NRIDA would be that, sir, you can give a project to us which will be to find out the optimization of these rollers. It will be very quickly done. It can be very quickly done. Optimization of what type of rollers that are required for this FDR work. Utilities to be identified and protected. Compaction to be completed within 2 hours, and we must have a trial stage. Okay. These are all some photographs, field photographs taken from the equipment suppliers and FDR contractors only. Thank you. And quality control, what we should do, existing during just like other PMGSY roads, before construction and after construction, the quality control works that I have divided it. So before construction, that is during DPR preparation, we have to test the subgrade, we have to test the other pavement layers, the frequency, and yeah, just one more slide is there. Just one more slide is there. Mixed design to be adopted. Cement content to be reported, okay, because what type of cement we are using, OPC or PPC, that is to be reported, and same type is to be used. So these are all the common sense. And during construction, so these are the tests of pulverization, placement moisture. Most importantly, the compressive strength by making the cubes. And then once the pavement has set, we will have to take out the cores also. The reason is that when we make these 15 centimeter cubes, as per the IS code, we cannot use aggregates more than 38 mm. 15 centimeter cube, we cannot use aggregates more than 38 mm. So you'll have to manually remove that aggregate. So what will be the strength? So that's why the test should be, your decision should be based on whatever the course that you are taking. Whatever the course that you are taking, of course, the cubes also, it will also help it. Even in the lab also, while making the cubes, you will have to remove the aggregates more than 38 mm. But of course, that you can compensate in the lab by using a granular material between 4.75 and 38 mm. But that thing you cannot do in the field. Now, this is what I said when this last one, this one, when they have taken the core, when of course this soil was also mixed, they could not, but only when the pavement was subjected to FDR process, they have taken very nice cores. So thank you. I would like to end my presentation by this saying which I got today morning from my friend: listen to your heart, not to the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru Vidalji, for your wonderful presentation on full depth reclamation using the Portland cement. Friends, this is going to be the order of the day. In the future, more and more roads, especially the upgradation of the roads, we need to adopt this technology. Guru Vidal has highlighted the various aspects of the FDR, starting with the 32 to 60% savings in the cost, and also the where we need to adopt this kind of a technology, and then the limitations, and then the measures to be taken for the evaluation of the FDRs. So once again, thank you, sir. I think the many of our field engineers might have got a clear idea about adopting this FDR technology. I suggest them to adopt this, especially in the upgradation of the rural roads. So let's give him a big round of applause once again for his wonderful presentation. Friends, I have two decisions I would like to take with the permission of the organizers. We have one more presentation, but this is a video recording. So may I request the organizers to replay it during the tea session so that we'll save some time. And also we'll postpone that question and answer sessions because the speakers are available over a cup of tea. You can always interact with them. So with this, we'll try to formally close this session. Before that, I request Dr. Ambika to summarize briefly about the proceedings of this technical session.
Thank you, sir. Most of the presentations you have already summarized very well. So I would just like to end this session with 2 or 3 points, which after working on a lot many projects of FDR in low volume roads, I have also experienced on that. One very valid point made by Dr. Anand, that stabilization additive is not one-stop solution. With this, I mean to say that each additive, or you can say any additive, does not work with all types of soils. So implementing agencies and people need to be very, very careful. At CRRI, we have evaluated almost 8 different types of additives. If additive A is giving good strength, then additive B is failing in the same type of soil. So one needs to be very careful while designing. As Guru Vittal sir has already mentioned, gradation is very important. You need to look at what strength you are want to achieve. Even if an additive is passing in strength, then it is failing in durability test. This happens. So evaluate your existing roadbed material and follow the design guidelines. Second, which the first presenter Manoj Kumar ji emphasized, that when they adopted this technology, they saved a lot of carbon emissions. So I have been bringing out this topic even with NHAI or with ministry, and today I take this opportunity, since I'm there on this platform and all NRIDA senior officials are there, that it's not only that we are adopting such technologies and we say that yes, we are saving on costs or we are saving on emissions. We need to calculate them. If World Bank is also there, if a DMRC project can get carbon credits, why not our road construction agencies? So if we do bring such guidelines, then I think all green road construction technologies will themselves get implemented. We will give some advantage to the agencies who are going to adopt them. In few of the projects, we did measure the carbon credits, the savings in the emissions, or rather the reductions in the emissions, and they are huge, because you are saving on natural materials as well as time, as well as the fuel which would be consumed in transporting the natural aggregates. So sir, my request would be that start measuring this carbon credits and bring it on paper that this much we are saving, so that and formulate such policies with which we can have carbon credits. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, one and all. Now over to the organizers.
Before we close this session formally, I'll request our team to offer a memento to our chairperson of this session, rapporteur, and the speakers present on the dais. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We request our speakers to be available for 10 minutes in the launch so that if there are any questions from the online attendees, they can respond back from the chat box. Our IT team will assist them. For the participants now, it is tea time. Chairperson of our next session and Chairperson of NHAI, Madam Alka Upadhyay, is already in the hall. We will start the session after 15 minutes. So it is tea time for all. We request all of you to please come to the dining area and have a cup of tea. And it is also requested to be back in 15 minutes time so that we can start the session. We have around 7 presentations in the next session, and they are of around 8 to 10 minutes each. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sohail Nazarian. I'm a professor at the University of Texas at El Paso, and it's a pleasure for me to be here to discuss a project that we conducted for Texas. Benefit ratio. Since the goal is the use for the low volume roads, the cost is an extremely important parameter to consider. The goals of the project were twofold. First, to delineate the out-of-spec material from the low-quality material. I will define these in a second. And if a material was considered out of specifications, we wanted to see whether, when, and how we can use it to still get a quality foundation. And for the low-quality materials, we just wanted to see if we can add a small amount of additives and turn it to a viable material to behave like a high-quality material. Let me first define the difference between an out-of-specification material versus a low-quality material. To do that, I'm showing you an example of a specification I extracted from Texas Department of Transportation, but this same type of specification is very common. There are two components in this one. One, there are essentially the limits for some index properties given the gradation plasticity. And the second part has to do with some engineering testing, like the strength test, as you see over here. What I refer to as out of specification are these index test results, that the limits are set based on the consensus and based on the experience, as opposed to the engineering values that were obtained from the parts that are shown in the green. The options we used for using other specification materials are shown below. The first one was using a thicker layer of local base. The second one was to use the same thickness of the local base, but thicken the hot mix asphalt that we eliminated because of the cost. Improve the stiffness of the subgrade or use chemical treatment. And the other group of options were to combine local and holding base. For the low quality materials, we primarily stabilization of the additives and limit what to. Some of the consideration were practicality, how economical the solution is compared to the housing materials that are high quality, how implementable and constructible the solutions are. There were some engineering consideration as well. Cause of the material being considered out of specification or low quality was important. Strength property of the materials being strength, modulus, permanent deformation were considered, and the long-term performance in terms of the moisture susceptibility and resiliency were also considered. This is the materials that we considered as an example over here. So we considered one material that is, you see, called Cemex, that it was all green. It means that it was passing all the specifications for a high quality base in Texas. And then a group of other materials from different areas with from the quarries fairly close to each other, but some of them being considered higher quality and than some of them lower quality. And again, you see that the properties, whatever is in red is just failing the specification, and whatever is in yellow is that is marginally passing or marginally failing the specification. So we have a good mix of different materials that we are considering. Based on the performance parameters, then we started looking at ranking these materials as well. So they are the same materials that I showed you before. Now, instead of the gradation and the plasticity, we started looking at the dielectric constant as a indication of the moisture susceptibility, resilient modulus to get the modulus of the material, permanent deformation, and retained strength. That would be the strength before moisture conditioning and after moisture conditioning, and retain modulus the same way. And the limits are shown over there in the graph. And as you see, in terms of the performance, some of the material are passing and some of them are not passing the performance. For instance, Turner is basically satisfactory in terms of performance, but it might not be passing all the requirements. But the El Paso one, which is passing all the specifications, you see that it has a low resilient modulus for what we consider a high quality base. So we started looking at chemical treatment for several of the materials and gradation modifications from some other, and of course there were 3 of them that we decided to use as is because they were we considered as to be as high quality. So based on the results that we got, I would just focus over here on the ones that they were low quality, and we started looking at treatment. You see that the first one, that it was not performing in terms of strengths and the classification. Class 1 means that it is high quality. And you see that by adding only 1% cement, we are just basically fulfilling all the requirements, and both in terms of the strength and classification and the plasticity. The same thing for different material. You see that for the second material, the lime was not effective, but the cement was. And all you see common is we are not using more than 1%. And you see that in the majority of the materials, we could engineer with 1% additives to pass all the requirements of the specification and be a grade 1. It means a high quality base. Then we started looking at the performance of these materials now that they were considered grade 1, and we started looking at the values that I discussed to show the performance, and you see that even though we were passing now with 1% cement, we are not fulfilling the permanent deformation. So we're going to get a settlement in the base material if you use it even with 1% cement. So we have to be careful. But what you see, for instance, the Prader over here with 1% cement, we are passing all the requirements, even though we were failing the retain strength and modulus without that 1%. And you see, based on that, again, we can engineer all the materials. And you see, for instance, for the Lubbock Cadol Corey, 1% lime works better than 1% cement because of the high plasticity of the material. Example of gradation modifications, we started just basically removing fines from the materials because of the relaxed values that we had. We found that the gradation needs to be modified significantly more. The change in the gradation by removing fines was only marginally successful. The next step was to just, before putting it into the field, is to test it and make sure that the material is working. So we made these 1 meter specimens, scale specimens, putting it under an MTS dynamic loading system, and we started applying loads on them. And we looked, we used seismic testing and dynamic compenetration to get the strength and the modulus of the layer, and then we performed plate load test under the MTS. And this is some of the information that you see. We tested each specimen in 3 conditions: when the subgrade and base were placed at the optimum, and when they were subgrade was saturated, and when the base and the subgrade was saturated. And you see that, for instance, by adding 1% lime, we can significantly improve the performance of the material for this Cadell pit. And the same thing you would see, we can improve significantly with 1% cement the Abilene material, as you see over. The next step to consider was looking at the structural design. So we decided to see how we can start controlling the rotting and the cracking of the material. Traditionally, the cracking has to do with the tensile strength at the bottom of the asphalt, and rotting was the compressive strength at the top of the subgrade to make sure that the subgrade is not rotting. We were also interested in the rotting of the base. So basically, we started to use permanent deformation properties and a VSYS program to look at the permanent deformation of different layers. One thing that we learned very quickly is an unintended consequences of using thicker, lower quality base, because if you use empirical designs like the AASHTO 1998, is that if you make the base thicker, you're going to control the rotting. And what I'm showing you over here is the same pavement structure, one with a high quality base and the other one with a low quality base. And we are looking at the variation of the rotting with the thickness of the base. And I'm looking from 4 inches of base to 20 inches of base. One thing that I have in mind when I'm using the high quality base, the maximum rotting I'm showing is 1/10 of an inch. When I'm talking about the low quality, I'm talking about 2.5 inches of total rotting. One thing that you would see for the high quality base, as you increase the thickness, the total rotting decreases, as you see over here. Because what's going to happen as you increase the cover, thicker bases, you increase the rotting insignificantly in the base, but you significantly decrease the settlement, the rotting in the subgrade. But when you look at the thick, low quality base, as you see, as we make the base thicker, you're increasing substantially the rotting of the base layer, even though you significantly decrease the rotting of the subgrade. So you should be careful that thicker base is not the solution. So what we found at the top 8 to 10 inches of the base dictates the performance in rotting of the secondary roads. The last item is a cost analysis, and just we're trying to be economical. So there is a critical distance of hauling, and to do that, we put a worksheet together to consider the two designs for the equivalent number of traffic, one with the high quality, one with the local material, and basically considering the cost of the material and the transportation and break-even point. For instance, in this example you see over here, up to at around close to 50 miles, the cost would be zero, and if it's less than 50 miles, you're better off bringing the high quality material than using the local materials, because the local base is significantly worse than the high quality. So we can do the assessment for that. Based on the lessons learned and the information I provided you over here partially, we developed a guideline that can give you the highlights in terms of the conclusion over here. The first one is, of course, obvious. Depending on the transportation and construction and material cost, the use of local base material can bring considerable cost savings to the project, especially if you can bring in a competitive environment by having several quarries in the vicinity competing on the cost. Use of small amount, 1 or 2% of calcium-based additives, either cement or lime, may significantly improve the strength and modulus of low-quality base materials. And the goal here is not to stabilize the material, but to improve it so that it will be comparable to a high-quality granule unbound base. Modification of gradation doesn't seem to bring drastic change to the properties of low quality base materials, but it can do some improvements to the other specification materials. The main mode of failure for the secondary roads is rotting, of course, and the quality of the top 8 to 10 inches of the base controls the performance of this rotting. So it's imperative to have high quality or improved material in the top 8 to 10 inches. For high quality or treated base materials, increase in the base thickness will reduce the rotting of the pavement, as we always consider in the design. But for low quality untreated base, increasing the base thickness will basically transfers and promotes the rotting of the base layer. With that, I wish I were there to answer all the questions that you might have. Please feel free to contact me at any time. I'll be more than glad to share the information and our experience with you. I wish you a wonderful conference, and hopefully I'll see you guys soon all in India. And thank you, the organizing committee, for inviting me to be part of this one. Have a wonderful conference. Bye.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I request all the participants to please take your seats. We are about to start session 3 of today. Our session chair for this session, Madam Alka Upadhyay ji, is already with us. I request all the technology providers who have to make their presentations in this session to please come on the dais. I'll request them to be here. I'll just announce the names of the industry, and from their side, whosoever is presenting will come on the dais. First of all, Mr. Himanshu Agrawal from Zydex Industries. Then Mr. Giz from Elmer Enterprises. Yes, yes. Then Mr. Sanjay Bajaj from Region. Mr. Nagendra Reddy from Vishwa Samudra Engineering Private Limited. Mr. Meghdut Guha from Trans Asian Techno Private Limited. Then from Road Scanner Finland, Professor Sarekanto. And from Complete Instrumentation Solutions Private Limited, Mr. Neeraj Chadda. Mr. Neeraj Chadda. Okay. I request our team to please welcome Chairperson of this session, Madam Alka Upadhyay, and all our speakers by offering a bouquet. I will be contributing in this session as a rapporteur. Chairperson of this session, Madam Alka Upadhyay, is an IAS officer from Madhya Pradesh cadre, 1990 batch. She has taken over the charge as Chairperson, National Highways Authority of India in December 2021. She has 10 years of experience of working in the road sector. Prior to joining as Chairperson NHAI, Madam served as Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India. She was Director General, NRIDA, handling PMGSY. She was also Mission Director of National Rural Livelihood Mission and worked extensively with self-help groups and their federations for inclusion of women in government and entitlements, creating rural enterprise of women and setting large producer collectives, registered companies. She joined the and served in various positions in the government of Madhya Pradesh and government of India. She has been involved in finance, health, and rural development. For the past 10 years, she has been working in the road sector, first at the state level as CEO, MPRRDA, Director General, NRIDA. She has worked extensively on developing robust asset management system in the country with IT-enabled system. One of the exciting projects has been large-scale use of plastic waste in construction of rural roads, along with promotion of other local materials for building ecologically sustainable roads. She has done MSc Organic Chemistry, MA Economics, and Masters in Public Administration. With this, I now hand over the dais to the chairperson for conducting the session. I request all the speakers to please complete their presentation in scheduled time of around 8 minutes or so, because it is almost 5:30 and we are already late. So just starting the session. Madam, now you can take over and start the session, please.
Very good evening to all of you. And it's indeed a pleasure to be here amongst very experienced dais who has been working extensively in the field of new technology adoption, especially in the rural roads. It's very heartening to see all of you over here like a family to me, who are like a family to me, and good to be back with all of you. And I must say that I've been missing all of you a lot. And I keep narrating what great work PMGSY is doing. I must compliment Ashish Goyal, the Additional Secretary, and DG Nirida for organizing this conference. It's really a good platform for exchange of ideas and sharing of knowledge. Now, today, I think this session is based out of new technology. Uh, a lot of work, and I think PMGSY is one of those schemes where adoption of new technology has really been ingrained very well. And I must thank my predecessors who were in Nirida, and which has now been taken up with equal zeal, if not more, by the current DG and Additional Secretary. Now the stage is set for those who are going to be making a presentation over here. I only have 2 points to mention over here at the very beginning, and this is just for as a general observation. While new technology is something that IRC codifies, a lot of accredited material is now available in the market. A lot of new technologies have been experimented, but still I feel there is a need for standardization. There is a great need for setting up those laboratories across the country, and I invite private sector participation who can look at the quality of the new material which is being used. Because very often the labs on which our own quality control labs on which PMGSY depends do not have that capability. So there is a scope for participation of the public sector, getting good labs in the country where all of this new material which is being used can be tested. From my own experience of the national highway, there are a lot of materials which are being used, especially for structural construction. And there's glass fiber, there is pre-stressed steel, there are a lot of things which are being used. But what we get and what is being used is sometimes left as a very subjective quality regime. And I feel that this is a great void. We need to take this up on a much larger scale. So with this, I just would like to invite the speakers of the day. As has been told by Dr. Pateria, that we are running into the evening, and patience may be a little low amongst the audience over here. Let's adhere to the time schedule. And now I would request Sri Himanshu Agarwal to make his presentation and talk about the technology about Zydex.
Session Chair, Madam Alka Upadhyay, Dr. Ashish Goyal,
all the directors of NIDA, ladies and gentlemen, and speakers on the dais. A very good evening to you from Zyrex. It indeed is a pleasure to be here today, and thanks for the opportunity. Zyrex is an Indian company. We deal into nanomaterials, and which I will share. The key issue since morning that we've been talking about is, can we reduce the moisture permeation in pavements? Do we eliminate it or do we reduce it? And that's what I'm going to share about. We've also done something on FDR. We've been involved, fortunately, since last decade or so with NRIDA works. Let me first take you to a video of Zyrex as to what we do, because we do a lot more than what we do on roads. It's a short video. Volume.
Extending their useful life. We speak the language of change that ushers in a new era of sustainability. Zydex Industries, innovating for sustainability. Right from the inception of Zydex in 1997, sustainability has been the focus and driving force for all our innovations. We have developed cost-effective technologies and products that can serve the use of limiting natural resources and extend their life cycle. Having received multiple awards, Zydex offers innovative solutions for water-resistant roads, beautiful and durable homes, eco-friendly textiles, and sustainable agriculture. Zydex is headquartered in Gujarat, India. Our American counterpart, Zydex Incorporated, is headquartered in North Carolina, USA. We have a global presence in over 40 countries. We are ISO 9001, ISO 14001, and SA 8000 certified for quality, environmental, and social compliance.
Thank you. So Zyrex's vision is to help to contribute to build climate resilient, safe, smart, greenfield, brownfield highways and rural roads. And I would personally think when we're doing FDR, we could possibly call it rural highways, and we have close to 7 lakh kilometers. So as we move on time, we may have 1 million kilometers, which move seamless from highways to the countryside network. What are the key impacts of the technology is, one is water resistance, high strength, nano-bonded flexible FDR basis or stabilized basis. And I'll tell you in a minute what we do on the chemical side. We reduce aggregates use by 50 to 70%, be it with a semi-automatic system or with an automatic system. Superior design, because as we move on time, and we would like to work with the knowledge partners, the IITs, to look at how we can take advantage of the drainage coefficient going up from 1 to 1.3. That means the MSAs of the roads will go up. Enhance the durability of the bitumen layers. Could we increase the duration from 5 years to 7 years to 9 years? And how could we do it? By bringing in engineered additive materials and so on. Reduce production temperatures. That means short-term volatiles can be arrested, the losses of bitumen, so it will have a higher life. And lower the maintenance costs. Most important is the carbon footprint, which already has been talked about. Lowering of capex, life cycle cost would be an added bonus. So technology is validated over time. Let me get to the first one. What we work in the soil stabilization with the two products. One is a silicon-based product called TerraCell. The second one is ZycoBond. That's 80 nanometer size, particle size product, while cement is typically 15 to 50 microns. TerraCell is 2 to 6 microns. That means we are 20 times smaller than the COVID viruses, which are about 80 nanometers. So at that level, the material is induced into the OMC minus NMC water. It modifies the soil particle from hydrophilic to oleophilic particle. As a result, compaction is better. Most important is moisture intrusion can be cut off by a factor of 500 times. That means the moisture permeation is lesser. Over a period, the dimensional stability of these bases will be maintained. On the right side, you see a small graphic which talks about the red dot indicates the nanopolymer. This is what is going to give you a nano-flexible, bonded, stabilized base. Over a period of time, we will see that. I think we've been fortunate to get involved in the FDR pilot of Chitrakoot. While it has been shown in the afternoon, let me show you the sequence because the video was not very clearly coming out. This is a 17-kilometer road constructed in Chitrakoot, first pilot FDR. The shoulders. So the first step is getting ready for the recycling. We excavated these shoulders, compacted it. The material is getting induced, the two liquid additives, cement spread. Sanjay is acting in, and that's the key. Today we have specified 20-ton pad foot roller. Probably 15-ton pad foot roller could also work, is what we think. But that I think we'll have to discuss it out. A vibratory roller compaction and a final finish. Traffic is ready to go. Very, very important observation that I have on FDR, apart from the technical part, is the community buy-in. And that's a very, very interesting part, because if the villagers adopt this, because what I have heard is, साहब ऐसा सड़क तो हमने कभी बनते नहीं देखा. Earlier, the villager was wedded to aggregates that don't move aggregates. The technology is then you're not going to apply anything. But now when he sees a big machine, the buy-in of the community is there. So I would think that's a very, very important part in facilitation. Let me take you quickly to the other two parts of the technology. Today, when we do conventional work over WBM, prime coating is an issue because it takes 10 to 12 hours. Single lane roads, traffic cannot be stopped. What do? Here is a technology which can be added. It's again a silicon-based priming material. Added to emulsion, it reduces the time of the curing of the prime coat from 12 hours to 1 hour. That means the next step can happen right away. Here what we have done is, we're doing some work in the northeast. We have applied a prime coat layer and then followed it up with a SAMI layer, because in the FDR project, we are yet to do a SAMI layer. So just why I wanted to share that. Nanotag helps in terms of better bonding of the emulsion and giving a strength, and also hooking the bottom part of the stabilized layer. So it plays a role. It also reduces the moisture permeation in the process. The last part, and I think that's one of the most important part, because whether we stabilize or whether we construct conventionally, what's important is everybody sees a blacktop road. Zygotham is an additive added into bitumen binders. You can use in CRMB or a PMB or a VG30 or any binder. Benefits are moisture and frost susceptibility is eliminated, enhanced durability, it's odor-free material. In Germany, we are working with the EU to reduce the temperatures so that the emission on the paving end can be reduced, because bitumen is carcinogenic. So we are trying to reduce temperatures there. It works as a warm mix. As far as India is concerned, though we are not a cold temperature climate all across, but there is a huge 2 to 3 months which we can retrieve if we can start working even at 0 degrees temperature. And that is where I think warm mix can very much help. When we bring plastics, waste plastic in, it will act as a workability additive. So when you have a workability additive, the coating and the surface tension of bitumen to coating is lesser. That helps you to have a better working. Go low temperatures, you can pave even at 90 degrees at 0 degree temperatures. You get higher fatigue resistance. If my slide, 7 years straight road, we did nothing, no resurfacing, it stayed on, and after that, of course, it got resurfaced. My last slide is all about low temperature, PMB at 155 degrees Celsius. So I wish and hope this process of technology adoption in the country continues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think Zydex has been making great inroads into the construction of rural roads. this material has almost been tried and tested. My only suggestion for a gathering like this is that you should always bring out the life cycle analysis that would impress upon people more about the use of this technology. So thank you very much, and I must appreciate that you were able to put forth your points in a very short span of time, and I think I'm eating into other people's time. So without much ado, I would now request Mr. Sarale for his presentation.
Namaste. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start with some perspective. For centuries, roads were built which worked very well, until one day the engineers came. So after the development of technology and knowledge in the 20th century, India, like all countries, has been urbanizing and developing their infrastructure incredibly, and therefore have been opening the country for trade and development. However, most of the country itself, namely the rural areas, therefore your minister VPG in the beginning of the 20th century started the program PMGSY. During that program, and since then, many have been developed. The results have been that between 2000 and 2022, 184,000 projects were executed and 705,000 kilometers have been realized. PowerSem Technologies has developed a product, RoadSem, for stabilization of roads, for soil for roads, and has realized between April 1996 and May 2022, 18,800 square meters of stabilizations, and has made sure that the clients had a saving of more than 605 crores. Now, the objectives of the PMGSY are the same as the objectives of PowerSem Technologies, and the results are there. The achievement of economic construction, speed construction time, reduce carbon emissions, reduce environmental degradation, provide sustainable roads, reduce maintenance, and most importantly, no use of any aggregates at all. I think that is quite an achievement, don't you? A brief introduction of our company. We were established in 1996 in the Netherlands, and we are represented since 2017 by our partner Elma Enterprises. Our specialization is the modification of cement-bound materials. Our mission statement is the support of growth of global economy. As our vision is providing infrastructural construction and environmental solutions. And our track record is that our product has been used in more than 40 countries to date very successfully. PowerSem is a global player. Our product is based on alkali metals and synthetic zeolites with a number of activators, and it is developed to chemically modify cement-bound materials. It is nanotechnology, and on nano scale, the product creates a crystalline matrix which forms a filament and bounds the materials particles. Many companies claim to have the same thing to date in the world, which can prove it by a study from the University of Radboud in Nijmegen, which has a microscope to take the picture you can see here. Next to that, we are also the only company which has to date done various tests in the whole world. In this case, it was the IMT, the Mexican Road Institute, which has done a test of 320,000 axle loads of 160 kilonewtons. The same has been done for a project consultant companies in this area, has shown that, as you can see here on the left side, the traditional test part, 1,000 cycles, the stiffness had been reduced to 85%. You see that on the left side. On the right side, the same thing, 320,000 repetitions, and the stiffness reduction was 0. Our product makes sure that any stabilization is completely water impermeable. In Tabasco, in Mexico, our company has done a whole network of roads, and therefore, after that, the UNESCO has done a study to show the accessibility possibilities after the floods. Because of that, we are the only company in this sector which is. The applications are variant, of course, like most of the products. Here in India, executing at the moment 3 projects, has finished 1 project. The project which is finished is the Tekuyama, the Amboto and Shunga project are still being executed. This is all in Nagaland. And just to give you an idea, you see the kilometers which have been of the projects themselves, and on the bottom you see the cost reductions which have been realized. The product we use for the stabilization of soil for road construction, and it's been manufactured by a company called Brenntag, which is the biggest chemical mixer in Europe, and they produce this under license. They are ISO certified in their production process. Our packaging is in bags of 25 kilos, and of course, to make sure that controlled, every bag has a serial number. Ladies and gentlemen, I was asked not to make it too long, so therefore you stand in the hall 30, and I would like to now to introduce you to you the chief engineer of the Nagaland Road Institute, who would give you a very short testimony of the effectivity of our products. Thank you very much.
I'm not a chief engineer, but executive engineer. Respected Madam, respected Additional Chief Secretary, and all the dignitaries, and all the esteemed participants to this conference. Being the first user of this product, we would like to share our experience in this technology. Major constraints faced in our road construction in the state is the availability of the good quality stones. Out of the 16 districts, stones are available in the pockets only in around 8 districts, which also barely meets the minimum quality specifications. Contractors have to transport the aggregates for more than 70 to 80 kilometers in many districts at the expense of time, cost, and the quality of the road. When the road SEM technology was introduced to us, we wanted to try and approach the NRDA. 4 projects were sanctioned as a pilot project, and we selected these projects with different soil conditions, from the silty up to soils. Photo of the same site taken almost a year apart. In between, and the traffic conditions, fully loaded 10-wheelers daily. And it is seen that even without the surface treatment, the road had no deterioration. As you can see in the mold, we did not use any aggregates, and we have seen that the UCS value is up to 5 MPa. On an average, the construction cost 70%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's very encouraging to see that a state like Nagaland has been able to experiment, take the initiative, and the statistics on usability and cost economics is certainly very, very encouraging. With this, now I would like to invite Sri Sanjay Bajaj from Vidgen India, who are probably a large consortium for supplying big machinery for construction of roads. So over to you, Mr. Bajaj.
Thank you. Good evening, all. Respected Alka ma'am, Dr. Ashish Goyal, members on the dais, colleagues from the industry, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on behalf of Vidgen Group. In next 8 minutes, I will try to explain what we are doing for contribution to Indian highways in terms of rural development. So, we are a German company, or were a German company, now a part of John Deere, which is an American company. Technology leaders for last 25 years in India. Strong brands Vidgen, Fogle, Ham. And very proudly here to share that we make large of equipments in India, here in Pune, where we have 30 acres of manufacturing land. We also export house of equipments and the biggest and largest construction equipment in road sector out of India. We have seen talk about FDR, and after talking since morning, let me give you a glimpse what are we trying to do here. The existing damage payment is actually recycled, rehabilitated in situ by adding binders like cement and additive as required, and we reconvert back the whole process to a stabilized base, which becomes your stabilized layer. On top, you are actually doing an asphalt as per design. So this FDR is a good concept if done right, with right intent, with right quality and right equipment. So what is Vidgen contribution in this? And ensuring that we reuse 100% of existing payment. And it's definitely cost effective one. Otherwise, in terms, not in money, but also in natural resources and in green technologies. So I'm very convinced that it is sustainable and the fastest way to rehabilitate your road by using recycling technology, be it FDR or it can be anyone. In next slide, I'll show you a small animation, how we actually carry out FDR on the process. So yeah, here it is. I think volumes.
Hydraulically bound base layer, a towed spreader from Streumaster pre-spreads cement.
So we spread cement here first.
Computer-controlled metering feeders ensure highest spreading accuracy.
Yeah. So this is all computerized control as per
Behind
design
the
mix.
spreader, the Vidgen recycler pushes a water tanker truck by means of a push bar.
This is the equipment called recycler.
The recycler draws in water continuously via a hose connection. The powerful milling and mixing rotor mixes the existing material and pre-spread cement to produce a homogeneous mixture. At the same time, the required amount of water is injected into the mixing chamber via a microprocessor control injection part. The pressurized scraper at the rotor plate levels off the recycled material to create an even surface. A Ham single drum compactor with smooth drum then compacts the stabilized homogeneous base course material, while a grader carries out finish grading. A tandem roller and pneumatic tired roller follow right behind to complete the compaction process.
So this is exactly what we are following worldwide and also in India and various states at rural roads level also. So I'll take you some pictures now from the job site. You can see on the left side, there's a damaged road. Pictures from UP, FDR. We are spreading cement and additive if required as per design. We are pulverizing, mixing in situ, recycling in situ. And the whole process is adding water, cement and chemical together. The working depth is as per design, but typically we are doing 215 UP, but can be designed to cater to design requirements of less than 1 MSA. I think even 200 is good. There are various technical people here who can talk about it. Then we compact with the heavy roller and then grade and then get a top surface which is stabilized top. It can be sealed using an appropriate design requirements here. So it's so fast. So what is the experience in India? FDR, we are talking about it. So last 25 years we are here, and last 14 years I'm in this line. So Nagaland was off late projected by department here. This was a very typical case. Dr. Ambika also helped us here. And we post soil, only cement and additive spread. And we did it, I would say, it was the peak COVID times. In 18 days, we finished almost 12 kilometers, Ashish sir. So that is a testimony of the speed what we can do. But yes, it was COVID time, so there was no traffic or neither any disruption here. And this is a final stabilized base on top. Assam posed a lot of challenges. It is a work of NHIDCL done by PWD. Asphalt road 250 millimeter. In situ we added 4% cement and then they put on a asphalt design. So here the aggregates were coming from the other side of the border. So we saved a lot of aggregates, a lot of transportation cost and also carbon emissions which could have actually come up had he not recycled the same. Andaman is known to us. The aggregates come either from Chennai by ship or there are no aggregates. Some glimpses done in situ. Cement additives from base seal, additives from Zydex and also from Vishwasamudra and RBI. It was stabilized. Almost 130 km has been done overall. And it's a good performing surface, largely I would say. Some sections we still have a problem, but I think it was execution issues. We are working on that. But I would say largely it's good. Rural roads, I would say Tripura was the first one which gave us a chance in 2016. And then UP came the big way, the real big thing. At the moment, 120 km under award. We have executed close to 50 plus of the packages per one. It's good, it's classic, it's exemplary what we are doing there. We are doing a month there, and it's eye-opening for the people, for the authorities, for the department, for the rehabilitation there. Lot of success there. Nagaland, Andamans, and here comes what is overall scenario in India, sir. If you look at it, NHI, welcome ma'am, earlier days you were in Ministry of Rural Development, but I'm very pleased to share that now in NHI, till last month, we have close to 14 million square meter, either stabilized subgrade or FDR cold recycling. NHIDCL, we have talked 1.4 million. Rural roads, sir, Ashish sir, we assure you on equipments, technology support, it's 1 million here, but my guess is by end of 2023, we'll touch 5 million here. I'll not talk much because of defense projects, but we are also there. Yeah. So 70 recyclers in India, and we are going great. And the only complaint I have now is when do we get deliveries of the machines? So that is a challenge today. The whole world is facing logistic challenge. So we assure you that let down our contractors and ensure that timely deliveries are met. Benefits, I'll sum it up. I think we've been talked about it. So overall, we save as a nation, be it in cost, be it in natural resources, and of course a faster construction. So what we do is we have a solutions for cement spreading, for recycler, various models. Compaction, there was a contact of 20 tons, Ashish said, but now we have made in India 15 tons and we are working on the design compaction test. It's working good. I'm sure Make in India, this will help us to use in our national rural road project. So 15 ton is made in India and I think this is suffice for time. Yeah. So here we are worldwide, India-wide. So that's our strength. And thank you very much for your kind attention. Thanks, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much for bringing the big machines to the smaller roads or the rural roads. So while this has become an almost mainstream application as far as the national highways are concerned, the challenge with the rural roads, of course, is the lesser lane width and smaller stretches. But with the adequate bundling and now with the upgradation program that we've taken up under the PMGSY 3, I think faster execution is going to be the biggest achievement. Only thing is the cost. I think I would request Mr. Garg that the cost of the machinery needs to be now optimized as far as its application is concerned over the rural roads. So, but I must say, great job being done. Now I would like to invite Mr. Nagendra Reddy from Vishwasamudra Engineering Private Limited. Also very sad to share the loss of the Vishwasamudra family in Mr. Srinivas, who was kind of a driving force for this company, met with a very tragic situation, and he's no more with us. We must all pay our homage, and I must say this is a sad loss of a young and very energetic life. So over to you, Mr. Nagendra Reddy.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Good evening, everyone. We are from Vishwasamudra Engineering. We do soil stabilization as well as full depth reclamation by using stable road additive. Let me say a word about our additive. It's a German product and 100% natural mineral additive. So this is our corporate profile, and so this is a brief of advantages what we can achieve by using this technology. So the main motto being conservation of natural resources, that is savings in aggregate. So as of now, we have saved 85% of aggregates in all of the projects whatever we have executed, and the process being mechanized, the pace of construction will be speed, and the maintenance cost will be minimal. So this is what we have contributed to the environment in the part of aggregate savings or carbon emissions. And this is a brief process. I will just quickly slide over as it is being discussed. This is a small video. So CRRA has also conducted studies on our executed projects, and this is a brief of their highlights. Coming to the projects we have executed with this technology for various, airports, ports, national highways, and also rural roads. So coming to the rural roads, we have executed in AP, and presently we are working with UP. And this is a cross-section of stabilization crust, just comparison with that of an existing conventional crust. And these are some of peaks of execution over there. This is at AP Vijayawada. And this for AAB works in AP under Panchayat Raj department. So here also we are able to save 92% of aggregates. So, and you can see the reduced crust thickness clearly. And these are the cores extracted over there. And this is a brief of strength-wise parameters, what we have achieved for various projects executed throughout our country. So we have executed airports also for GMR International Airport at Hyderabad. And you can see the modulus values more than 5,000 in each of the case, and around on an average 85% of savings in the natural resources. So thanks for the opportunity. For further queries, you may contact at stall number 28 and 29. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Much has been talked about the stable roads or the stable technology, and it has proven its worth being used in national highways, at the airports, at the port roads. And I think now it has also made an inroad into the rural roads along with Zydex, RBI 81, so on and so forth. So we are enhancing our bouquet of technologies which will make construction faster as far as the rural roads are concerned. So thank you very much for that very quick and visual presentation, which kind of just gets captured by the mind very fast. And now I would request Mr. Meghdut Guha, Transasian Techno Private Limited, for his presentation.
Honorable Chair, Honorable DG Sir, all honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, it's very good evening and welcome to my presentation. We are actually the technology partner for a very reputed company in Japan, Sakai Heavy Industries Limited, who are now 105 years old in this world and the universe. And they are also known as the masters of compaction in the world. They have given me the responsibility of making the presentation on their behalf because there are some travel restrictions in Japan and they could not travel to India, unfortunately. So with your kind permission, let me start my presentation, and it's a very brief presentation. Please. Internet connection is required for one video. Just one online video. No problem, I'll skip. It's coming. Yeah. So, in fact, the new technology, the new material, full depth reclamation, soil stabilization, lot have been discussed in this forum. So I will not go into that. I will be taking up in a very different subject, which is actually compaction and rolling, where Sakai have their expertise and they are the masters in the world. So most welcome to all of you to the rural highways of India. We no more call it rural roads, we will call it rural highways of India. And in the Sakai methodology and in their objective or their all the processes, they put safety on the top most priority, quality next, and by keeping all these two, they talk about speed, productivity, and profit. I will just give a brief glance, just I am telling the glance about some of the products Sakai having as a special products. This is the road maintenance, recycling, and reclamation products, which is a milling machine and the soil stabilizer. Similar like Ritgen have, Bomag have, Caterpillar have, and all these other companies have. And other division is their compaction equipment, where they have the specialization. So 35% market share this company is holding in Asian market, and worldwide they have 4 manufacturing plants in Japan, China, Indonesia, and US. In my presentation, there are 4 headings: cold milling, soil stabilization, soil compaction. But first 3 I will just touch upon. I will not spend much of the time because it has already been discussed. But our core subject will be touching upon with the blue font, that is the asphalt rolling and compaction in this presentation. How Sakai can help you? Yes, that is the question you should be asking. And yes, we are ready to answer to all your questions. Probably this session will not permit us that much time, but that's why I have put my contact email ID and contact detail. You are most welcome to contact us anytime, 24/7. So when we talk about the safety, these two videos will tell how much Sakai is involved into innovation. This is one automated PTR roller which can sense any object, anything which comes on the way, and it stops automatically. And that's why we call that we make a foolproof machine, FOOL, full, not FULL. It's a foolproof machine. Now, if the operator wants also, he cannot make a mistake. And the second video, what you can see, this is the milling machine. I am putting all videos together. Left side two videos are from Japan and Indonesia, and the right hand side video is from India. This machine has worked in Sitapur Lucknow highway. It has completed about 70 kilometers of milling in 2019 to 2021. Now coming to a brief introduction about the reclaimer. This reclaimer having a dual hydraulic drive rotor. This is also having a side shifting facility of 500 mm of the rotor both sides for your convenience. This machine having a 376 kilowatt engine, and this machine having a guaranteed production of more than 2.5 kilometers a day and any worse situation. This is a very brief glance about that machine, what Sakai has launched, and this machine was introduced way back in 1956, and this is the 5th generation machine of Sakai now.
Specially designed for full depth reclamation on city roads.
It has a clear visibility of the process because the operator's cabin is at the rear, and operator can see both sides what is happening during the process. I'll just skip it. So when you buy Sakai, what you get? You get 65 years of experience and expertise, and the most advanced features at a much reasonable cost. Productivity 2.5 times than any of our competitors. Fuel consumption 20% lesser than the competition, and also less carbon emission, carbon footprints improves. Now coming to the subject of compaction. Compaction is basically knowing the three terminology, and three terminologies are amplitude, frequency, and the centrifugal force. But for soil and for asphalt, it would be different because soil likes more impact, more amplitude, whether asphalt likes more kind of massaging, not the impact by default. So this is the soil compactor I am showing you. Normally, whatever machine you find in India, that is having 0.87 to 1.7 mm of amplitude. Centrifugal force is about 18 tons. Drum cell thickness about 22 millimeter, and fuel consumption on an average 14 liters per hour. What Sakai offers you? Sakai offers you a 2.05 mm of amplitude, centrifugal force of 26 tons, drum cell thickness of 25 mm, and fuel same. So you can easily compare who delivers better. Now coming to another innovation, Sakai has already introduced the autonomous rollers, which doesn't require an operator, and an operator sitting in the control cabin can control 12 machines at a time with the 100% perfection. Also, you can see on the right hand side, Sakai having a custom built solutions, like in case you have a very tough site, very difficult site. Sorry. That video probably is not working. Now coming to the main course, as I told, this is the main discussion subject today. As we know, everybody tells when you are dealing with asphalt, please act when it's hot. Because asphalt has to be paved, asphalt has to be compacted between 140 degrees Celsius to 110 degrees Celsius. Below 110 degrees Celsius, if you wish to compact or try to compact asphalt, you will be crushing the aggregates, you will not compact it at all. So please remember this in mind. And asphalt having an inherent problem. Inherent problem is the segregation, particulate segregation, which is visible, thermal segregation, which is not visible. Only you can understand by using a thermal scanner. At different level, you will find different temperature. Now, what Sakai gives you? Sakai gives you a machine which is called HFU, high frequency unit, that is having 4,000 vibration per minute. And what are the benefits? All the asphalt rollers working in India having between 2,800 to 3,000 VPM, but Sakai offers you a 4,000 VPM machine, which means
Oscillation refers to the movement of the drum
with a different technology. This is what asphalt likes.
pavement surface with a dynamic kneading action to provide both density and smoothness. Vibration refers to the movement of the drum vertically up and down. The drum compacts the asphalt mix by hitting it much like a hammer. On bridge decks, we must be careful, as excessively strong vibration may crack the pavement and fracture the deck.
What we actually wanted to tell you with that short video, that for soil compaction, for embankment, impact is okay, amplitude is okay, but asphalt likes more of a messaging, which needs a to and fro movement of the drum, which is called a nutating action or nutation drum or the oscillation drum. And Sakai having both the drums with nutation as well as the vibration, and there are 7 different combinations you can set with Sakai. So by increasing the speed with the 2500 VPM, you may actually compromise with the quality. So Sakai gives you a 4000 VPM machine with 7.2 kilometers per hour speed, which guarantees you the performance as well as your productivity.
When BPM is only 2,500, roller speed is reduced to 4.5 kilometers per hour to meet the industry standard of 33 impacts per meter or IPM. And the machine cannot keep up with the paver or reach density goals by working.
Now coming to another innovation of Sakai, which is the first and the only machine in the world that is a pneumatic vibratory roller. This machine can give you a compaction of up to 99% and uniform compaction bottom up. With this, I will come to an end to my presentation, and in case of any question, probably the time is up, but my mobile number and email ID is there on the slide. You are most welcome for any questions, anytime, 24/7, I am available for your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Guha. I think what you're talking about is especially very pertinent to the national highways, and wherever we are upgrading to 5.5 meter roads in PMGSY, this technology will certainly bring out very good riding surface and a faster execution, of course. So thank you very much. And now I would request Professor Saranketo, Road Scanner Finland, who would be talking on new technologies for proactive maintenance of rural roads. And maintenance, as many of you would know, asset maintenance is something very, very close to my heart. So I'm also very, anxious, or rather very keen to listen to what you have to say.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Yes, we've been hearing so far excellent presentation about stabilization and compaction, how to do that. My topic is slightly different, so I'm talking very much that your problem don't end after that unless you don't unless you are starting to take care of maintenance also. Maintenance is also very critical after all these expensive investments. So don't forget that. So just one slide about road scanners. We are a 24-year-old company focused on payment management, asset management, and traffic infrastructure, working on roads, airports, bridges, streets, and construction technology. A lot of research on that. And we are working on on about 60, more than 60 countries in all continents, have been here in India also with a few projects more than 10 years. But what I'd really like to start in the beginning is tell about our one special issue which combines today, because road scanners has been running 24 years, EU's biggest project related on rural roads called Roadex network. And we've been running especially on the rural roads in Northern Europe, sharing best practices, doing research and development of new knowledge and technologies, and implementing and testing new solutions. Our philosophy in rural road asset management in general is focus, focus, focus. We don't have too much money, so we have to use this money in a very productive way. So we have to survey precisely the weak sections, weakest links. We have to understand the reasons, underlying reasons for these problems. We have to design fit-for-purpose structures. Also, timing is very important when you are talking about life cycle cost analysis of your investments. And after that, again, implement programs for follow-up, preventative or proactive maintenance. And one interesting issue is that we've been building a lot of e-learning packages in www.roadex.org. And most popular visitors in these e-learning packages are coming from India, several years already. We've been about every 4 or 5 months we get about 8,000 permanent visitors on our website and learning. Especially students in India are visiting a lot on our website and getting learning and information about how to manage rural roads on over there. So you are welcome also on visit them. So in northern periphery, but I would say that working also in many warm countries like in India, the issues are exactly the same. Number one, always drainage. Then heavy trucks, permanent deformation, poor quality road materials, roads on peat or very soft subgrade. And then how do you widen roads? And if you have widened the roads, what happens then? Survey and data collection technique, we've been working very much on new NDT technologies, just listing all this GPR, FWD, LiDARs, etc. Always testing the new technologies is coming. But also testing and improving data processing and analysis techniques. And right now it's a very much about cloud-based data handling, real-time monitoring, using point cloud on the data analysis. And if we start to talk about what we should do, and just picking one issue is drainage. What we have been finding out that if you are talking about what is the most profitable decision is always when you are investing in drainage. So 3 most important issues on road maintenance is drainage, drainage, and drainage. Roadex, after the Roadex was so successful, we decided to start a project called PEHKO, where we took it in practice. And we started in 3 areas in Finland, and we had a very ambitious vision. So after we started 2015, and final goal is that 2025, our annual life cycle costs are 50% lower, and our roads are better. Everybody thought that we are crazy. Right now, we are on the level about 30% lower, and our roads in this test area are much, much better. Just doing right things on right time and right things. But one issue that with this short time, I'd like to tell you also that this is not only technology. This is definitely not the technology. If you buy the most fancy equipment, That doesn't happen. This is a digitalization. This is a change of mindset. Maybe 30% technology, 70% mindset. So you have to change your way how you handle rural roads management. And thinking about not only the contents, why and the technology, you have to think why and what, who are doing, how you are doing, processings, and people have to be committed over there. Otherwise, you are not be able to change. So in this way, even though we are talking about rural technologies, we should always think also about how we change our mindsets. Because these technologies, new technologies, are very much also like disruptive. You are starting to think that, okay, this is a new thing. What does this happen to take to my job? So the first of new technologies, we have to have case histories that everybody knows what happens and are motivated. And then we have to turn this to the money, life cycle cost, and focus on these expensive sections. In most rural roads, about 10 to 15% of the rural roads, then they are taking about 50 to 60% of the money on your area. So what you should do is focus on this 10%. Then you make money also. That is and the technology is now there. How do you find these weakest links or expensive links? In each traffic volume areas, you can do statistical analysis, then put them to the map and finding, okay, here are my black spots. What is the reason for them and how do I handle them? The other issue what is coming right now and is very critical especially on proactive maintenance is that earlier in the payment management we've been working once a year or like in India twice a year. But once you start to work really proactive, you have to have these sensors in the cars that are driving every day in the vehicle. So you have to have a real-time situation picture. Then you can react in good time. And also you have to have a good view, very visualized output that every maintenance worker also understands why I'm doing here, why I'm cleaning this ditch, why I'm opening this culvert and everything else. Because this, as I said, this is also a motivational system. Also like moisture damage index. If your moisture is due to the cracks in the pavement or if the moisture is due to the subgrade problems. And also showing the results and statistics in a maps and that you can in a way compare the areas. You can put that, okay, this area roads are much better. If this is my road, so what do I do wrong? So it's this transparency. I heard many times of talking about transparency. So we need to be much more transparent in the future. And here's the final.
What does that truly mean?
This proactive
tools that make your work easier, effective, and more exact. Combining visual data from different sources and creating multi-data analysis and comparative multi-year infrastructure surveys. Of course, all this includes GPS coordinates. Road Doctor, a tool for surface and subsurface data analysis. That is intelligent and proactive infrastructure asset management.
So, I'm running my time. The last slide is just about the benefits, but basically you can come and visit our booth also and find out. But basically this means longer payment lifetime, better roads, happier road users, and major savings in annual payment cost. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Indeed, something new and one of those steps that we have to take and move in this direction for proactive call on maintenance, analyzing and diagnosing where and which part of the road needs maximum attention. So a lot of things are being done as well as in PMGSY roads as well as the national highways. The ramps that we have here as well, we are working on that technology, but it's all about how to compute the data and how to get annotated data for quick action. That is something which I found a mention in your presentation. I would personally be very happy to take this further from here with you. So thank you very much. And now I think the last speaker of the session, and everybody I must congratulate, is keeping really good timing with their presentations. So now I'd like to invite Sri Neeraj Chadha. He would be speaking on the latest technologies for structural testing and distress mapping. And they have a complete solution, I guess, an IT solution or a mechanical solution. Over to you.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I, being the last speaker, you would be looking forward to my leaving this place very soon. But I am very optimistic. I'm not a pessimistic guy. I always think if I am the last speaker, I can cheat on 2 minutes for sure. And I know you will be very patient with me too. Thank you so very much. So that's the precursor of my presentation. I am an earthquake scientist. I'm not a payment engineer. But my love is payments. My first love is payments. There's something very interesting which comes to my mind. In Japan also, wherein we saw the buildings sinking into the of liquefaction. You would be we do research always writing beautiful papers. But Earth is a very complex structure. Roads are not. We make roads. We know what roads are. The composition of roads is in our hands. What are we doing till now? Professor Veera Raghavan will certainly vouch for it. I think so. So it was in 1993-94 when we got the first network survey vehicle here, the Rerun. What are we doing with these network survey vehicles? We are mapping distresses when they have happened. But why do we let them happen? We should let them happen. We should nip it in the bud. A stitch in time saves 9. The other day I was showing in one of my presentations, I was showing that 2 pictures wherein I have a road with micro cracks and the other picture showed there were potholes. So where will you put your money? One would say, well, let me repair the road with damages so that it is good for the riders. I would say no. If I'm going to spend 1,000 rupees repairing micro cracks today and 200,000 rupees repairing those potholes and making or relaying the road, I would rather spend 1,000 rupees and not let that road take the condition which the other road is in today. And then I can spend that 199,000 rupees into the road which is damaged. So what Timo said just now was being proactive, not being reactive. Sorry, ma'am, I was the one who had been really working hard on network survey vehicles, and you can see them here. They are also displayed outside. We can map in each and every distress, be it cracks, potholes, the size of the potholes, the depth of the potholes, you name it, and we measure that distress in 3 dimensions. But is that enough? Again, do we want to go to the Singapore model, wherein the pavement engineers are held responsible if there's a crack in the road? That's what we should be moving towards. We should be moving towards a proactive approach rather than a reactive approach. Herein, what Timo was shown there is, we also have it here in the display, is what we call it as road doctor maintenance controller. That's very important. A simple tool which will give you online real-time condition of the road. Whether there's any rutting, what is the condition of the drainage, if there are any potholes on the road, what is the riding quality? I'll not say the IRI, sorry, riding quality, the bumpiness in the road. So what's important? These are the basic parameters we want to know when we are talking about even rural roads. So if we move that vehicle on the road, believe me in 2 seconds, you can capture the data on the cloud, the processed data, the videos within 2 seconds flat. And that is where you can catch hold of things. You can just go to the black spots and say, okay, click here. And the moment you click on those spots, you will come to know what is the problem. You'll get the picture of that stretch. So sitting in the office, you can take corrective measures, or you can catch hold of the people who are responsible for it. And that's how we need to go about. So today we have to use technology just not to capture the problems, but take care of those problems before they become much bigger and much costlier. Here then, what I'm trying to show is that we have a gamut of equipment, and most of these equipment are here in the show. We are on stall number 3435. You will find these equipment there, and also in the open area, we have 3 vehicles sitting there. So we are into the asset management, then we are into structural testing. That is another good area. Once, some time ago, I think so that was around 8, 9, 10 years ago, we were asked by Western Railways to do the load rating of bridges. And when I was doing the Vasai Creek Bridge, which is the lifeline of Bombay, I was given that bridge at around 1:30 in the midnight, and for 45 minutes, that's it, because they couldn't stop the traffic. It's a box girder bridge. They wanted initially to do the load rating of the bridge, and then eventually the principal chief engineer, he said, no, I want to know why have the cracks in the web developed over a period of time. I said, fine. What we did was, move the loco with the loaded wagons on it at different speeds, and then the halting test. They were surprised. To save on the cost, they have made up. On the other side, they didn't do anything just to save on the cost. So they moved the track, orientation of the tracks, just to take care of it. But eventually, what have they done? They are compensating the dead load with the live load. And eventually, there was an S-shaped movement, which led to the cracks in the web of the bridge. So what I'm trying to say is that we are here as your technology partners. Though we are a small team, but yes, very effective team and very passionate team. Well, you can make it out the way I speak. I'm very passionate about my work. I try to find 26 hours in a day. Another equipment which we are having it in the stall on 3435 also is a lightweight deflectometer. Everyone would say, well, it's a very common equipment. Well, it is not. The one which we have here is starting manufacturing it here now under Make in India, because we are having extra geophones there. So what we are going to get out of it is E-moduli of different layers. The other lightweight deflectometers will not give you E-moduli. So with this deflectometer, we'll be able to give you the E-moduli of the layers, and that is what you require. This is, well, one of the best laser crack measurement system machines, which is here outside. Again, we are capturing all the defects when they have happened. It's so unfortunate. It's irrespective of that, but yes, we can capture each and every defect in 3 dimensions. That's very important. But here too, one thing is to be noticed that when I say I can find out the crack width, crack depth, and crack length, as physics says, I will say that I will not be able to give you exact depth of the crack because the cracks are never vertical. The cracks are inclined. So the point of inflection, I'll get a reflection. So that will be my crack depth. But what Timo was trying to say, if you're using a ground penetrating radar and that to a three-dimensional ground penetrating radar, you can exactly find out slice-wise till where is this crack going, whether it is up to first 12 centimeters, 13 centimeters, 14.6 centimeters. You can take slices and find out exactly where till what point has that crack propagated and do the milling accordingly tomorrow if you are going to rehabilitate that road. This laser crack measurement system complies to all the standards. You're most welcome. We can show you this. We can show you, give you a demo or whatever you desire. So that's what it is. I'm just showing the pictures. The best part is the software, which is very strong. All the defects, they are overlaid on images of 10 meters each. So any defect which is there, it automatically, after processing certainly, gets overlaid on 10 meters images, and you can exactly say where that defect is, what is the size of the defect, what is the intensity of the defect. Now, we have got falling wedge deflectometer, which we are manufacturing here in India. I call it intelligent falling wedge deflectometer. There's a reason behind it. The reason being that, for example, if you have, you might have seen three important things. You might have seen sometimes at the red light, when you're standing there, there's a car ahead of you and there's a gradient. You know, the car in front of you starts sliding back if he has not applied the handbrakes. And you start honking. Stop, man. One thing. Second thing, which is important, is that at times people move the vehicle when the sensors are placed on the road, and they forget, intentionally or unintentionally. If I am upset and I don't want to work, I'll move the vehicle and destroy the sensors, and there goes the equipment for a 6. The third thing is, जब प्यास लगती है, आप कुएं के पास जाते हैं, कुआं आपके पास नहीं आता. You go to water, you go and fetch water, the water doesn't come to you. But let us change the law of the game. I'll say, let the kuwa come to you. How do you feel? For example, if you have to, earlier when you used to get your fifth wheel bump integrators calibrated, CRI जाते हैं, आपको कुछ भी करवाना है, you go to that respective agency, send your equipment there to get it calibrated. I said, let's change the rules of the game. Let water come to us. We will not go and fetch water. We will come to your place where your falling wedge deflectometer is, and we'll do the calibration then and there itself. So you don't have to come to us. Now, the two important things I was catching up on, give me one extra minute, please, was that, I said gradient. So what I have done in this falling wedge deflectometer is, there are two DMIs. So one DMI will tell you how far have you traveled. The second DMI will tell you how far is the next sounding point for you. So if you have decided as 250 meters, so it will be 250 meters at this point, and then it goes 240, 230, and at 0 you have to take the reading again. Now, when you stop there, you'll say, okay, let me take the reading. It's a single man operation. You get onto the computer, try to operate the system. It will not happen. The system will ask you to pull the handbrake. So one thing, the gradient is taken care of now. So when I'm putting the sensors there, gradient is there, the vehicle will come back, damage the sensors, but in my case, you will have to pull the handbrake and then the system will operate. One could say, oh, मैं भूल गया. After doing the readings, taking the readings, and I disengage the handbrake and I move forward and damage the sensors. No, that will not happen with my system. The handbrake will not come down. It will tell you, move the sensors up to the position, transport position, and then and only I'll let you drive the vehicle. And that is how we have done it. And that is the reason we say it is an intelligent falling wedge deflectometer. So we have retroreflectometers for retroreflectivity measurements. We have mobile bridge inspection units, which we manufacture here. And that's it. Time's up. Thank you so very much. I hope I have been able to convey some message across to you all through this presentation. Thank you so very much for your patience.
So thank you very much, and you indeed did have the last word as far as this session is concerned, and everybody was very intently listening to the kind of uh, health checkup or health scan of roads is concerned. At this point in time, I'd just like to mention that we are in the NH going through a very interesting phase of road asset monetization. And we have an INVIT, we have a transfer operate and toll model, toll operate and transfer model, and various other things, toll securitization, etc. is happening. Why I mentioned this was that not only is it an interesting concept as far as asset monetization is happening in the country, and I'm happy to share that NHAI is contributing in a big way as well as far as the national pipeline is concerned. The important thing that is happening in the sector is that we are also seeing a lot of FDI, a lot of foreign investment and a lot of foreign investment interest in the country as far as maintenance and tolling of the roads are concerned. And that is bringing in a lot of new good technology. So while I was hearing to the presentation made by Mr. Chadha, I was reminisced that this is an area that needs a lot of knowledge sharing because of the active participation of a lot of companies based out of country, and we hope to get in very good technology. In fact, very recently I had organized a presentation by one of the big TOT operators in the country, and they came up with a system. They explained to us how they are maintaining the roads, how they are monitoring the roads, and the kind of IT enabled systems they have put in. So I'm sure what Mr. Neeraj Chadha is doing can be upscaled very well as far as rural roads are concerned. It will be of immense, I think, benefit to the rural roads if we encourage such technology. Because now our roads, after having been upgraded, they do have a reasonable crust. Earlier PMGSY roads had a very, I would say, a very low crust or a very thin crust, but now we are making upgraded roads, so I'm sure this kind of technology would be very useful. I really do not know whether we have the time and people have the intent to ask any further questions. However, I would still take the bullet and request people if they do have any questions at this hour of the day. So I'll just stop for a minute. Any hand that goes up can be the first to go. So I think nobody has the energy or the intent to ask questions, and I'm sure there's a lot of peer pressure on anyone who's wanting to make a question or ask a question. So I think Dr. Pateria would have shared the email IDs and details of the esteemed colleagues on the dais who have made their presentation over here. For any further collaboration, any further assistance, I'm sure they would be more than willing to help you all out. So with this, I really thank Ashish and Dr. Pateria and of course the other directors of NIRIDA, Mr. Pradhan, Mr. Pradeep Agarwal. I really thank all of you for making this excellent conclave, a 3-day conclave for knowledge sharing, and I'm sure rural roads are going to benefit in a big way through this. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, madam, for your enlightening words. Before we close this session, because it is almost 7 p.m. now, we are delayed by almost 1 hour, but it is fine. I think people enjoyed day-long presentations. Before we close this session, I'll request our team to present a memento to chair of this session and then to all the speakers.